Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Just so everybody knows, I've got a new microphone that I'm testing out here. So if I'm too loud or too low or anything like that, you all just let me know from the chat and I'll make adjustments on the fly. I want to start out with this, with a couple videos. Both are kind of longish, but it's kind of two different sides of current political events, and kind of made me laugh, the contrast here. So after those two videos, then we've got some news articles, and I may even wind up getting to a couple Pop the Balloons that I started a few days ago and we never finished. And I'd like to just get those wrapped up so I can get them out of my my inbox. So here we go. This is Tabitha. I forget her last name, but she's a right-leaning, a left-leaning person who, like me, is not a huge fan of Mr. Trump.
I tell you, shocked to learn that there are some Republican representatives out there still holding town hall meetings. Why does it shock me? Well, because there was a directive that came from the top over at the RNC to halt all of the town hall meetings, right? Why? Because they think that all of these angry constituents that are showing up and speaking out at these town hall meetings, they are spinning a narrative, telling a lie that these are paid agitators from the Democratic Party. Yeah. No way could these angry constituents be Republicans. Why? Because Republican voters gave us a mandate. Yes, we told them that this is what we were going to do, and they voted us into office anyway. So no way can they be upset that we are firing them by the thousands from their jobs with no real cause. No way can these Republican voters be upset with us because we are moving to get rid of their benefits, the benefits that they've paid into for decades, getting rid of Social Security and Medicare. No way could they be upset with us when we told them this is what we were going to do. No, this has to be the radicals from the left, the extremists from the left, the delusional Democrats. These have to be the people who are being paid by the Democratic Party to show up and cause confusion at our town hall meetings. This is the lies that they are telling the MAGA nut crew And this is the lies that they are telling themselves. In actuality, it is Republican voters. Sure, there are some Democratic voters showing up at these town hall meetings because they are constituents of these elected officials. They don't just represent Republicans, they represent everyone who is in that district. Yeah. Anywho, let's talk about Harriet Hagman. This wild-eyed MAGA nut is Harriet Hagman. She is a representative out of the great state of Wyoming. Yes, this is the person that Wyoming overwhelmingly went into the voting booth to put into office because they voted against Liz Cheney at the behest of Agent Orange. Yes, this wild-eyed MAGA nut had a town hall meeting the other night. And let's talk about how it went at her town hall meeting the other night, shall we?
Helping Wyoming family farmers deal with drought until I was fired a month ago in the mass firings, and despite only having the highest marks in my performance review. In a state where so many farmers rely on government programs for drought and disaster relief, Trump's plans to cut these programs and the people who administer them, coupled with the tariffs, will decimate Wyoming farms and rural communities. What are you doing about that? I disagree. I disagree. I come from the ag community. I'm well aware of what kind of programs are out there. It's so bizarre to me how obsessed you are with federal government. But here's the thing. You guys are going to have a heart attack if you don't calm down. I'm sorry. Your hysteria is just...
Oh, I get it now. I get it. I get it. The reason why they're holding town hall meetings still is because they're arrogant and they're condescending. That's why they're still dumb enough to be holding town hall meetings. Not only that, they believe that their constituents are dumb enough. They believe that their constituents are still believing the nonsense, the lies, the manipulated spin on what it is that they're doing up there in the halls of Congress. Their arrogance leads them to believe that that bubble they're in with other Republicans, and when they're out there on Twitter and they've got all of the MAGA nut trolls.
Well, in Congress's defense, they're not actually doing anything. Donald Trump is Congress right now. He's at least two branches of our three branches of government, and he's soon to be taking over the judiciary. But he'll need to work on that a little bit. But yeah, Congress isn't doing much of anything.
Down in their comment section cheering them on, they believe that world translates to back home when they have to go before real people who are being affected by what it is they're doing up there in Washington. Can you imagine to tell your constituents that you cannot understand or believe how deep they are in what is going on with the federal government? Lady, what you are doing as a representative of your constituents and the federal government is poorly affecting, negatively affecting the people's lives in that room. Of course, they're going to pay attention. They are going to pay attention. And if they don't like what it is that you are doing, they are going to hold you accountable. And the unmitigated gall you have to insinuate that it's ludicrous of them to be paying attention to what is going on with their tax dollars. But wait, there's more.
Question here. And just to give you a little reference, I'm a retired military officer. At 18, I rose my hand to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And at that time, well, I still am. I am still a Republican. I am, bless his heart, a citizen Republican. That means we've been working together across the aisle. And my question, having looked at Musk's Doge, whatever website, you are a lawyer. Where is this fraud? Who, what company, what organization, what personnel?
I'll just start reading some of
Are
it.
we going after?
I'll just start reading some of it. I'll just start reading it right now if you'd like me to. I'll just focus on USAID spending right here.
I didn't say spending, I said actual fraud.
This is what it is. This is the spending associated with the fraud. This is the fraud. Spending is the fraud.
No.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
We go after specific companies or specific personnel
So
that are committing fraud.
500,000. This is fraud. This is fraudulent spending.
No, it may be abusive spending, but it's not.
They think the constituents are stupid. That lady asked a specific question. What is the fraud? Where is the fraud? Who are we going to hold accountable for the fraud? Because that's what happens when you find fraud. When there is true, legitimate fraud, you can pinpoint what is happening with that money. Money is given for a specific purpose, and you do an investigation into finding out what happened with that money, and you learn that individual A or company A took that money and did not use that money for what the purpose was intended. They used that money to buy them a Tesla. They used that money to go to the Bahamas. They used that money to buy them a house. They used that money to purchase themselves some stock. That is fraud. That's why she's asking, who are we holding accountable? What company are we holding accountable? In other words, who took the money that wasn't used for the intended purpose? And when are we going to press charges against that individual? When are we going to hold that individual responsible? That is fraud. Now, that's different from abuse. You set aside $5,000 to purchase a desk in next year's budget. Next year's budget comes around, you go ahead and you spend $100,000 from the budget on that desk. That is abuse. Why the fuck do you need a $100,000 desk? We only allocated $5,000 for the purchase of the desk because you don't need a fucking $100,000 desk. Remember what Pete Hegseth did when he got into office? He had the whole house remodeled. Why? There was no need to have the house.
Well, I think we get the gist. She's not particularly happy with Republicans and what they're doing right now. I want to contrast her with the great Mark Levin, who is kind of the opposite, and probably all you folks know who Mark Levin is. He's MAGA times 2, and just a little ornery fella. Let's see what he has to say. And for some reason, he's railing against Democrats as if Democrats have had some sort of say in in what's been going on since January.
Two great guests, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, his first appearance on the program, and our friend Kayleigh McEnany. But before we get to them, I want to start with this clip from PBS the other evening. And it tells you all you need to know about what the Democrat Party's up to, what these judges are up to. And take a look, then we'll expand on it. Go.
There are those who believe that we are in real time living through an assault on the constitutional order. Do you believe that we are in a constitutional crisis right now?
Yes, our democracy is at risk because Donald Trump shows that he wishes to violate the laws in many, many different ways. The good news here is we did put 235 judges, progressive judges, judges not under the control of Trump last year on the bench, and they are ruling against Trump time after time after time. And we hope that the appellate courts, when it gets up there in the Supreme Court, will uphold those rulings. They restored the money to NIH.
Now, why is this important? Because Chuck Schumer, who was Majority Leader of the Senate, just confessed to everything I've been saying. That is, we put progressives, AKA American Marxists, AKA people who do not believe in the Constitution, if you saw the show last night, people who are Hegelian, Marxist, who believe in judicial tyranny, who reject the vote of the people this last election. He just loaded up the judiciary with 235 of these radicals. That's what he just said. 235 progressives. That's how they self-identified 100 years ago and today. We know what that means. So he didn't put people on the bench who are going to uphold the Constitution and their oath. We're going to interpret the Constitution and follow it. We're going to respect the Constitution, separation of powers, the authority of the president under Article 2. He put people on the bench for the sole purpose of usurping, thwarting, and obstructing Donald Trump should he get elected by the American people. He just said it. Now, last night's program, I went into great depth about why the Democrat Party, why these judges and their media, why they and we have almost nothing in common. Because we embrace our founding, we embrace the founders, the Declaration, the Constitution, John Locke, Montesquieu, Jefferson, Madison, and so forth. They do not. They reject the Declaration, they reject the Constitution. They're good at sloganeering and waving it around, but they despise it. In these elections, if they win, they have a mandate. If they lose, they go to their unelected branches. The massive bureaucracy that they've built and these judges that they've installed. The progressives, he said, for the purpose of thwarting Trump. It is they who are unconstitutional. It is they who are anti-democratic. It is they who are tyrannical. Now, where does this whole idea of judicial review comes from? You hear people come on this channel, they're on other channels, they blithely talk about judicial review. You have to honor judicial review. That's the role of the judges. I want to talk about this. As I wrote, the biggest myth about judges is that they're somehow imbued with greater insight, wisdom, and vision than the rest of us, that for some reason God Almighty has endowed on them superior judgment about justice and fairness. But the truth is that judges are men and women with human imperfections and frailties. Some have been brilliant, principled, and moral. Others have been mentally impaired, venal, and even racists. And now we have these ideological bomb throwers that Schumer put on the bench. I want you to remember that three of the most horrendous things ever done to this country were done by the United States Supreme Court. The Dred Scott decision of 1856, upholding slavery, basically said Black people in the United States can never be free and can never be citizens. That was the Supreme Court. We had to fight a civil war, we the people, to undo that. Not that long later, about 40 years, 1896, Plessy versus Ferguson.
Okay, I have to take umbrage that we the people fought the Civil War. This is what I mean. These guys depend on people not knowing American history. We the people, at least on the Southern side, the War of Northern Aggression was fought by the people in service of the plantation class, basically the 1% of the South. And after the first couple years of the Civil War, it was hell getting the people of the North to fight. The Civil War was not a popular war, and the idea that we the people went out and corrected the Dred Scott decision is a little bit of spin.
Ferguson, separate but equal is equal, enshrining segregation into our Constitution. It's not in the Constitution. They said it is. Then sometime later in Korematsu versus the United States, what was that? Internment camp set up for 120,000 Japanese Americans.
Again, no, segregation is not talked about in the Constitution other than the Fugitive Slave Act and the 3/5 clause. But by the way, slave is not mentioned in the Constitution either, and we had slaves. Dude, these people depend on people not being able to think critically.
And Americans of Japanese descent, the great Franklin Roosevelt. Three of the most horrific decisions that had major consequences for this country came not from we the people or the president or the
I also have to add, he's talking about Japanese internment. Trump literally just invoked the Enemy Aliens Act. That's what was used to justify putting Germans, but Japanese more famously, in internment camps. The dude thinks we don't know this stuff. What Trump is doing right now was used during World War II. Somebody needs to check this fella. And believe it or not, I've read a couple of his books. He's not a good writer, by the way.
The Congress, but the judiciary. Thomas Jefferson said in 1825, this member of the government, the judiciary, was at first considered as the most harmless and hapless of all its organs. But it has proved that the power of declaring what the law is, by sapping and mining slyly and without alarm the foundations of the Constitution, can do what open force would not dare attempt. That's what you're seeing right now. A judicial oligarchy, a judicial tyranny, a counter-revolution to the American Revolution, trashing separation of powers.
Once again, very questionable spin on this. Judicial review is not in the Constitution. It was Marbury versus Madison. That's kind of where Chief Justice Marshall kind of made a role for the Supreme Court, because believe it or not, the Supreme Court was kind of like a useless appendage John Marshall basically made the Supreme Court what it is today by giving it a role, um, and I think a necessary role in American government. Um, and by the way, just so you know, Thomas Jefferson, of course, would write something like that. John Marshall, Chief Justice Marshall, was Thomas Jefferson's cousin. They did not like each other. They just did not like each other and I don't remember exactly why, if it was ever known. But yeah, Thomas Jefferson wouldn't look favorably upon anything that John Marshall did. So you got to know a little bit of American history and some background to that point that Mark Levin is making.
Trashing the authority of the president. Donald Trump is defending Article 2, defending separation of powers, defending the Constitution.
Article 2?
That's what he's doing. He's conducting himself and doing the ministerial tasks.
Yeah, the presidency needs a whole lot of defending, and Donald Trump's here to do it. Defend against what?
It's the basic things that an executive is supposed to do. He was elected. They were not. He stood for election in front of the whole country. They didn't stand for election in front of anybody. They were nominated, got through a Democrat-controlled Senate, and there they sit with their 2 or 3 law clerks deciding who should stay, who should go, what's on our websites, and on and on and on. The framers would be disgusted. The framers did not intend to grant general authority to the judiciary to rule on the constitutionality of legislative acts. Madison summed up the Constitution's take on judicial review this way. He doubted whether it was not going too far to extend the jurisdiction of the court generally to cases arising under the Constitution and whether it ought not to be limited.
Yeah, Mark Levin has given me all kinds of stuff to fuss at. No, the framers never intended judicial review, but some of those same framers were still around, if not most of them were around in the time of Marbury. I am not aware, and maybe there was, but there wasn't a whole lot of pushback against this. I think that Mark Levin and people of his ilk painting the judiciary is some, usurper of power is just ridiculous. And the other thing that I want to point out, the presidency is talked about in Article 2. Article 1 is Congress. Article 3 is the judiciary. Article 4 is more for the states. It is generally understood that the articles were listed in order of importance in the opinion of the framers of the Constitution. Article 2, the presidency is talked about in Article 2, not Article 1.
To cases of a judicial nature only, staying in their lane. The right of expounding the Constitution in cases not of this nature ought not to be given to that department. That comes out of Madison's notes during the Constitutional Convention. The final analysis that the framers had wanted to empower the judiciary with the legislative veto, they could have done so. They did not. Instead, the convention crafted a federal judiciary like many other provisions of the final Constitution as a product of compromise. It was a compromise between the interests of the individual states and the need for a federal government that would be strong enough and flexible enough to meet the present and future needs of a nation with diverse interests. It was also the clear intention of the framers that no one branch could be subsumed by the other. The judiciary did not represent a threat, Hamilton wrote in Federalists, so long as the judiciary remains truly distinct from both the legislative and the executive. For I agree that there's no liberty if the power of judging be not separated from the legislative and executive powers. There he is basically reflecting the writings of John Locke and especially Montesquieu. And Hamilton was the biggest of the centralists, of the national government advocates. And this is what he said. While the Constitution...
By the way, I don't know so much about Locke. Locke might have gone for this, but someone like Montesquieu, these were people who did not advocate a king, okay? And the unitary, I want to hear what Mark Levin has to say about the novel legal theory of the unitary executive. I want to hear what he has to say, because the Constitution certainly does not endorse something like that.
Created the silhouette of the national judiciary. It was up to Congress, actually, to form it with legislation that would constitute a functional system of federal courts. Congress did this with the Judiciary Acts of 1789 and 1801. The biggest problem with the Judiciary Act of 1801 was timing. The bill was introduced before the presidential election of 1800, but was not passed by the Federalist-controlled Congress until after the election, and while the deadlocked presidential election was being determined by the House of Representatives. President John Adams signed the bill on February 13, 1801, just 3 weeks before the end of his term of office. He lost. He was a Federalist. The Federalists lost the House of Representatives. The Federalists lost the Senate. So the Republicans, that is Jefferson Party, took all the elected branches, all of them. He also sent to the Federalist-controlled Senate, that is Adams, his own Senate, nominees for the 16 new judgeships. So he's lost the election. So the Federalists, his party, they create these 16 new federal judgeships. He wants to rush them through. He wants to get them populated as fast as he can. And they were confirmed shortly before the end of the Adams administration. Now, these judges came to be called Adams Midnight Judges, some of whom became the subject of the case called Marbury versus Madison. That's the crucial case, Marbury versus Madison. On March 8, 1802, just days after Thomas Jefferson's followers, the Republicans, took control of both houses of Congress, Congress repealed the Judiciary Act of 1801. On April 29, 1802, Congress enacted the Judiciary.
I want to make a point here. Again, talk about sly. Mark Levin is calling Jefferson a Republican. They were basically Jeffersonian Republicans, Democratic Republicans. They are not synonymous with even the Republican Party of Lincoln. Totally different. Essentially, those, quote, Republicans were anti-federalists. So Levin, and I don't know, maybe it's intentional, maybe it's not. I'm thinking it's intentional. He wants to call Jefferson a Republican, and that simply, as a matter of fact, I would imagine Jefferson would be appalled at Trump, but American politics over the past, 150 years. However, Jefferson was a little old-fashioned. He imagined a country of yeoman farmers. So, Jefferson was always a little eccentric that way. Just to let y'all know, Jefferson is probably my favorite founding father, and he probably shouldn't be, but hey, I like I like quirky politicians. But the parallel or the one-to-one connection that Levin is trying to make here, calling Jefferson and his party, quote, Republicans, is misleading, to be kind about it.
Judiciary Act of 1802, which, among other things, abolished the 16 new judgeships created by Adams and the Federalists. By the way, this has been my point. Impeachment will not remove these judges because you're not going to get a supermajority, 67 senators, to remove them. You say, well, we should go through the process anyway. I don't believe in banging heads against walls. You can remove the judges, Just like
And
Jefferson
Levin
did,
has the
you
kind
can
of head
defund the
you'd like to
judges.
bang against a
And as
wall.
I've written in my book, Men in Black, you can take jurisdiction away from them. The best thing to do is to point out some of the most rogue, reckless of the judges, like Boasberg, and abolish his position. And it's 18.
I guess I'm going to go through a couple more minutes of this because I kind of enjoy the attempt at history here. I just want to point out that all of a sudden, essentially what's going to happen, and I've got one or two news articles about this later on in the show. All of a sudden, anybody who wants to stand in the path of Donald Trump's agenda, all of a sudden needs to be impeached. I've literally never heard any president or anyone want to impeach a judge just because they ruled against something a president wanted to do. And this is troubling. Donald Trump, and you know, I was one of those people who was like, yeah, I would never vote for him for president, but hey, he's here. Maybe he'll surprise us. Donald Trump is like a snowball in one of those Bugs Bunny cartoons. He's like a snowball rolling downhill. He's gathering mass and wanting to impeach judges because they go against him, wanting to fire U.S. attorneys because they don't want to do what he wants them to do. It's only going to get worse, folks. America has gotten what it voted for, and let's hope, because personally, I don't see a way to check a maniac who has decided that the president should be first among equals in the branches of government. Essentially, what he's saying is the president, as the head of the executive branch, needs to be first among equals. Congress needs to do what he needs to do, and judges certainly should do what I want, you know. And then he will use the cloak of, hey, it's good for America. We got to make America great again. It's going to take a little bit more critical thought and a little bit more of an Edmund Burke kind of conservatism. You don't just slash and burn and expect that everything's going to be perfect. So let's continue with a little bit more Levin, and I'm sure I'll get tired of hearing him.
1803 Marbury versus Madison decision. This is crucial. The Supreme Court determined that it had the power to decide cases about the constitutionality of congressional or executive actions. And when it deemed them violated, the Constitution could overturn them. Where did this come from? You just heard what the framers said. No, it's not in the Constitution. The shorthand label given to this court-made authority is judicial review. Now, most of you have heard, oh, it's judicial review, like it's in the Constitution. It's not. It's specifically.
Again, there are a lot of things that aren't in the Constitution. Look, I'm not a huge fan of originalism and textualism, but the one thing that is taken into account, it's not just the text of the Constitution, though it is, the primary source, but the democratic norms. There are, history goes into it, legislation goes into it, pre-legislation. Dude wants to go by what is in the Constitution, and that's almost as damaging. If you want to be that kind of strict constructionist, that's as damaging as almost any other thing that I can think of. There are problems with doing living constitution, that sort of legal theory. I think the most important thing that you do when you go in and you interpret the Constitution or you're an originalist is critical thinking. And there's a lot of fudging that goes into critical thinking. Okay, an example of what's not in the Constitution is the level of immunity that the Supreme Court granted Donald Trump and the presidency a couple years ago. There's nothing in the Constitution about presidential immunity. There are a lot of things that aren't in the Constitution. And Levin, and I haven't watched him in a while. Like I said, I've read a couple of his books. He's not a very good writer. He's one of these guys that, he is the tip of the spear of the crazy Republicans. He is to the right of MAGA, to be honest. And the idea that Levin is any sort of like populist is, you'd have to know his history.
Not in the Constitution. I don't care what all these legal analysts say on TV. This is your history. Your history. And this, quite literally, is the foundation for the runaway power exercised by the federal courts to this day, or all the progressives that Schumer put on the court to stop Trump. What is far less recognized is that the Marbury decision started out as anything but the ominous
And this is one other thing. When I saw that clip of Chuck Schumer use the word progressive judges, Schumer needs to go. He's not a progressive. Progressives are almost a different animal. They happen to be attached to the Democratic Party, but just barely. There are plenty progressives who actually identify more with at least the 2016 version of MAGA than people like Chuck Schumer would admit. These judges are probably more liberal, and you don't become a judge and get approved by the Senate by being some wild-eyed Marxist. It just doesn't happen. So again, Levin has a talent for hyperbole. You can just tell by his delivery. And I think he's kind of relegated to late night Sunday afternoon. Late night Sundays. That's why I don't come across him very often. He did wander into my algorithm today. Levin's kind of a crackpot.
Precedent it has become. This is your history. It's important to know it. This is your country. And they're trying to take it away from you. Marbury was a brilliantly conceived political strategy crafted by John Marshall, who'd been Chief Justice for a few weeks. He was a master politician, Marshall. Marshall, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, wrote the decision not to set a revolutionary precedent, but to deny the new precedent, Jefferson, his longtime political rival. They were distant cousins and they detested each other. An opportunity to rebuff a Supreme Court controlled by Jefferson's Federalist opponents. Marbury was precipitated by that election of 1800, in which Thomas Jefferson, the incumbent vice president and leader of the Republicans, ran for president against the incumbent president, John Adams, leader of the Federalists. The Federalists controlled both houses of Congress, but were torn between the followers of Adams and Alexander Hamilton, who was also a Federalist. Hamilton's faction withheld its support for Adams' re-election bid in 1800, and the race ended in an electoral college tie between Jefferson and his vice presidential running mate, Aaron Burr. Aaron Burr said, you know what? I want to be president. And so you had this mess taking place in 1800 in Congress. Nothing close, by the way, to what was going on January 6th. Adams came in third. The election was then thrown into the House of Representatives. Realizing he would not win re-election, Adams moved to solidify his party's influence in the federal government. Now, how did he do that? The passage of the Judiciary Act of 1801, creating 16 new federal circuit judges, was part of his strategy. Just prior to leaving office, Adams selected in the Federalist-controlled Senate The lame duck Senate confirmed nominees to fill the posts. Adams' turn ran out, however, before John Marshall, who was then Secretary of State. Marshall was Adams' Secretary of State, signing off on these judges before he could actually deliver the commissions of the office to some of the designees, signing off, but they never quite got them to the judges. Marshall's successor as Secretary of State under Jefferson was James Madison. He refused to deliver the commissions as President Jefferson directed, and William Marbury, among others, filed suit in federal court seeking an order, a writ of mandamus, directing Madison, the Secretary of State, to deliver his commission as a justice of the peace. Marshall, long a rival of Jefferson's in Virginia politics, was one of the most articulate leaders in the Federalist Party. He'd served in the Virginia State House, the U.S. House of Representatives, as one of President Adams' representatives to France, and then as Secretary of State. He was nominated to be Chief Justice by Adams and assumed the post on February 4, 1801, exactly 1 month before Adams' term. Back then, the election would be in November, but the inauguration of the president was in March. They've obviously changed that to January, because a lot of mischief can be done in between, which is what Adams was up to. And with a Republican majority elected in both houses of Congress in 1800, Marshall realized that Jefferson and his Republicans could denude the Supreme Court of authority, and that he, as Chief Justice, could be impeached and removed from office. Marshall understood that. In the Marbury case, if he ordered Secretary of State Madison to deliver Marbury's commission to office, Jefferson would order Madison to ignore the Supreme Court's writ, and the court's authority would be seriously weakened. Marshall was also concerned that he not be seen as protecting the interests of the Federalist jurists like Marbury, who had assumed his position as a justice of the peace and had been hearing cases and issuing judgments for a year. So what happened? Bearing all this in mind, Marshall's decision to Marbury, while upsetting the Constitution's balance of power and the relationship between the federal government and the states, was a master political stroke. Marshall stated that Marbury, consistent with legal doctrine at the time, had something akin to a property right to this office, to which he had been nominated and confirmed. Marshall also said that the federal judiciary should be able to issue an order directing the appointment of Marbury, but because the Constitution did not enumerate such an original right for the Supreme Court, the court was powerless to do so. So you would think, okay, Jefferson and Madison won. Sleight of hand. Marshall went well beyond the specific issues in the case. He said that the court had a responsibility to set aside acts of Congress that violate principles enumerated in the Constitution. He said, even though we don't have any authority here, by the way, if we have the authority to make decisions about the Constitution, we have authority to look behind those decisions and determine whether they're legitimate or not. He just seized the power for the courts to make the final decision, which means the election of 1800, Jefferson, the Republicans in the House, the Republicans in the Senate, could now be thwarted somewhat by the Supreme Court. Marshall's Federalist Party had lost the presidency in Congress, but Marshall was determined to fight back. And so this is how the doctrine of judicial review was born. Yes, the Constitution is indeed the supreme law of the land, but now this court, and now the lower courts that didn't even exist, by their own fiat would decide what is or is not constitutional. The Constitution's structure, including the balance of power between the three branches, was now broken. Jefferson in 1820 said, to consider the judges as the ultimate arbiters of all constitutional questions is a very dangerous doctrine indeed, and one which would place us under the despotism of an oligarchy. Our judges are as honest as other men.
And the check to that oligarchy is they have no power to enforce their judgments. Mark Levin needs to bring this up. He needs to bring it up. Again, critical thinking. Who cares? You know what? Donald Trump is already talking about just ignoring it. The Alabama legislature, a few years ago, there was a suit under the Voting Rights Act to create a second majority black voting district in Alabama. Alabama took it all the way to the Supreme Court. Ultimately, the Supreme Court, after some little sleight of hand that the conservative majority did, ultimately decided that, a second district needs to be a majority black district because of the population and population of blacks in Alabama. They need a second congressional district. What did Alabama do? They ignored it. They basically said, nope, we're not going to do it. And the Supreme Court could do nothing about it. So the Supreme Court, the judicial branch is essentially a toothless tiger. And for Mark Levin to act like they could be an oligarchy, it's fantasy.
Men, and not more so. They have with others the same passions for party, for power, and the privilege of their core. And their power, the more dangerous as they are in office for life and not responsible as the other functionaries are to the elective control. The Constitution has erected no such single tribunal, knowing that to whatever hands confided with the corruptions of time and party, its members would become despots. It has more wisely made all the departments co-equal and co-sovereign within themselves. I began this opening statement with Chuck Schumer. We appointed 235 progressives to the courts, progressives, just in case Donald Trump got elected, to stop him, to thwart him. According to Jefferson, and he's right, these are despots who do not have constitutional authority to do what they're doing. And they are doing tremendous, tremendous damage.
Yeah, I'll stop it right there. Now, imagine this hack talking about something that happened 200 years ago, acting like it's relevant today. So we have gone through 200 plus years of judicial, quote, hacks and not done anything about it. Mark Levin is literally creating an argument from 200 years ago, applying it to today, and that defies any sort of common sense or critical thinking. And the sad part is there are people who will believe this fallacious argument. It is more a democratic norm to follow, the somewhat mythical "we are a nation of laws." And Donald Trump, like I said, is a snowball rolling downhill in a Looney Tunes cartoon. He is going to be a big ass avalanche if we let it get to that point. So I will move on. I haven't watched Mark Levin in a while, and it's good to, Mark, you stay crazy, man. You are entertaining and informative, but not in the ways you think you are. So I forgot to say at the beginning of the show, please make sure you hit the like button, everyone. If you're new to the channel, like Distant Light, please make sure that you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. You share the wealth with all your friends who are interested in critiques of Mark Levin, and Lord knows he needs a critique or two. My channel is the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000, all one word. Right now, it's just basically doing video essays of stuff that strikes me as needing an essay. But I would appreciate if you would subscribe to it. I do stuff, occasionally. I should get more regular about it once or twice a week. But what else was it? Oh, yes. Make sure you support the show. Stanley versus the World again is brought to you by Portia J. I wouldn't even be here if it weren't for Portia thinking that, gee, Stanley, you're crazy enough to do a show. So support your host, support Portia J. She is the creator of this monster. Support Stanley versus the World, support Gone Trucking, support Morning Roast. Pick your favorite host, pick your favorite show, support them. We certainly appreciate it. And I'm sure there's a center left person out there somewhere in our vast John Galt family. Anyway, I will move on. I want to bring attention to the title of the show. My emerging tradition is, the funniest thing that I hear during a show, and there are a lot of trolls / comedians out there that I appreciate. And you know what? This one made me laugh. You had to be there to understand why this was so funny. But me being the hubristic narcissist that I can be sometimes, I go, well, I read everything. And I was told, well, Stanley, you read everything but the Gospels. So I was checked. No, I have read them, but I don't read them, haven't read them in a while. So I was chastened by this comment, and I thought it was worthy of a title. So anyway, let us move on to news articles. This actually caught my attention. Working at Anheuser-Busch, my favorite, one of my favorite, beer companies. I'm a Bud Light fan. Something with DEI, and I want to hear this, and then I may have a comment or two on DEI because, in my opinion, things like DEI were basically CYA efforts by individual corporations, just basically to protect them from lawsuits, discrimination type lawsuits. And it's ballooned. And of course, it got worse when the U.S. government figured, well, hey, it works for companies. Let's run the government like a business and adopt one of their policies. And as usual, it goes wrong. The government is not a business. It should not be run by a business. And I think Donald Trump is going to be historical proof that a CEO does not make a good president. It's possible, but up to now, not probable.
Working at Anheuser-Busch, I saw what went wrong with the DEI movement. This article is by Anson Frericks and read by an automated voice. I still remember the day I realized Anheuser-Busch InBev was no longer the company I thought it was. I had crunched the numbers and believed the company could make millions of dollars if we agreed to distribute canned coffees made by Black Rifle Coffee Company. I knew Black Rifle's pro-military and pro-law enforcement messaging could ruffle some progressive feathers. The company vowed to hire 10,000 veterans after Starbucks announced it would hire 10,000 refugees. But I also knew many of our drinkers shared those values and had grown fed up with the way Starbucks and other coffee companies seemed to cater to coastal latte-loving elites. The proposal was rejected. It was early 2022, 2 years after the George Floyd protests, and I was told that being associated with Black Rifle was too politically provocative, especially in progressive circles. I should have seen it coming. Many corporations were flexing their credentials in the growing diversity, equity, and inclusion movement. But for me, the incident was a particularly telling example of what was going wrong with Anheuser-Busch, and an early sign that too many American corporations had forgotten who their customers were. To be clear, I believe that an employee base that has a diversity of thought, which is naturally associated with a diversity of ethnicities and backgrounds, is good for business. Different employees can better solve existing problems or identify new opportunities. But the massive corporate embrace of DEI was always destined to fail, in large part because the movement was never well defined to begin with. In 2019, I learned about the concept of DEI from Frances Frye, a professor at Harvard Business School, at a meeting in Chicago. I had no issue with what she described. Anheuser-Busch's workforce had become more diverse over the past decade, and I had watched employees of many backgrounds be given opportunities to grow based on their talents and contributions. If DEI was about continuing this trajectory, being authentic to company culture and mission, listening and responding to customer needs and deploying logical processes, there was nothing to object to. Unfortunately, the DEI policies that followed at Anheuser-Busch were none of the above. In 2021, the company started using online dashboards that gave managers a breakdown of their employee base by demographic characteristics. Then the company created annual performance targets linked to the company's environmental, social, and governance strategy, of which DEI was one component. For thousands of employees, it was clear to me that if teams didn't check the right boxes, managers could be punished, promotions could be withheld, bonuses could be lost. That year, senior executives, including me, attended weekly meetings to discuss DEI initiatives. These meetings often distracted from more critical business matters, like the fact that the company risked losing employees as the Great Resignation set in. Anheuser-Busch declined to comment for this article. Anheuser-Busch was hardly alone. At least 70 big companies, from Airbnb to GE, had set public targets for gender diversity hiring. Among the worst examples of efforts to accomplish DEI goals was a diversity training course offered to Coca-Cola employees via a third-party platform that urged workers to be less white, which the presentation helpfully defined as being less oppressive, less arrogant, and less ignorant. A course in Kentucky reportedly told nurses that implicit bias kills, that white privilege is a covert form of racism, and that nurses may contribute to modern-day lynchings in the workplace. I was already considering leaving Anheuser-Busch before the Black Rifle distribution idea was turned down. Once it was, I was certain it was time to go. I accelerated efforts to start a fund with my high school friend Vivek Ramaswamy, who would become a Republican candidate for president. As many big asset managers were pushing DEI onto the companies they were investing in, we decided to start a fund that would help its companies avoid the mistakes I'd seen at Anheuser-Busch. Raising money from Bill Ackman, Peter Thiel, and others, we finalized our seed investment round at the end of February 2022, and I resigned from the company in March. A year later, Anheuser-Busch became the poster child for what went wrong with the DEI movement. In April 2023, the transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney promoted Bud Light on social media by dressing up like Audrey Hepburn and drinking from a can of the beer. While it was a small sponsorship by Bud Light standards, it was still puzzling. Transgender rights were a political lightning rod in many states, especially red ones, where Anheuser-Busch enjoyed high market share, and while Bud Light was in decline at the time and needed new marketing strategies to regain customers, it became America's biggest beer brand largely by keeping its marketing away from political controversies. It was enjoyed by Democrats and Republicans for precisely that reason. But what about Black Rifle? That was a distribution deal. Trucks that delivered Bud and Bud Light would also carry Black Rifle to retailers like Walmart and 7-Eleven. That is very different from a sponsorship in which a brand chooses to publicly associate itself with something or someone to burnish itself. Many know that Pepsi sponsored Beyoncé's Super Bowl performance, but probably far fewer can identify which products its trucks deliver. Black Rifle's sales have grown since I suggested that deal. Loyal fans rewarded its authenticity and dedication to its mission. These days, its products are carried in Dr. Pepper trucks. The Mulvaney promotion generated enormous conservative ire. Commentators called for boycotts that hurt the company's sales. Yet the company also caught flack from some on the left who felt the company should have been more vocal in its support of Ms. Mulvaney. Bud Light couldn't win. The sponsorship never should have happened. Ms. Mulvaney herself said, "For a company to hire a trans person and then not publicly stand by them is worse in my opinion than not hiring a trans person at all." I'm not saying that hiring a transgender influencer is wrong. The ice cream maker Ben & Amp Jerry's, for example, is famously, proudly progressive. Its customers wouldn't bat an eye at a Mulvaney sponsorship, and the company could have stood by Ms. Mulvaney if conservatives complained, strengthening both its mission and the LGBTQ rights movement. And that's a good thing. I have no issue with companies having a progressive mission and authentically sticking to it. Capitalism allows, even incentivizes, companies to compete for customers with different tastes. But the DEI movement demanded that companies pursue the same progressive goals, regardless of their mission and culture. When Anheuser-Busch embraced DEI, the partnership felt inauthentic, and that's why it backfired. Since he took office, President Trump has wasted no time dismantling DEI policies in the public and private sectors. Many companies, including Tractor Supply and Harley-Davidson, began rolling back DEI policies before he was elected. Meta, Target, Goldman Sachs and others have followed suit, and hiring quotas, racial equity audits and exclusionary benefits programs seem to present stronger legal risks to companies still pursuing them. You can see how performative many companies were in their imposition of DEI policies, simply by how quickly they have retreated from those policies. And their demise was well underway before the election. No one wanted to become the next Bud Light. I believe Mr. Trump is off to a good start, but it is much easier for him to issue an executive order ending DEI programs in government than it is to end them in the private sector. Much of that work will have to come from corporate America. The principles that built great American companies are simple. Hire the best people, serve your customers well, and let merit and financial results determine success, while expanding opportunity and making employees feel welcome are worthy goals. How DEI policies were carried out often strayed from these foundational principles, and might have even created other forms of discrimination. Today, companies have an opportunity to demonstrate how true inclusion works, by judging people as individuals, not as members of groups. I believe Anheuser-Busch, like many companies, stands at a crossroads. It can struggle under a polarizing policy, or it can help lead American business back to the principles that made it great in the first place. Principles that unite rather than divide, that reward results rather than identity. Mr. Frericks is a founder of Strive Asset Management and the author of Last Call for Bud Light, the fall and future of America's favorite beer.
Yeah, that he's a classmate or friend of Vivek Ramaswamy does not surprise me. Again, this is DEI, affirmative action. Couple observations about these sorts of programs. They always start off good, but they snowball like Trumpism is doing right now. They, people hop on board and, add their own little, perspectives, and it just gets out of hand. That's what happened with DEI. That's what happened with affirmative action. The intentions are good, and then people start getting cynical. And, when something like affirmative action or DEI become a commodity where, hey, if a company has this program, they're going to be more valuable, say in the stock market, than another company that doesn't. That's generally, it's odd. The market actually screws up diversity initiatives. It's a weird kind of paradigm sort of thing. So I don't think there's anything wrong with DEI. What happened to DEI is it just mushroomed, and it became, something that the cynics were in charge of. It became commodified. Stop being white, or don't be so white. When that sort of rhetoric started flying around is when DEI should have ended, in my opinion. People are not good at this sort of thing, especially business people. And quite frankly, you can, to do a Mark Levin, go all the way back to the Constitution This is why stuff like this failed. America, when it comes to race, is tore up from the floor up. It was founded in a manner that benefited or disenfranchised certain types of people. And it's one of these things, the only way to fix it is to start over, and that's just not going to happen. America's going to have to deal with it as best it can. DEI, the only reason DEI is failing right now is basically because sharing power is equal to a loss of power to a majority population. It's just the way it works. If you are dominant and then all of a sudden you're mandated to, share some power, yeah, it's a loss of power. And there are people who get pissed off about it. What's up, Uncle Fatty?
Great point, bro. Great point.
And you know what? And you've heard me say this before, or I have said it. The best way to deal with it is you make sure your children are prepared to deal with the world as it is. I saw my son last week, and you know what? He's capable. You prepare your kids to deal. If you've ever read the Odyssey, Sing and Me Muse about a man skilled in all ways of contending. Okay, you have to prepare your kids, boys and girls, not to be warriors, but they need to be able to think their way out of the paper bags that American society or any society is going to put them in. They need to be smarter or at least competent. And that's the only way you deal. I guess what I'm trying to say, and I'm being long-winded about it, my son shouldn't worry about how he looks. His brain, how he thinks, how he competes is more important, and you're not going to win them all.
And they shouldn't have to worry about any of that, really. I mean, that's the thing with DEI, is that it's not just DEI, it's DEIA, accessibility.
Right.
Right. And that accessibility is what's the ultimate with it. It's not about the diversity.
I just think, you know what? If you're smart enough, now, dude, I grew up, like, I'm 60. I grew up back in the 80s, and I kind of admire 2025. People don't give a shit. My brother is 13 years younger. In all honesty, race among young people was defunct 47 years ago. And the reason I say this, I remember when I was a teenager in the 80s, I graduated high school in 1983 in Savannah, Georgia. You know what? There were plenty. I remember, look, blacks and whites did not date. Blacks dated blacks. And Savannah was 50-50 population-wise. By the time my brother got to high school 13 years later, who gave a fuck?
Right.
I remember coming over to his apartment one day, and he was an adult, and I was visiting Savannah, and there were two little sandals, tiny sandals outside his door. I'm like, what the fuck? Well, he was dating some tiny but beautiful Vietnamese girl. And 13 years ago, when I was in high school, that would have been unheard of. So here we are. God, I'd have to think about it. My son is 18 going on 19. No one gives a fuck.
Right.
So I also think some of this DEI stuff, I don't disagree with Trump that we have laws in place. We don't need icing on that cake.
Sure.
So I'm not against getting rid of DEI, but I am against people thinking that it wasn't necessary in the first place and
Right.
that we are post-racial. As long as we realize there are plenty of people out there who will, even if it's like an implicit bias, we cannot think we are better than we are. That's my only response to
Yeah.
getting rid of DEI.
Because we are they, them, and the others.
Right.
Ultimately, that's the whole xenophobic trait. Is it's not who they, them, and the others are. It's just the fact that you can be scared of them.
Right.
When it comes to accessibility, all this stuff was mainly about vets. It was about giving veterans.
Yeah, exactly. Especially in the Defense Department and other types of government type jobs. Yeah, the veterans, But, and from
like you said,
personal experience,
everything will be abused, and everything comes with a good intention, and everything can be warped. And Levin is the absolute epitome of the spin zone.
Oh, wait, Lord.
The no spin zone, right?
You know what? He is at least the equal of what's his name? Of Bill damn it.
Bill Maher.
No, Bill damn it. The dude who was like the biggest
old guy.
Fox News guy. Yeah, I'll remember his name. Yeah, I'm having senior moments when it comes to names lately.
I was just watching Bill Maher, so it's funking in my mind.
Well, Bill Maher too. Bill Maher is you know what?
Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly, yeah.
O'Reilly factor. The no spin zone.
Yeah. Oh, Bill O'Reilly. Oh my God. Some of the shit he got into with the pinch and butt sort of stuff. Yeah. Bill, hey, that's funny, Fred. Bill Cosby.
Speaking with authority, right? You speak with authority, and you speak it like it is, and you tell people this is the way it is, and they believe you. They just nod their head and they go, mm-hmm.
Well, that's like a firm handshake.
Right? It's hypno programming. You
tell
them something 3 times, they'll hear you. You tell them 30 times, they'll believe you. Tell them 300 times, they'll fight for you. Tell them 3,000 times, they'll die for you.
Now, who said that?
I did. It's kind of a play on one of the things that
too long to be a show title.
I mean, really, it's an old trope that goes back to the original Fash days, pre-Mussolini, right? Like Henry the 13th and shit. Like, you tell people what you want them to believe, and they will believe you if you speak it with authority. Right? The King's thing. This came out of shit. Cleopatra talked about this. Like Socrates and Aristotle talked about this concept of speaking with authority and speaking with the presumption, not the assumption, the presumption that you have the power to speak the truth. And you tell folks things like, only I can tell you what's true because only I know what's true. And if they come for you, they have to go through me. That whole way of twisting things and spinning things to fit the narrative, That's, this Levin guy, he's one of the guys that really rubs me really, really wrong. To be 100% dead honest.
Well, Levin, it's funny though, because I used to listen to him on Fox Radio. He probably still has a show. He is almost like a Muppet. Like, you remember those 2 old guys up in the balcony?
Absolutely. I was just thinking that. Yep.
That's what he reminds me of, just a grumpy old man. And now that I've joined the club, I support Mark Levin. He just needs a little bit of rebuttal. Stank D.
I tend to try to find the tone. It's usually the guy that's whining the hardest, that's really whining about things. He's just really whiny. Like this losing. Ultimately.
Well, I do appreciate his way of weaving history into it and his interpretation of it. And, the base history that he presents is actually right. And I don't begrudge him his spin on it. But I think the opposite. I think, judicial review, I made the comment a few days ago that right now the judicial branch is my favorite branch of government because I have a certain comfort level in the idea that, the judiciary is apolitical is absolutely wrong. But I
Yeah.
do think that they are more likely than the executive branch or the legislative branch to be more objective. Not perfectly, maybe 60% of the time they
Sure.
are actually objective, but it's more than the other two branches of
Well,
government.
and at least Roberts is willing to maybe go to either side of the aisle and try to remain somewhat neutral.
Right.
Tony Barrett, maybe the same way, could go potentially on either side, but
Well, it's their Catholic guilt.
oh yeah, for sure.
And I am very
For sure.
familiar with Catholic guilt.
It is the biggest virus that's ever been invented by man.
Hey, you know what? I
Even
think,
the Hindus are starting to incorporate original sin, bro.
oh, really? Well,
Yeah.
you have to be very careful because Hindus, you can be a Catholic Hindu. There
Sure.
is that concept. Hinduism is actually rather interesting. They will absorb or accept, whatever the term, or assimilate. They are, and I know several Hindus, they are very interesting in their acceptance. Let me make one quick comment on Mr. D here. Stank D, Stanley, what's the only thing you can leave on the porch in the hood that won't get stolen? Well, Stank D, that's more a question for, say, a John Galt. I've never lived in the hood, so I have
would say
let
a
things. I've had
probably
things delivered on my porch for a week. I only have one direct neighbor, and she's not gonna steal it. So, and generally, what's on her porch is pet food, and I'm not stealing that. I don't currently have a pet. So, talk to someone who lives in the hood, and if you live in the hood, you enlighten us all.
There's got to be an answer down there somewhere.
Oh, let's see. I wonder if Tom Gully will come here tonight. Oh, that's Lawrence. Something about work boots. Stolen work boots? I don't get the joke.
Ain't nobody gonna steal no work boots. I'll tell you what. Shoot. Work boots ain't gonna get stolen.
What? You're confused with
I was gonna
John
say the
Galt's-
hide bed couch because everybody just sits around drinking all day long on it anyways, 24/7. It's just got a constant
You know
rotation.
what? All I have to say is I this weird like concept in the John Galt universe, what the hood is, what it means, and to be hood. I have all kinds of criticisms, and when I start doing it, people get offended. You
No, I
can
do
be
too.
in
But
the
I gotta
hood.
say that he does live it. He is living it. And
Oh, I don't
it
give a
is
shit
unique
about.
experience,
Well,
and that's
see, the
fucking awesome,
problem is I don't give a shit how he lives. I'm
Sure.
not DEI that way. I'm not going to give him special dispensation that he is wise because he lives in the hood. It's a choice. He doesn't have to. That's the thing. He can afford to live anywhere he wants practically. He chooses to live in the hood. And I'm sorry, if you choose to live in the hood, I'm not going to give you special, like any sort of credibility because you do it. You don't have to. I give credibility to the people who don't have the choice.
Yeah.
So
I can see
that's
that.
why I don't get impressed by John Galt, Mr. Hood. He wants to do it.
Yeah. Could definitely apply that to really all of society in general. That
Yeah,
we do what we want.
If you choose your president, you live with your president. If you choose to live in the hood, like fucking being surprised that someone's shooting off rounds in your like that's a surprise.
or shooting rounds in their arm. Who knows? I mean,
he was talking about oh shit, there were people lighting off rounds in the alley behind me. I'm like, you live in the hood, what'd you expect?
That happens in North Idaho too, bro.
Yeah, well, I used to live up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, and people sighting in weapons and stuff like that. It sounded like a small war, like the weekend before a hunting season.
Yeah.
But what did you expect living up on the mountain? You expect dude, my brother-in-law, he wasn't my brother-in-law at the time. I just another neighbor of mine had given me, and I was like a city boy who I said, hey, I wonder what it's like living in the mountains. It was a whole lifestyle. I lived up there for damn near 20 years. I loved it. It was awesome. So a neighbor of mine gives me a 55-gallon drum because you know what? You have to haul your trash down. The paper trash you want to burn. You need a burn barrel.
Yeah.
So I go down. He was my drinking buddy / best friend at the time, future brother-in-law. So I go down there. I'm like, hey, you got a pickaxe I can borrow? It's like, what do you need a pickaxe for? Well, I need to put some holes at the bottom of this burn barrel our neighbor gave us. He's like, I got something better than a pickaxe. So he pulls out his 357, I think it was a 357 Ruger. It's like a 6-inch barrel, beautiful, beautiful revolver. Let's put some bullets in the bottom of it. So I go up there and, he and I probably half drunk. Yeah, we put like 5 holes in the bottom. So, and I was still fairly new at the time up there. I was like, any other place you live, at least I thought at the time, you fire off 5 rounds. The cops are going to be coming up. I'm still waiting on the cops. They it's like, letting off a round in the middle of the night is de rigueur. No, if you hurt somebody, call the cops, but we're not going to be everybody. Fuck. I once had a neighbor tell me, Stanley, you're the only motherfucker up here without a gun. I didn't go up. If I was going to visit somebody, I did my best to call them first because you don't just wander up on somebody's porch.
Yep.
It's like, it's fucking suicide.
Yeah, man.
Boy up so anyway, I'm talking about porches. Nothing's going to get stolen off my porch because you might, if I don't know you.
See what I do is I volunteer to be the neighborhood watch captain, and I let all the kids in the neighborhood know if anything comes missing around my house, I'm coming to you guys first. And they take care of me. And I take care of them.
I recommend if you grew up in the hood, go live up on the mountain. You'll be surprised at the similarities.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, Fred, salute. Good seeing you. What's the tooth ratio in the average trailer park? Why, that's a horrible question to ask.
It's 1 to 1.
Yeah.
They grab their toothbrush and say, I'm going to brush my tooth.
Oh, you know what? I've known people who lived in trailer parks. They're fine.
I lived in a trailer park for 3 years.
Yeah. You know what? Like any neighborhood, it is just a neighborhood. They're good and they're bad. Now, the overall sway may be interesting, but you know what? They're people.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just people trying to survive. It's not they, them, and the others. It's just us.
Well, Lawrence, where do you live? You live in the hood? So he says it's very peaceful and quiet where I live.
I'm hearing pops going off right now, and it's 10 till 2 a.m. and those ain't fireworks.
Yeah, well, oh, Lawrence, I didn't know you lived in Montana. Wow.
Nice.
That's nice.
Shit, I'm in North Idaho.
Yeah, okay, well, it should be peace and quiet there. If there's not, you have to worry. Probably because there's still like 8 feet of snow on the ground.
It's been dumping the past few days, bro. It's been pretty nice.
How was the skiing?
Epic. Seriously, dry snow this time of year. Like we used to get this snow used to come around Christmas time.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're getting it kind of late February into middle of March. The past 4 years, we've been riding knee-deep powder on the closing day in the middle of April and praying all winter long. Are we going to get the snowpack? We're going to be so low for the fire danger and stuff coming up. And then we get that last 2 or 3 feet of dump that we need kind of late March, early April. Man. Thing with snow is you just got to find a reason to love it.
I hate to tell you this. It's 60. Last I checked the temperature, it's 61 degrees. Like at 4 o'clock in the morning, it was 61 degrees, which is a little unusual for this time of the year. But welcome nonetheless. Because last week it was in the 30s at night.
Yeah, you'll be getting this storm that we're going through right now in a few days, and
yeah,
it's kind of amazing. When I was doing the hailstorm damage and stuff down there, oh man, this is years ago. Of course, my name is Fatty, right? Because I'm real skinny and I roll big joints. I run into this guy named Tiny at the bar, and he's like 7 foot, 400 pounds, right? He says, we used to go through this deal down here where all the farmers would pray for rain, for springtime. We'd get tornadoes. And we pray for it to be nice and cool because it's so hot during the summer that we pray for it to be cool, and we get hurricanes in the fall. And now the tornadoes and the hurricanes kind of come all at the same season. They've all combined. But he said one thing that really hit me was like, maybe farmers should just quit praying. Like that really, that one sentence made a huge impact in my whole chasing storms and profiting off of loss type of adventure, and like being an ordained minister at the time and all that stuff. But
well, talk to me, profiting off of loss. How about frame it as you're actually doing a service? Clearing the debris is a good thing.
Yeah, FEMA contracts are great. We'd go in right after the storms and clear the roads to where EMS and everybody could get in and start doing the searching. And then we'd clear back and we'd start pushing slabs and pushing houses out to the road and hauling houses to the dump. And, that's decent money.
You know what? Maybe, because I have a bunch of news stories and stuff. I would imagine going in after a disaster, there's some hidden dangers. Things like, there's got to be like hazardous materials. There's got to be, things.
Yeah, we're not
like
just taking everything to the dump though, too. We're going in and trying to find all the recyclables. And that's why you'll have cops posted up for looters, right? Because looters will come in and try to get all the hot water tanks, all the microwaves, anything that's got any copper in it, anything that's got any kind of, metal value to it for the scrap yards. And then you'll start looking at
have you ever come across anything like, say, like broken gas mains, things that could.
For sure. That, or when literally we'd go through and push the roads, then we just kick back and start clearing debris out of yards a little bit. And once we got the ROs on the lots, and the FEMA guys would come through and estimate what each lot is going to take for reclamation. It could be a full push where you put a D20 in the backyard and push the whole entire house to the road in like 2 pushes. And you're left with just a slab. Or a lot of times we're pulling the slab up. You know, and they don't have foundations. You're looking at like a thickened slab around the edge with no hurricane straps, no Simpson hardware, nothing holding the house down to the foundation, nothing holding the roof onto the house.
Oh,
so
wow.
like we do that and hit gas mains all the time. That's kind of a given that we're going to hit a gas main because it's coming up in the middle of the slab somewhere. That always sucked. That's a bad one. But for the most part, like family valuables and stuff like that were huge. And I always approached it like, you know, there's definitely an attic access above the master bedroom closet somewhere. And that's usually where your valuables are going to be, is in the master bedroom closets. You know, and just trying to peel apart the house like an onion before we just push the whole thing up to the road. Because literally all we're doing is taking logging trucks with a big grapple and putting it into a container.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The guy doesn't care. The guy in the back of the truck, he's grabbing as much as he can, putting it in his container, and getting as many loads as he can a day.
Right.
You know, so spending that extra 2 hours with the homeowner to where I could say, hey, I'm not really supposed to, but, you know, hey, here's a card. I'm not working for that company right now. I'm working for this company, but we also do the rebuild and getting in on the rebuild process of the whole entire neighborhoods and doing like in Joplin, we did the green certified 36 homes the first month. And then now there's like, there's over 2,000 or 3,000 of actual green certified homes with all new updated building codes and, you know, built for wind damage and built to sustain this type of stuff. I mean, it's so surprising to me how the building codes aren't universal.
Yeah.
International residential.
Well, but you can't. You know,
each county has to adopt that, right? So you could have one county and literally across the street, you know, you could be building under different types of and or no code, which we had a lot up here where you'd have like a mansion on the lake, a big, nice, you know, $20 million home next to a pig farm.
Well, let me ask you a question, though. I mean, isn't a universal building code kind of akin, and I know you don't mean a nationwide, but wouldn't that be kind of akin to regulation?
Oh, it's definitely regulation for sure. And
well, so, I mean, why, you know, let's just say you are, you know, a Donald Trump sycophant. You don't want, you know, you're totally against regulations. Having a universal or even like, you know, statewide building code. I can, you know, even as someone who's not a Trumpist, I can see problems with that. You know, Virginia is a good example. You know, I used to live in Norfolk.
Nice.
And I used to live up in the Blue Ridge Mountains in Warren County, Virginia. You don't need the same building code. They're two different.
Yeah,
you know,
grab a couple of pallets and a sheet of dang old plywood and dang old shoot. Tell you what, Bob's your uncle.
So, I mean, I guess there shouldn't be a universal building code. Is my point.
It's you know, for me, it's a hard line to walk because I totally agree that too much regulation is too much regulation. Right, too much government is too much government. But a well-regulated system is the best way to go. And we can't deregulate. All we see with that is the corporate greed takeover and the bad things that would be in that synergy, right? The growth, it happens naturally and then it gets turned and it bumps off the tree and now it's going that way. And it just keeps getting bigger. And when it comes to building code, it's like this. The guy that's got the pig farm is pissed off because the guy next to him with the mansion is jacking his rates up. His property value rates, his property taxes, all that stuff. But the mansion is looking out his window every day going, that goddamn guy, dang old pig farm man, tell you what. And it's the same person. Right? They're just scared of each other because of the tax money and the regulation that comes with it, you know, but it does give a very good universal way. I mean, I could relate this to Roe as well. It gives us a national standard. Department of Education, another great example, right? Where it's just a standard. It's a standard minimum that we want to see. Up here in the Northwest, we build with extra insulation. We foam around the windows. We make sure we're building a draft-free building envelope and got fresh air returns, so we're not creating mold situations in a confined, unventilated area. That's 100% the green standard. So we're actually above and beyond kind of the International Residential Building Code.
Right.
We're down the Midwest, Oklahoma City, down through Norman. There was nothing. I showed up at the monthly meeting when Janet Napolitano came into town. Here I am. So raise my hands. So what building code are we going to be building under? Moratorium on all new building. Boom. Straight up. No more building. We need to figure out the permitting. This happens after every big storm. Okay, it's not just I took the brunt. I knew I was going to be the guy that took the fall from asking that question. We got 40, 50 contractors ready to pour slabs tomorrow. No code, no nothing. Just draw it up and build it and go. Run, get it going, make that money. Moratorium on building is a bad thing. It stifles the economy. You got logistical operations. Logistics are huge in construction. But we have
I can imagine.
To have some sort of standard minimum where this type of stuff shouldn't happen. Standard small hurricane clips would take care of so much of this loss that we see, but we don't want the government in our shit, right? We don't want them telling us what to do. Totally understand that.
Until we do.
So like, do we want to have to call the government to come look at our thing that we want to build on our own property, on our sovereign property? We're not sovereign. Okay. To be a part of the social contract, we have to abide by some social contractual ideas, right? That one for all for one type of thing that we just don't have anymore. The focus has been on they, them, and the others, not us. And when that focus gets put off, and we see situations like we're looking at now, where North Carolina, we've seen fires, we've seen, more hailstorms, we've seen tornadoes here in the past 2 weeks. You see any of that on the national news? You see any cries for help, coming? You see any of these organizations like coming together to like help the community?
Well, you mean like FEMA?
Not just that, but like
I'm guessing we don't see stuff from North Carolina because Trump's in office.
Straight up. I didn't even know there was fires going on for like a week until after they were happening.
Well, I do want to say one thing about North Carolina, though. Right off of the coast, North Carolina is just like why they still exist is beyond me. And the reason being is if you've ever sailed up and down the East Coast, North Carolina, it's like they called it the ship's graveyard or something right off of Hatteras. There's just like all kinds of fucking ships because it's kind of weird. The Gulf Stream kind of curves to the right, and then it's kind of about where the North Atlantic meets, the South Atlantic. And then there's a place off of Florida, the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream curves up and then kind of hits the colder water, and the weather there, I've had to deal with it several times in my Navy life. I remember my first time underway. I was on a small minesweeper, and we were heading up to Newport, Rhode Island, our home port from Charleston. And we hit fucking right off of Hatteras. we got the shit beat out of us because we were a small ship. I mean, literally, that's when I knew that I don't get seasick. Like every fucking body was seasick. And, you know, in storms, you seal the ship off so it's more waterproof. So the whole fucking ship smelled like vomit. And I didn't vomit. Yeah, it's a Navy thing. And you know what? I knew I was Navy because I could smell vomit, and my ship is getting the shit beat out of it, and I am okay. It was so bad though that my captain said, "Uncle," and like, "Hey, we need to pull in to." We wound up in Naval Station, New York, which, believe it or not, is in Manhattan. So we had a couple nights liberty in Manhattan. It was awfully cool. But the reason was like, you know what? We only had like 100 people on the ship, and we were getting the shit beat out of us. And the better course of action is we need a couple nights. So anyway, and I do make short stories long. North Carolina is like the graveyard for ships. Like back in the day, you know, when there were like, it was just a couple pieces of wood, basically a raft that you were floating on to get one place or another. So that North Carolina gets bad weather is par for the course. That weather sucks.
Yeah, and it's right there where the north and south meet, and you got those shelves kind of coming out. And
Yep.
It's not like Coronado, where it's just nice and deep water. And if you get a storm, it's stormy, but otherwise it's pretty glass.
Well, it's funny. I had a choice of being a West Coast sailor, and my particular specialty in the Navy, there was Coronado and there was Newport, Rhode Island, and I might have chosen the wrong place. I chose Newport. I loved Rhode Island, and I wanted to. Hey, I liked my parents. I didn't want to have to travel across the country to visit.
Yeah,
and that's another thing.
Lake Pend Oreille is up here. We've got a 2,000 foot deep lake. It's got the Farragut.
2,000 feet. Holy shit.
Yeah, bro. It's amazing. It's where I got my sailboat up there in Bayview, but they've got the largest underwater sonar array where they test out miniature scale nuclear submarines up here in the lake.
Really?
So there's certain times of year we'll get the alert through.
There's in Idaho, there's actually like a nuclear, like Navy nuclear training facility, right?
Yep.
Is it A1W? There's a name for it where they train like the nuclear Navy up there.
Yeah, that's up here. Yeah, it's up here in Bayview. Farragut State Park, Farragut Naval Base. It was a Farragut Naval Base.
Wow.
And it was the recruitment center and basic training center for World War II up until kind of through late Korea era. And they would literally send the guys from Florida and down in the swamps up here to learn how to train in the snow. And then they would send all these snow dwellers down to the swamp until they realized that the snow dwellers were getting malaria, and these guys were bringing whatever they were bringing up here and like causing a huge, thing back in the day. But it's pretty badass that you can still snorkel around in a couple spots where they would do the dry runs with P-57s and come along the lake and do their strafe run and drop wooden bombs into the lake onto wooden boat targets.
I hadn't thought about that in decades. Okay.
Yeah. Super badass. Like we got the Farragut State Park kind of, is 30 to 40 foot water, but it's all old leftovers of the Missoula ice dams that were kind of north of Montana, like in the movie Ice Age, right? And all those big, humongous floods would come through here. And the sides of the mountains solid white granite are like just eroded. Like you could see where everything just rushed through, came up over this little slump and washed all that shit all the way down to the Columbia River. So everywhere from here, it's like north of here is all white basalt coming into black basalt, and then it's kind of shale and limestone. But those round boulders of white basalt or of white granite, you'll find from here all the way down to Portland, Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing looking at the wide view of the map and just kind of seeing how all that worked. And it's an old leftover volcano caldera. Basically, they got washed out with the floods, which is where I got my silver mines. And this area up here is kind of the original silver area of America. 1/3 of all silver dollars still to this day came out of North Idaho.
Okay, I definitely didn't know that.
Pretty weird, huh? Yeah, and you wouldn't notice it, but like you go out in the woods around up here, a lot of sinkholes, a lot of weird spots, a lot of pits that have sunken in and trenches that have sunken in that you can tell used to be an adit. We've got one adit up here, bro, that's got 35 miles. 35 miles, bro, of hand-dug tunnel. Pre-World War II.
A silver mine.
Yeah. All butted and buttressed up. The whole thing is all timbered up. You get into a couple spots where there's no timbers and you can kind of see the lay, but there's adits and mines all over the place up here from early to early 1800s to 1815, 1820. It's kind of when they started prospecting up here in like late 1800s. You're talking major silver production in three big hot spots that all turned into Superfund sites because they would burn the ore in open pits to get it to crack and do its thing to where they could smelt it in their chemical process they had with their sulfur flotation. And then they dump the sulfur right into the stream and just let it wash downstream, because that's how nature works, right?
Right.
So we went through a huge Superfund project when I was a kid of taking all the prairie dirt from Spokane, Washington, and hauling it over the pass and giving everybody in that whole Silver Valley new topsoil, tearing out 3 feet of topsoil out of all the lots and all the mountains, and taking that contaminated soil and burning it and doing different shit with it to where it would be reclaimed soil that's still dirty as hell, and putting it back into other spots. And how the government does it, but cool area. Very, a lot of history up here with like old strip clubs and like the old what they call those, the houses of the rising sun.
Oh, I know the song. I didn't. Well, I guess that name had to come from somewhere.
Silk Stocking Row is one of the biggest, most used road names for these little towns. Is Silk Stocking. That's where all the hookers' houses were.
Houses of ill repute.
There you go. Yep, that's the term. Yeah, it's all money when it comes down to it. That's kind of my theme in life, anyways. Is I've always been a follow the money type of guy, and being a Ross Perot guy too. That was kind of his thing. Is if you see corruption, follow the money.
Let me ask you a question. Speaking of Ross Perot, he was third party. I do, and you're younger than I am, so you'll think I was just kind of ignorant. He was an independent. What did he call his party? He wasn't a libertarian, was he?
No, I think I think it was just third party as far as I remember.
I'll have to go back and do research. And you know what? I was a teenager. But the reason I mention this is he seemed a lot less crazy than a Ron Paul.
Oh yeah.
And the reason I bring up Ron Paul is he was in the news. I have to go back because I'm gonna put it on the show at some point. But Ron Paul was Dr. Ron Paul, the the elder.
Oh yeah.
His son is even crazier.
Yeah. Yeah. Ross was pretty based.
He was interviewed. He was interviewed lately.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The Paul, and he's kind of trying to make a comeback, the younger Paul. And of course,
Rand's done.
Yeah, he's retired, got his money, but they're still corporate shills.
I mean his son is still in the Senate. Rand Paul was always a non-starter.
Yeah.
He's just weird.
Just a different type of corporate shill. They're all taking bribes, they're all taking money, they're all taking kickbacks, they're all getting lobbied around. So, but Ross was pretty cool. I mean, he was more about like you were saying earlier. We don't need a corporation type system to run the government. The government is not a for-profit situation.
Right.
Yes, it should be ran like a company, but it should be ran like a 501c, like a nonprofit. So that was kind of his big driving thing, is he had the knowledge of the business base, but didn't necessarily want to run it like a corporation. So it's kind of what stuck with me as a young kid in my first vote. But
let me address DiCapriono here. Back in the day, definitely before things like Quinine and the South of Florida, Georgia. Oh yeah, malaria was a thing.
Huge.
Louisiana.
Shit, smallpox was a thing up until about 60 years ago. And the measles.
Well, the measles is making a comeback for obvious reasons. Hey, Tom, I think you have an echo.
I have an echo.
At least when I talk.
Hear nothing.
Let me put it to you this way. It wasn't here before I let you up.
Is that an echo there?
No, not on your side. And I don't now either. So
hold on here. I'll fix it.
Yeah, that's better.
But anyway, DiCapriono, anywhere that there are mosquitoes, where it's warm, in the United States and other parts of the world. Yeah. And by the way, someone brought up, I forget who it was. Maybe it was Stank D, about sickle cell anemia, malaria being a strictly African American disease, or a quote black disease. Speaks to my complaints about people not actually knowing stuff. So
try taking a trip to Belize. They definitely recommend getting a malaria shot before you go. Anywhere in South America, they recommend it.
Well, not only that, but there are certain parts of Europe that are in that zone, especially North Africa too.
Yeah.
But places like Sicily, not Greece, it's a tropical people's disease. It just so happens that most of the people who live in the equatorial sort of places happen to be dark skinned, and that's for a reason too. Okay, Stank D, if I misquoted you, I thought it was you, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. My apologies.
It's just that you're wrong about so much stuff that it just seems like it would have been you.
The only good decision I've made is getting this Blue Yeti microphone. I'm happy with it.
It sounds great, Stanley. You sound like a Johnny Mathis.
You know what? If only I could be that handsome. God damn.
Johnny Mathis was an alternate on like the high jump for the Olympic team.
No shit.
Not surprising.
I'm going to do a show on Johnny Mathis coming up this week after my show on Lint.
You gotta now that did surprise me, Tom. I was like, "What Lent?" You got a bunch of good shows coming up.
Yeah.
By the way, Lenny Bruce,
Yeah.
Elvis Costello, yeah,
Yeah.
they all popped up in my algorithm, and I, of course, have clicked the notify.
Or George Foreman. That's tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that one. That's gonna make me sad. George Foreman was awesome. He's just a cuddly little I'll knock your ass out.
Man, those
But he was
boxers.
cuddly.
Those boxers don't. You know, none of them are like a 97-year-old Slugger McGee. I mean, he was 74, which is a good long life, of course. But man, none of them live a super long
Dude,
time.
It's a dangerous sport.
I couldn't imagine getting hit with a 25-pound canned ham coming at you at 60 miles an hour just once. I'd be done.
And that's just like, I mean, we just see him fight the fights.
Yeah.
We don't see him sparring every day for months on end.
Yeah.
And but George Foreman, man, when he hit you, yeah, look out.
Straight up.
Yeah, dents in the car sort of things to a non-metal head.
Yeah, I would have liked to seen that last Tyson fight go with a little smaller glove size.
I would have liked to see it without his leg hurt.
Yeah.
But they hype it. I'm still waiting for Logan to fight somebody that's
a real fighter,
not 100. That's not an MMA guy. That's not the one guy that he fought that's a professional fighter, his age, beat his ass, and he's not even that good of a fighter.
Yeah. You see old Conor McGregor in the Oval Office the other day?
I hate Conor McGregor so much. I
yeah, dude.
To watch him.
He made a nice little spectacle. Trump was freaking out, dude. I think he was thinking he was going to get punched.
Yeah.
Are
you having postpartum depression with your son being gone, Stanley?
Not this time. Motherfucker couldn't clean up after himself. So no, I'm just encouraging the pardon.
So you're loving your new microphone now. Are you on the table, or do you have it on a boom?
No, it's on the table. I'll graduate to a boom eventually because
you don't need a boom.
The other thing I'm determined to do now that this motherfucker can't keep his room straight is I'm just going to take up his room. I'm going to put a boom in there. He's got a nice desk that I bought him. And no, look, I love seeing him, but I did notice that, dude, I keep telling you to clean up after yourself. This is a continuation of a conversation that we've been having since you were a teenager. Daddy is not built to be your maid. And he promptly ignored it. And
yeah.
He's where he needs to be.
It's part of the enabler dynamic though, right?
No, you know what? It's part of look, I trained him to be like a man, but his future wife is gonna put a foot up his ass. Because I also hope put the notion in his head to marry a woman who is like not going to put up with your slobbish behavior.
Yeah, the rules, when I came back from college, the rules didn't change. I mean, now granted, there's 5 other kids there, but they're my dad. I could just hear him. It's like, who left these dishes here?
Oh shit!
That was me. Did we change all the rules because you went to school? I don't think we did. I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah,
memo.
Tom, I had to have a 5-minute conversation, and you know what? He's 18, going on 19 in June.
Yeah.
I don't want to have one-way conversations. I don't want to parent. I want to advise. But I'm like, dude, you know what? I literally told him, I asked him, are the dorms open during holidays? Because you might want to consider staying in those dorms, because the rules actually haven't changed here. And if you're going to be here, you're not going to just fucking, motherfucker, I can't get you. You put a dish in the sink and it can be scrubbed, fine. And the dishwasher's empty. Okay, there's certain things that have not changed, and you might do yourself a favor if you don't want to be fussed at. Stay in the dorms.
My dad would give me that talk now if I was at his house and didn't put a plate in the dishwasher.
Well, at least ask, at least check. It's like, hey, you know what? I privileged you by eating your food, putting the dish in the sink, and now I must retire to go check my text messages. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, that's
But it's okay. He will survive his first year of college, and he heard me, even though he pretends he didn't.
Oh yeah.
Only takes a second, for God's sake.
No, he know. I hope he knows me. And I also told him, you really know what happens if you piss me off. Just don't fucking come home. I will. My feelings will be hurt, but I'll get over it.
Are the dorms open there during the break?
Well, they got international students, so yes.
We had an international student dorm. It was just for the international students. All of them lived there. So our dorms were closed during the breaks, which was just
I asked
devastating.
him, and he said yes. He said yes. They're open. Now, this was spring break, but I don't know, like over Christmas or anything. He said yes, and I'm going to take him at his word. And I hope he'll come to his senses.
Do they require freshmen to live on campus?
I don't know. He was going to live on campus. I can't afford, Atlanta condo prices.
Yeah.
That's true. It's a little different. Muncie, Indiana, off campus is probably a little.
Or Athens, Georgia, back in the day.
Because off campus, particularly if you had roommates, was way cheaper than on campus. So I was an RA. I was.
I did some RA time.
And but at a certain point, I was like, this is just a little training wheels. I think I'm going to move off campus, and that's what I ended up doing. But that's a whole nother. The best thing about the dorms is all your meals were made.
Yeah, well, this is another thing that's changed. He has access to meal halls that are 24 hours. Back in my day,
Oh yeah.
oh fuck no. They were bankers hours and maybe open like 8 to like brunch hours on Sundays. Apparently, where he lives, shit, you don't even have to pay for the washing machines in the basement of the dorm are free.
What?
Yeah. I used to have to keep a roll of quarters. I'm like, what the fuck?
I never.
They are babying these children.
I'd find an off-campus
free laundry.
I'd find an off-campus friend.
Oh, I went down there, Uncle Fatty. Oh, it was clean. It was not like, caked Tide powder on the washers. It was pristine.
The dryer rocking back and forth,
exactly, like melted plastic, in the drum.
Yeah. Yeah. I looked at Ball State at the dorm rooms now, and I posted a picture. I could probably find it here, put it back to but we had, our floors were linoleum. We had, cement block walls that were painted with some sort of industrial World War II paint. We had a desk,
probably lead,
a chair, a crappy light, and that was it. There was, and a twin bed that I'm sure was involved in 9 or 10, murders. And it didn't have box spring. It had those springs that were in the frame, those springs attached to the inside of the frame. And I'm 6'5", and my head and my feet went off the ends of it. And I saw the new ones. Oh my God. It's like, I didn't know that,
That's where all that DEI subsidence money goes to,
Jeez Louise, man. It was like, I don't know. It's just super upscale now. And they also share bathrooms, like they'll be what they call, they're called suites now. And they share like 2 rooms will share a bathroom with 2 toilets and 2 sink, all that stuff. It's not like when I was there where you walked into this big long room with 25 sinks and then past that into 25 showers with 10 or 12 stalls on each side.
Well, my son's dorm, there were dorms at Georgia. There were more like co-ed dorms are a little bit different. There was a virgin vault and there was Russell Hall, 8 stories of all boys and 8 stories of all girls. But there were also co-ed dorms that generally freshmen and even sophomores couldn't get into, that were more like my son's dorms. My son's dorm is 4 stories. Dude, I would live there, except that dorm room is so fucking small. But 4 stories, alternate, first floor girls, alternate on the way up. And dude, I'm like, God damn, I should have gone to Georgia Tech, because I'm going to use a word that I have not used in quite some time, Tom and Uncle Fatty. It's sumptuous. It's like fucking warm.
You're going to say bourgeois.
They're pretty little engineer girls who are smart.
Yeah.
I've met some of the parents. You shake the parents' hands. It's like all chummy. Motherfucker, it is literally within like easy walking distance of the football stadium. This is the goddamn lap of luxury.
Yeah. 24-hour commissary is the shit, though.
Oh my! You know what?
You buy all the time. I'd roll in at like 11:30 at night. Let's go to the commissary, kids. What's up? Get whatever you want, custom made.
Oh, and even better yet, you can literally, within a reasonable walking distance for an 18-year-old, be in Midtown Atlanta.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. I'm making jokes about it, but my son earned his way into it. Motherfucker, I raised him. From scratch, literally from scratch, and this motherfucker is there. I'm only going to complain so much. I didn't put him there. I didn't take his tests. I encouraged him. And there's a certain ratio of proudness I'm going to claim.
For sure.
Georgia Tech's not very far from the Techwood campus for Turner Entertainment.
Oh, yeah. It's literally the other end of the campus from my son's dorm is right where, TBS is there, right?
Yeah, it's sort of the northern side, I guess it would be.
Yeah, it surprised me. I didn't know that.
It's just across 10th Street there.
Mm-hmm.
And the Techwood campus just looks like a big mansion from the outside of it. Doesn't look like a big technical facility. The backside's a little different.
Right.
Giant satellites and dishes and things, and broadcasting. But yeah, it's very close there. So,
well, I wanna give like 2 more minutes of motherfucker. I did this alone. And I had help, my family and my wife's family. But the reason I want to bring this up is this despair, I have a body in my basement and my job is to scrape it up. And this is how Black people are. And you're not a real Black person if you don't live in the hood. Bullshit. Motherfucker. I know better. And I just want to make this point. And I do have a story that I'm glad both you, Uncle Fatty, and Tom are here. For an article I'm going to bring up. And I hope I have a unique take on it, but I probably don't. But I know I sound ridiculous, but I just want folks to know you don't have to live in the hood if you choose not to. Especially if you are a landlord and your name is John Galt. You don't fucking have to live in the hood. You shouldn't feel you should not feel obligated to live in the hood if you were never brought up there. And even if you left the hood, you left the hood for a reason. If you feel the urge to give back, awesome. You should do that. Yeah. People should donate and help. But if you don't, you're still Black. This bullshit about who you marry, how you live is literally far right. I want to keep I'm gonna be blunt about it. Black MAGA is Stephen from Django. You have to live this way because the white man wants you to live that way. Forgive me, panelists. It's 2025. The white man does not care how you live. Just be successful and don't be a burden. Fucking be successful and everything is okay.
I would agree. I would also say, though, that there's a big faction of white folks that really don't want to see anybody else succeed.
But you know what though? Back in the day, black people used to have to care. We don't
Sure.
so much these days.
Yeah. I mean, I've
We
run
have
into more
we have
ladies.
freedom. We have freedom of train tracks and interstates. We get to move away.
Complacency kills. It's kind of like the deal with democracy dying with applause.
Well, I don't want to say it's complacency as much as maybe you don't know. I
Sure.
mean, you kind of have to know you're free to be free. It's kind of like you see, and this is a horrible comparison, but you raised a seal, rescued little baby seal because he was sick or dying. So you take him back, you nurse him back to health. You take him to the shore, and there's a few minutes where that seal goes, "Well, hey, I'm used to seeing you. Am I free to go?" And eventually that seal might have to take a couple pushes on his little butt, but yeah, he's free. Now, you will worry about that seal. You will worry about that child. Horrible analogy, as I said, but
Not necessarily,
they've
though,
got
man.
to
That's straight
they've
up.
got to know that they are now free to make their own decisions, and you pray. With the seal, it's natural instincts. You pray. With a child, you raise that child. So you get black people are not enslaved even by other black people. This bullshit about authentic black, and if you marry, and I've gotten it, which is why I'm griping about it. Um, I married a white woman. I didn't marry her because she was white. I married her
Right.
because it was magic.
Yeah.
And I have never been happier. It was kind of a pinnacle of, not a horrible life. I was okay. I was even okay not, I guess I was gonna be like an like a Sherlock Holmes, I'll just solve mysteries till, whenever. And she was a sea change. I cannot imagine my life without her.
Yeah.
I'm not out running the streets in Atlanta because there's no woman that is readily available who could even be her equal. So this ghetto bullshit about who's real black, and it's bullshit, and many people should know this. Hearing ghetto tales from the hood is funny, but my
All
life.
women act this way because I had this one experience this one time.
Well, no, I'm sure, there are many experiences of scraping dead people up off the floor, but if you choose to have that profession, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, man.
Make sure you have decent, like, there are
Personal
whole
perspective of
movies about cleaners,
it.
you know, people who clean up dead bodies. There's a whole profession behind it.
This is John Wick. Yeah.
Yeah, we did that for about 3 jobs. The third one was a self-deletion.
Here's an example of John is the leader of the Blats.
I thought that was
y'all
Be Real.
can't even spell black right. So you spell it a very be brave specific. So he is the leader of the Blats, but blat is something like a piss balloon thrown against a wall. It makes the sound blat.
Yeah.
I thought Blatz was a beer.
Well, that too. You threw
I thought
that
it was
against the wall because it was so horrible
Smack
tasting.
Chin. Yeah, that
Boondocks were canceled, but the spirit of Ruckus is everlasting. Dude, I have been rewatching the Boondocks, and it does not hold up as far as human. And did I say human? I meant as far as funny. Um, I didn't watch the Boondocks first time around, but the funny thing about cartoons like that, and Aaron Magruder is brilliant, but there's a reason after the cartoon series ended, it's never been revived. It wasn't that funny. It literally, if the Boondocks did not last as long as The Simpsons or South Park, because it was not that funny. It depended on stereotypes and couldn't evolve past it. And it would be the Boondocks was not profound. It was topical, it was funny within limits, it was not profound. And motherfuckers, Ruckus, Archie Bunker, way back in the 70s, or even a George Jefferson.
Yeah, man.
They were funnier Ruckuses. So this bullshit about the Boondocks, and I have to reemphasize this point, sorry. It wasn't funny beyond certain limits. It was limited by the racial stereotypes. And for folks who think it's profound, it wasn't.
No, if they could have stayed more topical on a bi-weekly, including the local news and stuff.
Well, the Boondocks, it was just all stereotypes.
Yeah.
You can only take stereotypes so far because they only go so far.
I mean, Mark Lawrence isn't on TV anymore either. That that was.
And I don't understand why folks think after like the first season, it got old. And this is me. I never watched the original. I literally just in the past maybe year watched the first season. Okay. It's not that funny. It is cute. It'll make you chuckle, maybe even laugh out loud, but it starts repeating the stereotypes.
It's about as hard for me to watch as watching Mr. Levin. I mean, it just seemed like a prescription rather than an antidote.
Right. Hey, Kelvin, how you doing? Ruckus in the Boondocks was hilarious. Yes, until he wasn't.
Right.
He was not funny. It gets predictable. Uncle Toms are predictable. They always react the same way. They don't ever come up with anything new. And quite frankly, there are people in the John Galt space that are less funny than Uncle Ruckus, to be honest. So, Tom, what you got up here?
This is a Ball State dorm room from when I attended.
Oh, motherfucker, that's luxurious.
Yeah.
Is it?
That's, oh my God. Compared to my son's dorm room, there is sunshine. There is sunshine. Oh, come on now.
Check out the cinder
I was
block.
going to go. Is that you in an Italian hostel?
No, that's
writing the great American novel?
The cinder block walls, that World War II era lamp, the fastened to the wall bookshelf. There's the twin beds. Someone's put curtains on them apparently, and then if you see,
you had curtains.
No, the
on the bed.
curtains on the bed, yeah. But if you look over,
well, I'm looking at the windows. What are
if you
those?
look just under the windows to the far left, you see a little what looks like a door there, and that door was where you had access to a little valve. The entire Ball State campus was heated with steam, radiator heat.
Oh, yeah.
So that's where you would turn your heat on, and because it's right there by the windows and it's in Indiana, you could guarantee when you got back from winter break there'd be at least a half an inch of frost on the inside of those windows.
Oh, yeah.
And also that the temperature inside the dorm would be about 100 degrees because everybody left their heat on and nobody came in or out. So
it's like a sweat lodge.
The chair that's sitting there might look comfortable, but the springs on that bottom half went out about 20 years earlier. You went to the floor if you sat down on that thing.
Postmodern contemporary is making a comeback, you know.
Yeah, I know it.
But Tom, look above. There is a bookshelf.
It is.
Luxury.
There is a bookshelf, and then that light above that little medicine cabinet. There was like 2 shelves in that medicine cabinet. If you were lucky.
How much radiation did that light put off?
Not that much.
It's a sun lamp.
I think that light was used mostly for dudes popping zits.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
18-year-olds taking care of that. But I remember when I got the first, it was a week or 2 weeks before school started, the varsity athletes got there, and we all had to stay in a different dorm, but the rooms were the exact same. And I remember laying down on that bed, and like I said, my feet and my head went off. I learned to, fetal position sleep from that lovely bed.
Really?
Yeah. And people built those lofts. Remember those?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, they're like pre-made in my son's dorm room. There's a loft like de rigueur. Now, I don't know about the girls' dorms, but the guys' dorms, yeah. I was kind of surprised. Back in my day, you had to buy like a loft kit.
That's fancy.
Yeah.
I remember one year my roommate said he had lofts, and I had a 1972 Vega GT wagon, and it limped us back to Indianapolis, and we went and got his lofts and strapped them to the top, and he, God, I'll never forget this. He told me I'll put these up because I had a game. It was against Ohio State. I'll never forget this. And so went and played the game. Usually right after the game, we might have retired to someone's off-campus apartment and had a few libations. And that wasn't even the party. That was just the after the game hour or two of cooling down or whatever we were doing. And I went back to my dorm room feeling no pain. He had neglected to mention that he did not nail, because you took the feet off of those beds to put the frames on top of the loft. He did not tell me that he hadn't fastened the frame down to the bed. So I crawled my 6'5" ass up into that loft. Underneath the loft, he had a table. He was such a cheapskate that he had a bucket of pool balls that he would go and play pool for free rather than having to pay the 5 cents a minute or whatever it was.
Great idea.
To play him in the dorm there on the lounge floor. And so I got up there and laid down, and about 30 seconds later I wake up on the floor, ass over tea kettle, with pool balls bouncing around me. I'm just like all these pool balls bouncing. Yeah, it was fabulous. Absolutely.
Well, it's like a weird form of Captain Kangaroo. I was talking about ping pong balls falling on you.
By the way, those pool balls will bounce a long time on the cement linoleum floor. There's no way to tell how long I was out. Could have been an hour. I don't know. But
you know what? I have to. What are pool balls made of? Is that a potential topic?
Oh God, is anything not a potential topic on my show? I don't know. Let's find out, shall we?
What the hell are pool balls made of?
Let's see here.
How do they become
phenolic resin or polyester resin, which are both types of thermosetting plastic, resistant to heat, impact chemicals.
They used to be made of ivory, though, right?
I think so, but yeah, and then. So then later that night, we had the actual soccer team party. And I got to the party, and I had this giant, cut/bruise on my forehead. And one of my teammates remarked, "Man, you really got dinged up." And I said, "That wasn't from the game, dude. That was from my roommate." And I remember this guy was he was an okay guy, but he was real skeevy about everything. And I remember the next time I saw him, because he had an off-campus girlfriend. It was probably a couple days later. And he would just come into the room for a little while, get some things together, and leave again. And I'm like, yeah, thanks for nailing those down. Appreciate that. He was laughing. He thought it was quite funny. Quite funny.
Oh, wow. Well, what was your reaction? You didn't quite get into that. Did you beat his ass?
No. I was an athlete. It was just another,
Now, see, let me channel John Galt. If you had been a Negro, you would have beat his ass.
I didn't want to beat anybody's ass. If you were
big scars, bro.
If you were in a team opposite mine in a soccer match, I would want to turf you pretty bad. And if you cheap shotted me, you were definitely getting injured. I mean, it's like your season's over because I'm going to break your ankle or something. But in general,
I need it back.
Wait for your plant foot and then pop. But otherwise, I don't want to hurt anybody. I've never hit anybody in my life. Didn't hit me first.
Just yell, keeper. Everything's fine.
But with him, it was just And to be honest with you, even I thought it was kind of funny.
Oh yeah.
But I just ended up nailing him down myself, and because getting a girl.
I want to segue into this news story, and I think Tom, you were here when it first came up, maybe during John's morning show on Friday. And I said I have a unique take on this. And now I'm going to fess that I'm going to try and make a short of this to put on my channel. And if it works, fine. If it doesn't, fine. But I think this is an odd argument for knowing American history. So just bear with me. I'm going to try and be a director on this. But it worries me.
I can tell you right now, the guy on the left, he seems kind of, you know what I mean? His body position.
He looks like Dan Quayle.
He's kind of like, I don't know if we should do this one here now. You know what I mean?
No, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't get that impression.
Well, yeah, show it.
I think he's looking down at the script.
And then I'll tell you, I'll give you the skinny on television news anchors.
Okay.
Unless you want it right now. It doesn't take very long.
The skinny? Or you want...
Well, okay, so here's the deal. Some television news anchors are super smart and they know everything. I mean, they're very switched on. But some of them are just, they're Ron Burgundy. They just read the teleprompter. I worked at WTTV4, which was an independent station in Indianapolis, kind of a famous one at the time, but there was a particular news anchor there that I was stunned at how little he knew. I mean, I was absolutely stunned. I'm like, I never said it to him, but I was like, man, you're really just reading that stuff, aren't you? You know, 1 inch.
Like a Ted Baxter.
And you can tell during breaking news. And this station didn't really have reporters and things too much. They weren't a big news operation. They were an independent station. They showed cartoons and movies and syndicated programming, things like that. A network would have a lot of reporters and stuff. But you watch, and during breaking news these days, that's when you really tell, who knows their stuff. A radio news anchor, very different, that you have to know things. There's no requirement that you look pretty. A lot of these guys are on the air are picked for photogenic reasons, and girls. But there's things that, we had news partners at KRLD that were TV stations. And so therefore you sometimes picked up their coverage. Sometimes you just watched them at home because you were interested. And you'd see, say, a fire had started, a semi hit an abutment underneath one of the big highways, and a huge fire breaks out that engulfs the level above it and everything else. And the news anchor's like, well, there's some sort of police there that have responded to cordon things off. And you're going, you don't know which police department that is just by looking at what they're wearing? Are you kidding me? We're not certain if that's the state police, the county sheriff, or the local metro. You can't tell you've been a news anchor for 10 years in this city, and you can't tell that the dark outfit is the city police. Forget jurisdiction. Just by what they're wearing and stuff like that, just make you go crazy. So I don't expect too much usually. But, some of them, and we found out during 9/11, we find out during a shooting incident, we find out any live news, you really can tell. Because some of those people really do know their stuff.
For sure.
And but some of them, particularly, and if you get down into the reporters, oh boy, don't even get me started there, because they're just, yeah. Anyway, sorry. I was just, you just never know.
Well, I actually have two people in the chats that I'd like their takes as well. But let's go ahead and roll this.
Racially profiled at the ages of 9 and 10. That's what two Chicago mothers say happened to their daughters while shopping in Chinatown.
Our Suzanne Lemagneau has been listening to their story and the lessons learned from the scary moments these two young girls say they endured.
For 10-year-old Malin Hall and 9-year-old Addison Willett, a trip to Chinatown is a monthly fun-filled experience.
My dad, my mom, my grandma, everybody has bought something from that store. My dad even bought a hat and a boat from there.
But a recent visit to that store, AJ Housewares and Gifts, on January 2nd, left the girls feeling anything but joy.
They started like following us around the store. And
Then an employee accused Malin of shoplifting a keychain.
I had like picked up one that I really liked, but then I put it back because I didn't really want it anymore. And I had just put it on like a random shelf because I didn't know where to put it. She was like, empty your pockets out, empty your pockets out. And then I showed her multiple times because I had wore one of my mini bags that day. So I showed her inside my purse, I showed her inside my pockets.
Wale was also asked by the store employee to empty her pockets.
She put her hand on Madeleine's back, and then it looked like she was guiding out the store on the cameras, but she actually was pushing her.
Trying to push her out?
Yeah, but she did. She had pushed me, and then she closed the door and locked it. But also when we were getting, like, they made us empty out our pockets and stuff.
How did that make you feel?
It made us feel really like sad and just like we weren't like we didn't matter in that moment type of stuff, because we are human too. And I feel like they didn't think, they just thought of our skin colors. It wasn't anybody in there that was the same color as me.
And that's why you feel you were singled out. Wale's mother, Ashley Fuller, was right outside the store when the girls left, sobbing uncontrollably.
I thought someone hit them, or I just didn't understand what was going on. After I figured out what happened, I contacted the police.
A report was filed for simple battery. No arrest was made. Soon after, Malin's mother arrived.
The bigger picture is that they was racially profiled. They was discriminated against. You placed your hands on my child. That is the bigger issue.
Both mothers reached out to 11th Ward Alderwoman Nicole Lee.
My heart just sank that it happened to them at all. And, you know, my immediate reaction was, what can we do to address this?
Lee says she wants to work with other community leaders to create a training program for business owners to stop racial profiling.
There's no place for that in the 11th Ward or anywhere in the city of Chicago. And we want to make sure that people are educated about that.
Lee says as for AJ Housewares and Gifts,
I think they acknowledge the mistake that they made at the end of the day. And I think they feel badly that this was the experience that they had. And they're keen on participating in the training.
The store echoed that sentiment in this statement. We deeply regret the harm caused by this incident. We take full responsibility. We will do better. Alderwoman Lee wanted to right a wrong and show the girls they did matter and that Chinatown cares about them.
I cannot wait.
Lee had the girls at the helm of the 11th Ward float at the Lunar New Year Parade in Chinatown.
That was amazing. It was really fun.
Both Hall and Wale say this is a teachable moment for business owners, and something good can come out of what they've endured.
Nice to know that somebody is going to make a program for business owners to not profile people. I feel like now I'm protected, and I feel like justice has been served for us and other people that have went through the same thing. And I really hope this never happens again, because this is a horrifying experience.
Suzanne Lemonnier, CBS News, Chicago.
Well, I have to say, bullshit. Didn't these little girls, and quite frankly, didn't their... I have some problems with I hope they do a deeper dive into how this happened. Didn't these two little girls learn that there was racial profiling in America for like 100 years before they were born? Why were they not prepared for this? Why would they cry? Why did their parents not prepare them for this? You're in Chinatown. Don't be surprised, little girls, if, and God damn it, why weren't their mothers in the shop with them? You don't fucking send your kids into a place like that if you suspect something like this might happen, my analysis, poor parenting on several different layers.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous in that the news, and you know me, I'm okay with the news media. I don't think they create stories, but this is one of those times I'm like, this is manufactured.
Appeal to emotion.
Well, it's worse than that. Appeal to stupidity.
Oh yeah. And ignorance.
There
and
are
just,
there are about 100 questions I
Yeah.
would be asking those mothers, and I won't even go into the more prickly parts of what I would ask, but you don't take your kids to Chinatown and send them into a store. You go with your kids into a store. You always be with your kids. What the F?
drop them off like it's daycare. See you in a few hours, kids.
It became a story.
Oh, that can't happen. Not in Chinatown. Not in any town.
Disappear in 5 seconds.
Became a story.
Tom, go ahead.
It became a story when the alderman got involved.
Yeah.
You know
if the
what?
alderman wasn't
And
involved,
that
then
alderman,
this doesn't make us
alderwoman.
Yeah.
True.
Alder person.
All I have to say is bad shows CBS News for following this up. I don't understand whether this is
Kind of
some
a feel-good fluff
campaign
piece, though.
to.
They got that feel good at the end, and everybody becomes unified.
Well,
and
that's part of the
everybody learns
problem. It's a feel good at the end. So hopefully, you get my point. I've been to Chinatown in DC, loved every minute of it, but my son and I and my wife, you don't let your kids go into a store unaccompanied. Of course, these kids are gonna touch stuff. Where was the parent to tell them, don't touch that? What? It is so beyond the pale that you would allow two girls under, like prepubescent girls going into a shop are going to touch things. Where is the parenting? It's bullshit. And I am so annoyed at this ghetto mentality. And I use ghetto kind of loosely, but like that shop owner does not, I don't think she was racially profiling as much as they're two little girls unaccompanied and they're going to touch things.
Some of these
this is why the racial profiling gets so diluted. Diluted and diluted.
Sometimes
it's a horrible story. It's a horrible presentation of what happened, and there are not enough questions asked.
Sometimes an independent retailer, I'm not profiling here, will be overly concerned about shoplifting in their store, regardless of who's in there. I remember when I was a teenager, was at a Ben Franklin store, and it was me, and I will admit, it was me and a couple friends, and we were in there screwing around. Now, I was going to buy some records.
Well, you're going to have to help me out before you conclude this story. Connect the dots, because I don't see them.
The dots are that I was stopped and asked to show everything on my person.
Or you were like a prepubescent girl?
I was about 11 years old, and was asked to stop and show all my stuff by the in-store security guy. And of course, we didn't have anything, but we were in there just screwing around. So the guy came over and just
If there was a supposedly a parent outside the door, so connect those dots.
Yeah, we didn't
The
have a
news
parent.
story says there was a mother or two outside that door. Why would your parents ever send you inside there? Look, um, whether we want to accept it or not, sending two little black girls, and they're cute little girls, they don't look like, hood chicks, into a store. You never send kids into like a trinket store. Of course, no. That is irresponsible parenting. Those women were with. I would drift into a John Galt version of anti-blackness rather easily. But what I'm going to say is that bad parenting. Responsible parents don't send their little girls inside of a trinket store. And of course, the salesperson there probably, maybe she was the owner, maybe she was an employee. But if she was an employee, you don't want those little girls handling your stuff. And of course, you're going to follow them. It does not seem unreasonable. I don't see the racial profiling. It's little girl profiling. Kids are horrible about taking shit and going, it's mine. That's what kids do.
Everybody's got that story. Doesn't everybody that when they were 6 or 4, they picked up a piece of gum and walked out of the store with it because they didn't understand the concept of paying for stuff, and your parents took you in, made you apologize, did the whole thing. But the other thing about the story is the girl said that she picked it up and then put it on another shelf elsewhere in the store, which indicates someone saw her get it, and then now they're leaving the store or whatever, and it hasn't been paid for. They may not have seen her put it back on a shelf it doesn't belong on or whatever. I don't.
Well, let me let me give you a counterpoint. And I struggled all goddamn week. Motherfucker, clean up after yourself. If you found it one place, put it back where you found it. God damn it!
Yeah, but they'd have seen her put it. They'd have seen her put it back.
It's poor parenting. If you found it here, put it back here. Don't put it somewhere else. Because or if I'm your sales lady, will have to work harder to
restock the shelf.
Ill-bred kids.
What's that whole George Carlin bit? If you opened it, close it. If you emptied it, fill it.
If you find this baseball with the other baseballs, don't put it over with the footballs. Put the shit back. It's poor. I swear, Tom, it's poor parenting.
I originally thought it was maybe a scam where the girls were sent in there as a Ponzi, almost like like chicken pox.
These are little girls.
We used to send our kids into each other's homes to get chicken pox on purpose because we didn't know how to deal with it, type of thing, right?
So you think you want to draw this parallel? These two little gnome-looking girls on top of this, probably who knows what the parade is.
Mom's outside smoking.
I want to center this back to not analogies, but back to this story. You don't send two little black girls into a Chinatown trinket shop and don't think they're not going to touch shit.
I mean, Miss Hong's moving some shit after hours too, so it's not the best venue.
Little Chicago American girls, their parents should know better, or at least at a minimum, be able to predict what happens when black people are in Chinatown and you send two little girls into they're gonna touch stuff.
Or me and my brother.
I could just hear my old man going, "There's nothing but crap in there. Don't go in there. There's just nothing but."
Don't even bother going in there.
Exactly.
It's like
you're just buying junk.
It's like, girlie, don't go in there.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you gonna get? A couple, a little, like, you know what? Or
I'm sorry, I could just hear his voice.
That's actually, your father would have never allowed that shit.
You would have just. It's a waste of time. You're gonna throw that stuff away. We've thrown it away in an hour.
Exactly. What are you gonna get? A pet rock?
You got enough worthless crap. Well, don't go in there. We'll get you a tool or a pocket knife, something you can use. There's nothing but crap in there.
Yeah, there was no like fortune cookie or delicious food in this shop.
No.
What the fuck?
A chocolate covered beetle, maybe, if you're lucky.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, I'm definitely going to use this as a cut. I've never done film editing, but in all honesty, as thin a veil as it is, I really cute little girls that they had to go through this.
Yeah.
I'm simply not going to blame the innocent sales lady. Now, maybe how would you expect in the shops I've been in? She was probably under 20, the sales person.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a hiree or I'm a child in a shop. I think this is happening. This girl takes something from one place and puts it on another. There's training videos about how, people steal.
Mom
It's
was outside on the phone
confluence,
to
but
the
I'm
house
also going to
story.
say it's poor parenting. You don't allow your kids to be traumatized and go on the news. It looks manufactured. Tom, you made a point. Maybe it is just something to get, Chinatown in Chicago. I don't know where to go with this.
Well, in the big city, sometimes, of course, these are small family-owned businesses, and the salesperson might be a 60-year-old woman, that's working there because she's one of the owners.
Right.
DG says in Chinatown you can get the cheapest Arsenal jersey. DG, I live in Dallas.
DG lives in Germany. What does he know
we
about
go to
Chinatown?
the Hispanic flea market for the $7 Arsenal jersey. In fact, I have one here.
Hell yeah.
But look, on a slow news day, it's not like where I worked. It's 24. Well, not totally 24, but it's all news. That's all there is. News.
Yeah,
news,
but
news.
Tom.
But so the television stations, though, they've seen their hours decreased, and they are looking for the maximum, clicks or whatever else they can get in that short period of time. So a story like this was a produced story. This was not like a breaking news story. It happened that day story. This story had been kicking around there because they had to get the interview with the alderman. They had to wait for the parade. That story, if you look at the beginning of it, one of the objections I have is they went, the girl, her mother, and the grandmother, and they cut the picture for each of those, but the last picture wasn't the grandmother, it was another picture of the girl. But it was produced. They put some production time in this. So this was a planned, thought about sometimes they have what's called a kicker story, and you usually see it at the end of the news. I don't think this was one of those. The kicker story is, there's a new panda at the Chicago Zoo that knows a little something about how to travel across the ocean, and it whatever. And it's always, it's the squirrel riding the water skis. It's that kind of thing. And but this was a produced thing. So some
that is actually my point.
Yeah, a news director made the choice. Yeah,
pointing out a racial profiling, which in the end is a plank in the racism platform. Don't manufacture the shit. It will not come out good. Ultimately, don't invent racist behaviors or racism where it simply does not exist. That is my point. Those people weren't racist. And these girls, the other thing is, why don't they know that racial profiling existed? Why weren't they prepared even at their young ages? My mother used to tell me, you know what? We're going into a place. You stay near me. You don't touch anything. You better hear what I'm saying.
Yeah.
These two girls are not well parented. And the Chinese folks, the Chinatown folks, they reacted the way any shop owner would. It's your point about a produced story. This racism story, this feel good about, we have discovered that we were racist. It's manufactured and frankly just disgusting.
But it's okay in the end because everybody learned a great valuable lesson.
But see, the problem is they think it ends when they go cut. It's just contributing to a problem that hasn't ended in 240 years. This is not helping America. It is not warming our hearts. It is a bad story, and this kind of media stuff needs to stop.
Yeah.
I'll
bet your mom was on the cell phone to the producer before the door even swung shut on the bodega. Okay, they're in. Okay, I'll call you back in 15 when they get kicked out. As soon as
this kind of stuff gives grounding to Renato Manioni's bad take on the media. This is manufactured.
Well, it's at least a 3-week story.
The media is, people think it's left-leaning or whatever it is. It's none of that. It's laziness, and it's, they want clicks.
Oh, you want to say sloth. I never get to use that word.
It's that too, but they want clicks. And their budgets are being cut. The news doesn't get watched, and it doesn't. The news used to be the most profitable thing on a local news affiliate.
Oh yeah,
by far. Not by a little, by far. And now, it's like any other business. When you lower the salary of positions, you get less qualified people for those positions.
Yep.
And that's
interesting.
That's what's going on. That's what's going on. But the people that are quote unquote reporters now in the field, they're not really doing reporting. It's, hey, cameraman, go talk to that guy. And then an editor edits anything legitimate out of that clip, and the writer and editor writes a story around it, and they read it, and then they do what they call a stand-up from outside the front of the business, and it's we're going to go to Bill Schminkenson in the field, or more often than not, it's Louise Schminkenson, and she's like, You know, people in the Oak Cliff area of Dallas are getting more concerned about parking on the city streets. Boom. You go to package, they come back, and they have what they call happy talk. The anchor will ask them one question. Does there seem to be an answer to this problem, Louise? Well, the local Chamber of Commerce has addressed this and that's it. There's no reporting being done, you know, even if that story is, you know, it's been kicked around in some story meeting and somebody goes, yeah, go ahead and do that. People love stories about crappy parking because nobody can park. And it's what is going to inflame the public the most. That's a great news story. Oh, that's a great news. I think I've told you before, Stanley, the previous news director that I had at KRLD told me we need more car crashes, murders, and fires. And I'm like, well, short of me driving a car into a building and killing a few people and then catching the building on fire, I can't invent the news. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Man, what you got to say?
What's up, Stanley?
Oh, nothing much. I think I have taken my first clip with a couple guys I absolutely respect about a story I think is bullshit. And I'm proud. You know what? Let me also go. Everyone in the chat, please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Share the wealth with your friends and tell them never to tune in at 3 o'clock because Stanley might go wild and talk about things that
You going wild today,
well, you know
Stanley?
what? This is Tina Louise. I might go wild and remember that she was Ginger on Gilligan's Island.
I was
And why a 70-some-year-old would still color her hair red is beyond me. But there is a story beyond this. I also want to beg people to subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. I swear I will get better at video essays that are sometimes edgy, but rarely. And support the John Galt channel. Support your John Galt channel hosts, especially Portia. Portia works harder than any of us. Portia is the only reason this show exists. It was a theoretical thing that she, in her, like, let's take a long shot, Stanley. Maybe you won't piss a bunch of people off. You're an asshole, but you might be able to say something. Portia J. The Portia J. I would not be here talking to you if she did not. I want you to buy me Bud Light, but it's more important that we keep Portia J. She does, like, I'm not even kidding. Behind the scenes, she is all of our shows. If she goes, we all go. So you best be the Portia J that we all know is a tip of an iceberg. She is deep. She is all these shows. Apparently, we Negroes cannot be. Now, I'm going a weird way, but I'm going to make the joke. We Negroes can't be organized. We need Portia J to tell us, stand here, talk there. That is the kind of producer she is. You must contribute. You must make sure she's known to be appreciated by this audience.
You must
And
obey
I
the
will
voice
transition
of dead.
to, this is Tina Louise. And the headline kind of shocked me. And honestly, I did not know she was still around. Tina Louise escaped finally from Gilligan's Island. And I've not heard the article, but I like Marianne better. Okay, this is my one concession to pop culture. I'm a Marianne guy. I thought she was cuter and just more earthy. Who prefers Ginger? 1 for Marianne, 2 for Ginger, or 3 if you've never seen Gilligan's Island, and I suspect most of you
Stanley,
have not.
What about the millionaire?
Why are you
Marianne
sorry?
guy too.
Can you wait for me to finish, 12th man? Or are
Yes,
you
sir.
going to overtalk me? Which is it going to be? You can participate in the chat with 1, 2, or 3. 1 Marianne, 2 Ginger, 3 if you've never seen Gilligan's Island. 12th man, you can do that, right? So here's the article, and we'll talk after it's over.
Oh, I got
For Tina Louise, escape finally from Gilligan's Island. This article is by Abby Ellen and read by an automated voice. The green-eyed TV star with the beauty mark on her cheek shows up at a school on the Upper East Side of Manhattan every Wednesday. For an hour, Ms. Tina, as the students and teachers call her, devotes herself to a pair of 7-year-olds who are struggling with reading. They'll go through whatever books the teacher gives her, like All Aboard or How to Catch a Witch. When her time is up, she'll head home. None of the children will have any idea that Ginger from Gilligan's Island, in real life, the actress Tina Louise, just spent the best 60 minutes of her week with them. Ms. Louise does not like to talk about the television show that made her a household name. She has no desire to revisit the years between 1964 and 1967, when she was marooned with 6 oddballs and a trunk full of slinky sequin gowns. Through its run of 98 episodes, Gilligan's Island was a primetime success and became a Gen X touchstone in reruns. The question of Ginger or Mary Ann can still evoke passionate debate among men of a certain age. As for Ms. Louise, she can barely utter the name of the program, referring to it as GI or the series. It's not that she regrets it, although she and the cast never received residuals. I'm very grateful for all the things that have happened to me and the opportunities that I've had, she said in a recent conversation from her modest 1-bedroom apartment in Manhattan. She is the show's last living cast member, and she recently celebrated a birthday she'd prefer not to discuss. I'm 29, she said coyly. She still has the signature beauty that made her famous, now on display in jeans and a black t-shirt instead of fancy gowns. There were few signs that her apartment was the home of a TV icon. There were 3 paintings of her from her island days, and a glamorous shot at her wedding to the radio announcer and TV host Les Crane. They divorced in 1971, and he died in 2008. But the shelves were mainly lined with photos of her daughter, the novelist Caprice Crane, and twin grandchildren. She regularly receives fan mail, which she appreciates, and she's often recognized on the street. Still, she refuses to be defined by her Marilyn Monroe meets Lucille Ball meets Jessica Rabbit role. I'd like to be known for other things, she said. Those other things include a role in the 1958 drama God's Little Acre, for which she won a Golden Globe, a solo album, It's Time for Tina, in which she breathily sang classics like I'm in the Mood for Love and Embraceable You, studying with Lee Strasberg as a member of the Actors Studio, 5 Broadway plays including Fade Out, Fade In with Carol Burnett, which Ms. Louise left to join the series in 1964. Post-Gilligan, she appeared in the original The Stepford Wives in 1975 and later wrote 2 children's books. She also published a memoir, Sunday, in 1997. The audiobook version, which she read, came out in 2023. It is not a gossipy dish on life in Hollywood. She's not interested in that. You can write whatever you want about me when I'm dead, she said. Instead,
Sunday covers 3 very unhappy years a girl named Tina Blacker spent in the Ardsley Heights Country School and Camp for Girls, a boarding school in Ardsley, New York. The place seems Dickensian at best. When Tina is caught talking with a friend late at night, a teacher makes her stand alone in a dark bathroom with spiders crawling on the ceiling. Her closest friends may be the caterpillars she hides in a box beneath her bed. She recounts the time another student stabbed her in the wrist with a pencil, leaving a faint scar she still has. "We were just little angry girls that were put in this place, and nobody wanted to be there," she said. Her mother, Sylvia Horn, was 18 when Tina was born. Her father, Joseph Blacker, was 10 years older. By the time Tina was 4, her parents had divorced. Unable to care for her, her mother sent her to Ardsley. Sunday visiting day was the only bright spot, but her parents didn't always come. Once they arrived on the same day and a vicious fight ensued. Tina's loneliness was palpable. "I didn't have hugs," she said. "I didn't have loving situations." She left Ardsley at 9 and moved in with her father and his new wife. She was happy. It was her first real home, and she longed to stay there. But when Tina was 11, her mother, who by that time had married a wealthy doctor, the third of her 4 husbands, wanted her to live with them in their fancy townhouse on the Upper East Side. "It was like going from A Tree Grows in Brooklyn to Eloise at the Plaza," said Ms. Louise, adding that she had no memory of living with her mother before that point. Once she settled in, her mother had her call her father and tell him that it was best that they not get together anymore. Tina didn't see him again until God's Little Acre came out, by which time she was now Tina Louise, a starlet on the verge. She never forgave her father for not fighting for her. "I was mad at him because he didn't go to court," she said. She has a better understanding of her mother, whose own mother died when she was 3. "She didn't have the loving that she needed," she said. "She always needed a man to lean on." Her mother never wanted to talk about what happened to her at Ardsley. For years, Ms. Louise said, she felt as though she was gagged, but her time at Ardsley has also fueled her support for literacy and reading with children. In 1996, after seeing an article about a drop in students' ability to read, Ms. Louise joined Learning Leaders, a nonprofit that trained volunteers to tutor public school students throughout the 5 boroughs. For the next 2 decades, Ms. Louise diligently worked with students, encouraging them in a mellifluous voice. Some of the teachers were familiar with her pedigree, but the students weren't. Ms. Louise recalled the young boy who raised his hand when the teacher asked if anyone knew who she was. "She's the lady who talks to us and reads to us," he said. "I loved it, being anonymous, just being the person who read to the children," Ms. Louise said. "That was very important to me because nobody ever read to me." After the organization lost its funding a few years ago, Ms. Louise reached out to the principal of the school where she attended 7th and 8th grade to see if there was any way she could help on her own. Ms. Louise goes to the school rain or shine. "I love being in their presence for an hour. It's better than vitamins," she said. "I can't get back what I went through, but outside of being with my family, doing this is my special thing." Her work with the children also inspired her to write 2 books, When I Grow Up and What Does a Bee Do? The bee book came after a conversation with some students. I asked them, "Do you know what the bees do?" And everybody said, "Sting." And then I said, No, they don't. It's the wasp that stings. The honeybees don't do that. They feed us. They give us all these vegetables and fruits," she said. Unknowingly, Ms. Louise had drawn a link between her old and new lives. On an episode of Gilligan's Island, Ginger, Mary Ann, and Mrs. Howell formed a pop group called the Honeybees. Reminded of this, Ms. Louise was silent for a moment, then she giggled. "That's funny," she said. "I forgot about that."
And so we go.
Now, just so you know, she legendarily would not do anything because the Gilligan's Island show made several reunion movies after the show was over. And she was the only one from the cast, other than those who had passed away at various points, that would not appear in them under any circumstances, just would not do it. I actually interviewed, and 2 or 3 times I interviewed Mary Ann, Dawn Wells, and she was absolutely wonderful. Just wonderful. Yes, she was incredible to talk to.
So, Tom, I made the right choice.
You did, and well, I don't think there's anything wrong. I mean, you could.
Oh,
a lot of stars from television of that era were very resentful of being typecast. Even William Shatner, he couldn't get work for years and years because he was typecast as Captain Kirk. Oh yes, he was number one. He was living in his station wagon for quite a bit of time, and then
after the show,
yeah, he could not get work. And you got to remember, William Shatner was kind of a recognized dramatic actor. He was, Broadway and everything else, but he was typecast. He would appear at people's houses at parties for money and whatnot. But the woman who played Batgirl, one of the most
oh my God,
Yvonne
she was
DiCarlo,
gorgeous.
Yvonne Craig, sorry, she was.
Oh my Lord,
also just repellent as a person. I had her scheduled for an interview. Oh, I don't think she lasted 3 minutes with me on the air. I basically said, well, it's been nice talking to you. Bye. But Tina Louise, I think just didn't, like you mentioned, she had a Golden Globe for Godzilla Laker, and she probably was glad to get the series, but then being typecast like that, she just didn't want to go back there. Gilligan's Island, not exactly,
Well, I'm of your generation. I loved Gilligan's Island, the after school syndication. So I you know what? The reason I'm even talking about this story, I love what she's doing now. She's come out of, there are some things that, make me feel good. She's found purpose.
She's not in her 70s. She's like 90 something.
Yeah. So a good woman. She's not Mary Ann, but she was gorgeous. And I have to fuss at Mr. Rick. Transgender. Mr. Rick, Slick Rick, make that comment make sense, please. So we can move on. Uncle Fatty, any comments? Oh my Lord. So, I guess we transition into general conversation now. I do have some news stories, but they don't seem to matter.
Yeah, I mean, if you look, the people that were on Gilligan's Island never really did anything afterwards. Bob Denver, but Gilligan had a pretty huge role as Maynard T. Krebs on Dobie Gillis, and
seen that,
and did a lot of things. Alan Hale Jr., of course, his father was super famous, and then he was a pretty well-known actor himself beforehand, and then
wasn't he in what was the I want to say the Kane Mutiny, the one with Humphrey Bogart, Alan Hale. He was in a Navy movie, so
he might have been in one of the Mutiny on the Bounty adaptations. I can't remember. But he worked enough afterwards. He was in a Clint Eastwood movie. I think it was Hang 'em High, maybe, and played a blacksmith that they didn't want to convict him, so they let him go back to his ranch, and he tried to escape, and they just knew he wasn't going to abide by the rules, and he ended up, getting in trouble. But anyway, he was on Love Boat. You'd see him, some of these guys on Love Boat. Jim Backus had already done so much by that time, and he was the voice of Mr.
He was
Magoo.
in Rebel Without a Cause as the father.
He was the father in Rebel Without a Cause, and in many other things. He was a really great actor. and he had been the voice of Mr. Magoo and done a few things after that. But he was relatively late into his career. The woman who played Lovey was like a Shakespearean actress. I mean, she was a
No
really
way.
oh yes, she was a very finely trained actress. Russell Johnson, who played the professor, he did get some work after that, but he was always sort of a side character. He'd play the Secretary of State or something in a movie, but not big roles. And I think he ended up doing soap opera for a while. Yeah, those shows back then really typecast you. Really, really typecast you. Now, if you were in a Western, that wasn't bad because all the shows were Westerns. So who cares? You were still going to get a lot of work. But yeah, a lot, and many of them were somewhat resentful of it. I don't fault her for that at all. Not one bit. And by the way, the Stepford Wives was a huge film.
I remember.
And she was.
Remember watching it.
Yeah, she was.
I don't remember it.
Actually, did several things afterwards. So, and she was quite a popular television actress before and after Gilligan's Island. But I'm sure Gilligan's Island was not so much now, but for a long time was heavily syndicated. I mean, every town had Gilligan's Island in syndication into the late 80s, early 90s. And all the reunion movies as well.
Magoo. DiCapriono talking about Magoo.
Yeah, he was the voice of Mr. Magoo. There's Jim Backus had a hit with a song that it wasn't even really a song. It was just called Delicious. And all it was sort of this music bed. And you can find it on YouTube. And it's Jim Backus and some woman. And they're just sort of talking, do you like champagne? Delicious. And he just, it's delicious. And he just keeps doing that, and it's for two? Delicious. That's all it is.
You remember Charles Nelson Riley?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was also a voice that was always fascinating.
Well, don't get me started. I mean, this is right down my power alley here. If you remember Match Game, because
dude, Match Game.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord, I used to watch it every day. It was actually funny. Richard Dawson, Fannie Flagg. No, the one, they'd ask a question and they were kind of like, what's your best one-liner?
Yeah. And Brett Summers, who had been been married to Jack Klugman. And, there were various people that would appear on it, starlets and things of that nature. But those three people, Brett Summers and Charles Nelson Riley and Richard Dawson, the deal is they would shoot those and they would do them all in one day. So it took like 2 weeks to do a full 13 weeks of 2 or 3 weeks to do a whole run of that show. Of course, the opening today, McLean Stevens, so there's this is how sick I have so many box sets of old television programs. And Ed Robertson, who has a show called TV Confidential, he's the guy that wrote the book that I'm a huge part of the introduction and all that. He knows all this stuff better than I do. But on the box set, Brett Summers does all this kind of extra DVD extras, and she tells this great, it's not a story, she just outlines the fact that because of the way the show was shot, at lunchtime, which would happen usually right after Wednesday's show, because they would shoot 5 shows in a day, right? They would all get absolutely hammered. So she makes the point that if you wonder why the Thursday and Friday shows were so crazy, it's because we were all sauced so heavily that everything just went out of control. They were just, it was a different time, and they were just drinking. Deacon Dave, I don't drink, so I don't have any garage beer.
Lupin, Deacon Dave. Hey there. Two of my favorite dudes to hang out with. Hit the link, man. One of the both of you. So I don't know. I guess I am at this portion of the show where, unless I can come up with a better idea, this woman in the pink dress is cute, and the dude in this, I don't know. This is like a Parliament Funkadelic. He's half dressed, or Doctor Who. Could be kind of the same thing. Here's Deacon Dave. Oh, shit. Okay, Dave. Hey.
What up? What up? What up?
What you got to say?
Well, first of all, good morning, you three fine gentlemen. I know, what was that, Uncle Fatty, he stepped away, maybe he was taking a deuce or something. But yeah, I'm on my way to work, and
He's falling asleep.
I'm on my way to work, man. I'm just listening to you guys riff, man. You don't have to do nothing to entertain. Just the conversation's entertaining enough, man, you know?
You know what? I appreciate that, Dave, especially from you. You are a hard critic, so that you find this entertaining is actually kind of like, I'm glad, I am the king of boring. I just find weird, arcane, kind of like, I wish I were better at stream of conscious, sort of genius level bullshit, but I don't.
You don't realize that what you do is good enough, though. It's good enough. What happened to you guys this weekend? Nobody streamed, or I missed John's stream. I guess he had one over the weekend.
Oh no, he had actually had a couple of them.
I don't know how I missed it. I was out with the family all day. It's been a bunch of money, man.
Let me ask you a question. You were out with the family. How about just say you should have missed it? You had better things.
Man, that baby gave me so much life, bro. It's unreal, man. I don't care about nothing else, dude. It's just being the kid most of the time.
You don't know how much of a thrill I miss that feeling. Discovering a new person, training a new person is horrible as that sounds. You get to make a good person. And I kind of, my son came home this week. My father-in-law came down this week, and it's amazing. You're lucky. You're at the ground floor of raising a good man. So
I guess because I have to compact my time with raising him, because when you're younger, it's like you got, I don't know, you feel like you don't have time to do a lot of stuff, but like just appreciating every little moment of it. I think at 40 is different than 30. At 30 is different than 20.
I was 41 when my son was born.
Yeah, I was 42. I got you beat.
So let me, I have a diaper story. And luckily for my wife, um, you
Well,
know,
I'm gonna have to listen in the chat because I gotta go. I gotta get in there. But
all right.
yeah, I just wanted to
So
let you know, Stanley. You know, the conversations you and Tom have are very entertaining. And that thought did cross my mind, Tom. If you was my neighbor, I'd steal your fucking garage beer, dude. I really would. Just to get you going at Braves, that would be fun. That would be
He
real fun.
You know
Brave.
what? Here is my commitment. If Brave wants to come up and act like someone who's raised a child, or just be a normal human being, and oddities of life, news stories of life. I don't want to hear about his like theories of, well, his life obviously has been productive for him. He should not be fooled into thinking what he did growing up or becoming 70 is useful to anyone else. Offer it as advice, not like um like this is actually a way people can grow up. No one should grow up to be brave. That's not successful American being a man sort of life. Be brave is unique. He's not a standard. And that motherfucker doesn't understand that. We don't, no one should raise their kids to a be brave and think standard. He's an anomaly, not the usual.
He's admitted he can't handle my smoke, so he's not going to come around here.
So, Dave, you need to, again, appreciate you coming up. And you should, anytime you feel like coming up and like talking about whatever you want to talk about, you need to be, you're a standard bearer. Let me put it that way. We are always interested in what you have to say. And Lupin, hit the link, man. I haven't talked with you in a while. You always give me the compliment. I'm certainly not the voice of reason, but I try. So, and we can go into this video. The best thing about this video is Arlette is always just impeccably dressed. Just her husband's a lucky man. She has children. Her children are lucky children. She is just really, and it seems like an awesome person. So, oh, Fred, you never come up either. Please hit the link. And even a few minutes of your wisdom. So here we go.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Everything else you can work out.
Okay. Any deal breakers?
Cigarettes, no cigarettes.
Okay.
Someone that like to argue. I don't really like that.
All right.
So yeah.
Okay.
He's
We
about
did get
to
some
take
pop balloons.
shrapnel
Let's go
on
over
that
there, see why they
jacket.
ended up popping. Your name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Hi, I'm Shaylin and I'm 30. I popped because I hate your outfit.
Ooh.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. It seems so nice, but I cannot do it.
Okay. All right. So now she's someone that's your type?
I guess she's all right.
Thank you.
Let's go over here. Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Nashima, 33. It's the outfit.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't like the outfit.
Okay.
She's not exactly a fashion.
And now is she someone that's your type?
That's nice. I don't have nothing bad to say. They all nice.
Okay.
Thank
you. Thank you. Okay, over here, your name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
My name is Holly, and I'm 28. You know, when you first came around the corner, it's like he kind of looks like Doctor Strange, a little bit. Like, you know, a black version, obvious. It's just the red coat there. But I like your hair.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Same thing here.
Same thing. No
Same
real
thing, huh?
issues.
Okay.
Feet nice, everything. No issues.
Cool. Thank you. All right. Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
My name is Janelle. I'm 34. I just popped my balloon. Yeah, it's probably definitely the outfit. I don't know. It's giving whimsical. It's giving like fairy tale. Like it's giving like wizard.
I
You
forgot
know,
about
like
this
yeah,
little
no, it is.
short
Like I'm
girl
almost feeling
in
like
that
Harry Potter vibes.
orange dress.
But other than
I
that though,
think
like no,
she's the best of
honestly,
the
but
lot.
if that's what you were going for, then I think you nailed it.
I don't think nobody go for wizard.
I probably
No?
definitely
That's not what
don't
you were
think
going for.
that.
Like you want to like captivate us magically.
I don't know.
No?
She does it for me,
Oh,
Tom.
okay. So
I like
okay,
the
I'm
girl
so
on her
sorry, but
right.
yeah. Other than that, yeah.
Okay.
You know,
Other
but
than that.
I appreciate meeting you, Black King, and please be blessed. Thank you.
Is she someone that's your type?
I also like jean
Sit
jacket
down, it's
girl.
cool. Yeah, we're good. Everything good.
Thank you. Your name
No,
and age, and why
I
did you end
just
up
like
popping your
that
balloon?
little
Stephanie, 39.
orange dress.
I
Yeah,
just at the end
he
of the day, I
just
don't know if we
seems
would really
more
vibe. I don't know
earthy.
if the chemistry would be there.
Maybe it's the
I don't mind the
childbearing
outfit.
hips. Who knows?
I mess with the chain.
Nobody
The
cares what I
glasses, you
like.
rocking them.
I'm
You do
old.
you. You seem very confident in
Oh,
it.
come
and
on
I
now.
do. I like that. I can appreciate that.
Wait,
Chi-town,
hold it. You
Chi-town.
said you're old.
But I just
Yeah.
don't know if we'd vibe.
Okay.
Okay.
These women are all in
Really?
their 20s.
What about over here? Same thing.
Okay. What is her name? The lady, young lady who's doing the press conferences, the White House press conferences.
Kaylee. Let's see.
No, the new one who's actually really good at
Carolyn
it. Her
Levitt.
husband's, yeah, her husband's 60 something.
That's the exception that proves the rule.
You know what, Tom? You are exceptional. You
That's
can do the exceptions.
I couldn't. I'd feel silly. Plus,
You know what?
my
Not with
age
this woman.
Women my age are fascinating. They lived a life. They have experience.
Okay. Now I'm curious. I have not met one. I'm kind of like that kind of back. How are they fascinating? And we might have to get raw about this. I'm glad you brought this up. That this the dude is rich. He's actually, he doesn't look his age. He looks younger. They have a child. They take photos. So all of a sudden, this has turned into an interview. Why are women our age fascinating?
First of all, I hope I don't look my age, but
well, no, I'm talking about the women. Not
no,
you.
I'm getting there. They've lived a life. They've been through experiences. They've
well, I have to get all ghetto. Do they like to fuck? And it's an honest question.
I
don't
put
want
it that
to
way. I certainly wouldn't put it that way, but they enjoy a full and rich experience of life, right? Which includes all of the experiences one might expect from a relationship. Certainly.
Well,
there's always that answer. If they want to date me, they do. But no, that would be crass. And I would never say that, but
yes, I was crass, Tom.
That
might be raw.
That was me being crass, but I was just joking. They're just like I can't imagine being that guy that's dating someone that I don't necessarily have a lot of life experiences with.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. I can't say things like, no, Paula Abdul was not a member of the Go-Go's. You know, I just can't. You know, it's just more appropriate. Plus, I live in DFW. Plus, the women of a certain age today are a lot different than they were back when.
Mhm.
You know, many of them are into fitness and things of that nature. So it's
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it is. It is. So I just personally
But
couldn't.
now I have to, and sorry, Tom, to loop you into this foolishness, but you know, part of the word is trepidation. You know, I do not, you know, I'm okay the way I am, but you know, I'm still kind of viable to use a word. You know, it doesn't have to happen every night, but it wouldn't hurt my feelings if you know, um it would not hurt my feelings if, you know what, we had a couple glasses of wine, you know, let's see what happens. I've always, and you know, maybe mentally I haven't reached my my physical age, or maybe it's the opposite. And you are kind of my big brother on this. Is there like, you know, I like to read books. I'm kind of a homebody. I don't have a problem with gardening, but is there like, oh shit, you know what? Your your squash looks good. Let's harvest some, and you know, let's cook up a good dinner, and then let's just have a romantic evening and see where it goes. And I know I sound so cliche or horrible, but you know what? I don't want to, and please tell me if this gets uncomfortable, but you know what? I don't want to have to go to 35-year-olds to enjoy myself.
There's no difference than any other age I've ever been at
Gotcha.
in terms of romance. One thing though is, if I was to say anything to stereotype women within a few years of my age in either direction, they want to travel.
Really?
That is a characteristic. Of course, not every single one, but as a group, they largely want to travel. And it's not that I don't want to travel necessarily, but
Well, see, I'm the same way.
I have done my traveling.
Yes.
I did that when I was in my 20s and early 30s.
Yes.
And so I've been all over the world. It's not the traveling so much as it is the traveling. It's like being in the foreign country is fine.
Mhm.
Getting there and getting back is the part that I don't want to do anymore. In addition to the fact there are so many places here in the United States
Yes.
that, you know, are worthy of travel to. But, you know, I want to go to Kuala Lumpur. Well, you have a nice time. Take a lot of pictures. I'll see you when you get back.
Mr. Gully, that is so true. You know, yeah, we can go, but yeah. Now is that, because I see this a lot on YouTube shows or even Pop the Balloon. You
Oh,
know,
yeah. Do you have a
I like
passport?
traveling, but you're probably not going to Kuala Lumpur. You're going to Tijuana. Is
Well,
that really traveling?
that's easy enough for where I live, and you don't want to go
Right.
to Tijuana, frankly. But if somebody said, let's go to London and watch an Arsenal match, even, I would be like, yeah, yeah. They show those on television. I don't know if you're aware of that or not, but it's just it's travel, 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 travel. And if they say I want to go to Florida, oh, okay. If they say I want to go anywhere that requires an extended plane flight or customs. I did that.
Well,
I already did that. I'm not
let me
anxious to
ask you
do
a
it again.
question. If you met Arlette in that pink dress and said, Tom, let's travel,
I would say,
I might think about it. She is a cutie.
yeah, well, she's not unattractive, but she's not.
Your
She
type?
doesn't really do it for me that much. But I say all the time, because women ask me that, and do you like to travel? It's like, yes, as a matter of fact, later on, I'm going to travel into the living room. And then I'll travel into the kitchen, make something to eat, and then I will travel into my office and do a show. It's, there's, I like history. So I
Yes.
like to go to places where history occurred. And there's plenty of places to do that. Any state you visit will have that. You were in the
Yes.
Navy. I'm sure you've seen many parts of the world. And
Dude, I lived in Warren County, Virginia. I still have not made it to Monticello. Did make it to Mount Vernon, and they were literally a couple hours. Now, Mount Vernon's a couple hours, 3 hours. Monticello would be a good 6 hour trip. But
here's something that's
I
really
get what you're saying. Women, now, where do you want to go?
Yeah.
But I've never look. I think what I'm asking you is, are women my age even worth the time?
Well,
And
that's something.
it's an honest question. I
depends
had
on the woman.
my wife. So is it like when you were 30? And again, a little bit of a dangerous question. Are women still as it depended on the woman you met. So what's the difference between dating when I was 35 and I met a 35-year-old, what's the difference between being 60 and meeting a 60-year-old or 45-year-old? What would you tell a younger brother like me?
Dude, you're a
'Cause I
year and a
think I
half.
know. You
You're a
just have
year and a
to
half younger than
you
me.
have to like being around.
You're only a year and a half younger than me, but I would say it's the same as it's always been.
Well, you're much more
Single,
cosmopolitan. You
well,
know your
all
shit,
you
right?
have to. It's the same as it's always been. It's finding the right person.
Right.
That's it. There's no more, no less. When you meet somebody that you're compatible with and they, get you, and that there's just not. Now, one thing I would say is that naturally when people are older, they're a little more set in their ways.
Yes.
Than perhaps earlier. But it's really the same thing as always is, how many things do you have that you like about each other, and how many things are there that are like, nah, thanks. And normally the nah thanks for me, it's the same stuff. It's not different for every woman, but it's the same as it's always been.
Well, I was gonna say make a comment, type a comment, but Astro Photos, Stanley, I didn't know you two were dating. Sorry to interrupt. You know what? Who would ever think that? Two guys just bullshitting about women, and you think we're dating? Astro Photos, I don't know how you were raised, but apparently you were raised in a home that was deficient in separating, like what did your parents tell you was acceptable? A good conversation means sex? You are deficient. Don't pollute my chat with this sort of degeneracy.
I would say just throw
Go
that
back.
out.
You need to go back to John Galt's chat. In my chat, we actually know who we are, critically think, and not the sort of stuff you want to purvey.
I would say
Do
Astro
better, Astro.
I would say, Astro, throw that on the towering pile of things you didn't know. But I will also say, this is really bad about me, is that I have been to so many sporting events and in advertising, certainly working for a sports station. I always got the best tickets, third base, front row, and now getting me to go to a sporting event is almost impossible. You drive there, your parking's awful. You go, you find your seat, you watch the game. You can't see the game as well as you can on television. You just can't. And then leaving and everything. And if I really, if I was in a relationship with somebody that really wanted to go, I would definitely go. But man, the World Cup is coming here in 2026. And many of them matches, I think we've got 6, 7, 8 matches will be here in the DFW area, Jerry Jones Big Football Stadium. I would say there's about a 4% chance I'll go to one of them. I went to all the World Cup matches that were here in 94, and standing there, jumping up and down, chanting the songs, the whole thing. I don't really want to do it again. I just don't. But maybe I will.
Well, now let me throw out a very wild question. Have women our age not experienced the same? Maybe it's I've been everywhere, done everything, Johnny Cash sort of thing. Maybe women our age haven't had the same opportunities.
I think women like let's take going to, like, if I got great seats to a Cowboys game, they're not going for the Cowboys. They're going for the experience of going, for the show, sort of. You know what I mean? So I would say that I think women our age are more willing to do that, probably, because that's a thing they enjoy. But me, myself, I'd rather go out and have a nice evening at a restaurant and see a great band at some little club than I would go to a large event. I don't like crowds of people. So if that makes me a stick in the mud, fine. And I have no problem binge watching a 50-year-old television series either. Not a lot of women are into that. So. Some are, though, but they don't have to do everything I like to do. Many of them have older children and now grandchildren. I don't have any problem hanging out with the grandchildren and doing all that stuff. But there's just certain things that are the juice isn't worth the squeeze, if you know what I mean. So that's just me.
Well, that's actually a good point too. There's the family you have to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I kind of went, when I married my wife, I had to marry her family too.
Sure.
And turns out I've loved her. Her mother was awesome. Quirky, my kind of quirky, just kind of like she would make me laugh. But you know what? I remember so many good times, and this is why my wife's mother liked me. You know what? We would sit on a Saturday night, and we're watching PBS. Um, just kind of a boring black dude. But we would wake up, my wife and I, and this was while we were dating. I don't know, we knew we were going to get married. It just, I remember so many times we'd wake up, and I know this is going to sound like really just eggheaded. My wife and I used to like to do crossword puzzles. It's like, hey, you know what? Let's see if we can do the New York Times crossword puzzle. And we'd sit there probably drinking mimosas or something, just fucking having fun. Uh, you know, what's this clue? Well, make up something and make me laugh. We would just have a good old time. And her mother would drift in, and the three of us would be laughing about dumb shit. It was just, you know what? It was just fun. It wasn't. I miss those times, and maybe I'm drifting off into nostalgia, but that you can't beat. Like, it is the middle of winter. We've had breakfast. We're watching some Sunday morning news show, getting ready for a Redskins game on TV. And we're just going to sit around and fuck around with crossword puzzles. And we are going to make jokes about the clues. And I want that again. Can't have it again, but I pray my son meets that kind of family. It was, America is that way. You meet the people you should meet. If you're lucky, if you work hard. My father-in-law was here, and I was some random black dude from the mountain. And, having friends, serendipity, family, every American should have that. You should work hard.
I think
And I know I'm going to all kinds of places, but
I think when you meet the family whether you're going to fit in or not, whether they're your kind of people.
I told you.
Yeah, you told me this story, but it's like I've met families that I'm like, well, I'm just going to have to politely coexist with these people and just kind of play it low key, and then there's others that it's like you were one of the gang the second you met them. So, it just depends. I don't like the feeling on big holidays where you're there and everybody else knows the stories that you don't know. And
Tom, I've had a whole like my wife's grandmother. Every year after 90, there would be a de facto family reunion. So, yeah, I have been through that, but luckily I had a little boy and I could pretend, oh shit, my son is crying. Spank, spank, cry, son. So
yes, I can. Yeah.
Let these fools tell their stories. And you know what? They didn't give a fuck. They knew what I was doing. But
I dated this. Well, I was with the girl I was with the longest. It was 10 years, and
oh wow,
her family was old money, And the grandmother was like this matriarch that they were all sort of subservient to, because she, of course, held the keys of power. And I was relatively irreverent with her from the very start, and she
Irreverent?
they would all sort of bow down to her, and and I would tease her and joke with her, and she thought the world of me. Demand that I sat right next to her at every one of these giant austere family meals and whatnot. So that was sort of my force field against the rest of the family, is that, she really liked me. They may not have thought much of me, but she really liked me. And, I would say, oh gosh, all the time, people we'd be talking about something, and I'd like, well, before electricity, you remember, don't you? And she would just start laughing. You remember, all that kind of stuff. She was really great. But when she would really liked you, she would pinch me on the arm with these brutal pinches that indicated that she really, really liked it. But she was, oh God, she was just a hilarious old gal. And but yeah, fitting into the family is very, very important. You have to, in some regard. In some families,
you can imagine. I told you the story about well, my wife's parents knew about me before their my father-in-law's mother, and I don't know how that got introduced, but my grandmother-in-law, and I would have never, I to this day don't know why my wife even bothered mentioning it, but maybe she just wanted to warn me or something. But her grandmother was like, well, can't she find a white man? Now, this woman had been a widow for 14 years. And, she finally meets someone. So I thought that was weird in and of itself. But that same woman, old lady, that was like, can't she find a white man? Literally, like, Stanley, why don't you visit me more often? I used to pass, you know, uh, her little small town in Virginia on my way back home. She's like, well, you can always. This woman was like, you know, um, it was, and I grew to love her too. You know what? That woman was awesome. Um, it just became, she just needed to know that I was good, a good person. So, so many things. Um, Believe me, I used to go over there, and my my grandmother-in-law, they would pull out the old pictures, and my wife and my son. Look, it was like, oh, it was everything. And I'm sure she might have said this once. Yeah, you're one of us now.
yeah.
My mother-in-law once made a joke about, well, Stanley, and she said the word, you're the nigger in the woodpile. Have you ever heard that term? I'm like, no. Where I grew up, it was Savannah. We didn't have a lot of wood piles. I honestly had no clue what the fuck it meant. So my mother-in-law explains it, and I'm like, oh, really? Uh, I have no clue. Those people were weird. But my father-in-law is a lot like my wife and my brother-in-law. It was like, sometimes they would just go, what the fuck? So I don't know.
Yeah,
gone too long. But I think what I'm trying to say is I knew that I was marrying a white woman, but her family was so goddamn quirky. It was like the only thing that mattered to my wife and her mother and my father is being whip smart. If you could fucking like solve a crossword or motherfucker, they were like, "Oh, you're one of us." Kid, I can cook. I was competent on a lot of different levels. And what I want and how I raised my son, and I know my wife did. You the only thing that matters is you are fucking competent. You are smart. You prove yourself from the way you treat people, the way you meet people, the way you look at people. You always look at people in their eye. You better. You better be competent. You better be smart. You better be nice. Fuck all the other shit. Some of the where you live, where you came from, doesn't matter if you can use an old-fashioned word, comport yourself.
Yeah, that's what it said
And,
on my report card when, it didn't say conduct. It said comportment. It didn't say conduct, but
is that a word?
Yeah, comportment. Yes, it's a word. And the grandmother in question, I remember one time she was talking about having difficulty taking her trash out. And she lived kind of on my way to work. So every Wednesday I would stop by her house on my way to work and take her trash out for her. She had this really long driveway and the old steel trash cans, and I would
still have those.
Yeah, I would take them out for her, and nobody knew about it. Never said anything about it. And then she mentioned it at Thanksgiving one time when one of the people was saying that, just like, well, Tom comes by every Wednesday and takes out my trash. But
do you know how much that matters?
Yeah. Well, it was easy for me. It was on the way to work. But Stank D said, Tom, did you know there's a subreddit that specifically makes fun of me? Yes, I'm aware of that. If you ever do anything in life, perhaps there'll be a subreddit making fun of you. Now, if you look at the postings there, I'm sure they're several years old, and all of those people are now great friends of mine and have appeared on my show. And that's just part of being in the public eye, which you, outside this chat room, will never be.
Well, it's all in how you comport yourself to use, and you will never believe this. I'm thinking of a Guns N' Roses song, With a Little Patience. I was a big fan way, way back in the day. There is a song, just a little patience. People need to critically think, but be patient with the people, especially if they're going to be important to you. My wife, and I still have no clue why she mentioned it to me. Maybe she thought I was smart enough to go, be kind with this one. Don't, raise your fist with a black glove like I was ever that sort of person. Yeah. Know your people's people.
There's certain families that I know even before we leave to go to a family gathering that I am quickly going to busy myself setting up tables and putting the extra leaf in the main dining table. I am going to busy myself with busy work because I do not want a whole lot of interaction. I'm like, I am going to help facilitate this event, but I'm only going to participate in it slightly.
But you know what, Lupin says, I somehow or another, I've never had to have, other than my son this week, I've never had to, I don't know, I have somehow skipped to my loo and never fucking, this is why, this might be why I don't often fit in with this ghetto bullshit point of view. I literally have never had anyone I did not want living with me. Living with me. And I kind of tell my son, look, you need to put in the work ahead of time so you don't have to fucking do what you don't want to do. Do not be so in a way that you have to have roommates. Dude, I had a roommate right out of OCS, Navy OCS, Newport, Rhode Island. I had a roommate for about 9 months. It was such a horrible experience that I've literally never had a roommate. I don't even, if my wife, I could have proposed like, hey, let's live together. No, motherfucker. If I'm not married to you, I am not going to live with you. I will not take on borders or anything if I don't have to live with you. And I like living with my wife. No. Never put yourself in a position that you have to live with people that you don't want to live with. The people like, oh, hey, let's be roomies. It'll be fun. Motherfucker, no. Never do that. You must. And yep. And my buddy, my Navy buddy, when I went down to Charleston, I would spend a couple nights when the shit was in town on his couch. But fucking don't have roommates. I don't give a fuck how expensive things are right now. You better work hard so you don't have to do that.
Well, I'm
don't
kind of
live with a woman. If you are having the urge to live with your woman because living together will be awesome, no, you don't want to do that. You can spend a few days together, but there need to be two different, like, it's like a boxing ring. Your side, my side, we will box for a few rounds. Living together is hard, especially if you're like kind of, I'm the sort of person who needs alone time. I need time. Introverts need time to recharge because my wife, we just figured it out. We knew how to be, and she was a bit of an introvert too, for that matter. You have to know each other. And I have gotten way off this topic, but
well, I tell you, I'm an insomniac, and I have some friends that live
Yep.
not super far away, but an hour and a half, getting on 2 hours away. And I'd go there, arrive at noon, and it was a big gathering, and it might go on until midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh, well, you can stay. We've got extra space here. We got a guest room.
Oh,
and
fuck no.
and I would always say, that is so nice of you, but no, that's okay. And at one point,
my Lord.
the wife asked me, and she was really nice about it. And these are an amazing people, by the way. If I was going to stay somewhere, it would be there. But I would say, I don't sleep. So if I stay, I'm basically trapped in your house until you until you get up at 10 or
Oh my
11 or
Lord.
whatever it's going to be. And, the one time I did, when they got up, I had cleaned up their party. I had cleaned up their kitchen. I had done all this stuff because, I'm up so early and, I'm just silently taking these dishes at slow speed and they won't make any noise. And then that's just what it is for me. So I know what you're talking about.
It is so weird. I found, yeah, my wife, you know what? She was her own person too. Yeah, I got I got lucky. We were just quirky, and yeah, Tom, I get your point.
Yeah.
And that's why I miss that woman.
Speaking of which, in 15 minutes, I gotta go. I gotta call this is my mom call every
that
week.
is fine. I will have to carry on. Juan, you're never up this early. If you and Lupin, now Tom, you know what? You get my drift. Maybe it's that 60-year-old drift, but you actually helped me out a lot. I won't be so scared. I just don't, being our age, I just don't want a fucking like woman who is, what I heard.
Well, no,
it's
it's
a menopausal fucking disaster.
Well, it may be past that now, but it's just like it always was. It's no easier. It's no harder.
Gotcha.
It's man, you're just searching for the right person. That's all it is.
Right.
It's in a nutshell. It's just trial and error. Finding the right person.
Well. All right.
I like Juan. Juan, I like.
No, Juan needs to bring his smart self up here.
It's
hit the link, dude.
The best thing about Juan is when there are Spanish words in anything, because he's talking and all of a sudden it's
Don't you
the
dare!
Spanish. No. It's real. I love it. I love it because it's the correct pronunciation. It's "yugadar de partido" or whatever it happens to be. It just sounds better,
Well, that's because he understands both languages in detail.
Well, I don't understand him.
You don't become his type of future lawyer. You must be fluent in both and be mentally agile.
I'm far from fluent. I can get by, but not that well.
The fuck are you talking about, Lupin?
And
Lupin, please hit the link. You have to explain this one because I don't understand. Sorry, Tom.
Yeah, I also don't like when you meet a new family that they go out of their way to explain their family customs and stuff to you. Like they're the only family in the world that does a certain thing. It's like, you don't have to explain it. The fact that you do it is enough for me. I'm not here to judge. Just do your thing. I'm fine.
Well, see, this is you would never believe. My son came in, and my wife's side of the family, after Thanksgiving, they were the most annoying Christmas elves those motherfuckers acted like Christmas was like, something ridiculous. And the residual is my son, at least through this year, I did not have up a Christmas tree. And we have an artificial Christmas tree that was my wife's Christmas tree. And we have put it up. Trevor's 18 for 18 years. And I wasn't going to put it up. And he bopped in. He's like, hey, can I put up the Christmas tree? And I'm like, if you must. I'm over that shit. I lost Christmas, the spirit, a while ago. And so family traditions, believe me, I understand. And if you marry your wife, you marry her family.
Well, she marries yours too.
For worse.
She marries yours too, so.
You know what? My family's a whole lot less unobtrusive. My family, my parents in particular, and my brother and sister, no, they the only way I can describe them is formal. They are formal. They will call you before they come over. My mother, look, I told the story. Like the first time my wife met my parents, she was fucking nervous. And I had given her no reason to. My wife was talking to my mother, and I was sitting next to my mother, and my wife, I could tell she was nervous because my wife was a talker, but not a chatterer. My wife was literally nervous, and I could feel it. And I couldn't do anything about it because I was not about to tell my wife, like, you need to be quiet. I just let it go. And I knew my mother very well. I knew my wife very well. And my wife my wife was a good looking woman. And she is barefoot. She had just come from the kitchen. She was wearing shorts, not like booty shorts, but mid-thigh shorts. Her blonde hair flowing. And she was just talking to my mother, and I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be. And you know what? My mother, being my mother, she just kind of went, oh, is that right? Just let it go. And I had to talk to my mother because I knew she was going to say something. My mother, you know what? If she ever got into this John Galt space, my mother would troll. So I told my mother, look, she was nervous. It's first time meeting. So my experience is, and I'm going to bring it back to race. My type of black person, we know, we are the superiors. Y'all ain't got nothing on us. Nothing that can't be overcome. This is why I think people like 12th Man, excuse me, I have to drink some water.
Your coughs sound much more clarity than with the old mic.
Well, no. Oh, yeah, that's probably bad too.
No, it's your new mic sounds great.
Here's the deal.
But people
I
like
don't
12th Man. What
fear.
were you about to say? People like 12th Man?
You know what? And I have to be more careful about this. It's much more of a mic that I'm used to, but no. This is why I don't. Um, and people take this the way it's, you know, kind of meant. It'll apply to the people it needs to. Motherfucker, none of y'all are that smart. 12th Man, be brave. Um, I give you time. I mainly because it's not the Stanley Cross Urban Landlord channel. Y'all are the 70% bullshit. Do you know how dumb you sound? You're not the best of the white boys. You're not the best of the clingy apron strings you want to, grab onto. Y'all aren't smart. What you need to understand is that it is not 1850. Your plantation employers are not, that part about, well, you're po and proud. You're not black, so there's something there. That's bullshit. And you remember po folks? I bet you don't, Tom. There was a southern restaurant chain.
Sure.
It was po. Oh my god, that fucking fried chicken! I remember walking up from the dorm, Russell Hall, in Athens, Georgia. I was at the University of Georgia. We used to go up there on Sunday nights, and we were so poor. That fried chicken was so goddamn good. We would take like a satchel, like a we would steal chicken from the buffet. That shit was so good. You know what? We're gonna get drunk and eat more chicken, but we gotta go up and rob the buffet. So my point is, po but proud, be brave. You need to know your place. 12th Man, you need to know your place. And I'm basically was raised better than y'all. And I'm going to pull my class card, not my race card. Y'all need to do better. And those who want to entertain the bullshit, like, oh, be brave is right. Motherfucker, you should be scorned. 12th Man, you should not feel comfortable coming up and supporting hey, John Galt is excellent because he's a rich landlord living in the ghetto. Motherfucker, I would never raise my children cleaning a sink in the fucking dead man's basement apartment. That's not what black people are. That's not being black. And I challenge a motherfucker to come up here and tell me that that's healthy. Motherfucker, black people aren't about that. And that all black people are defined by the rappers who get killed by other rappers is so depraved that, you know what? MAGA will accept that kind of fucking we think black people are like that. No, we're not. And we never have been. We are depraved in a way, but not like that, god damn it. And the thought of fucking doing a morning show about something morning roast Motherfuckers, they don't do serious news, and there's a reason for that. I do goddamn New York Times and all the other fucking like liberal bullshit because I can, because I don't live that life. I've lived, um, how should I put it? I don't believe the bullshit. Like, I don't get into what fucking John Galt or any Jesse Lee Peterson, motherfucker. I had a father who's still around, who's still motherfucking brilliant. I had a mother who was fucking like scary brilliant. Maybe it's your parenting, but I find it a problem that you find little boozy or who the fuck these people are. You do whole shows about little boozy. Who the fuck is that?
Well, I hate to interrupt. I gotta go. I'll come back as soon as I'm done talking to.
Nah, you know what? I will probably be tossed on air. I'm kind of ranting, but yeah, please do come back. But I'll be damned if I will let my black people be defined by an urban landlord standard. We are better, and that there's a doubt is amazing. I'm gonna put my blue Yeti to good use, Tom.
All right. We'll talk to you later.
Take it easy. So, someone hit the link and proved me the goddamn hell wrong. Motherfucker, black people aren't a little boozy, a little yella, a little beezy. Little beezy, little boozy. It sounds like a fucking wreck of a Dr. Seuss story. So I will go back in. Zhang. Hey, Zhang. John is my digital landlord. Okay. And let me put it to you this way, you dumb little Chinese acting bitch. If he's my digital landlord, he can toss me out, right? I'll leave it at that.
Same thing, huh?
Like the hair, everything. Everything good. Everything good.
Thank you. All right, your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Hi, I'm Sapphire. I'm 35. I'm really not trying to copy these girls, but it gave like movie character like of some sort. Like I was like, I don't know which one, but it was like something like the Penguin or the Doctor Strange. Like I swear, but that's funny that they said that. But I do appreciate the like effort of the outfit, whatever. But it was like just something extra that like I wasn't like vibing with, I guess. And then like you're really soft spoken. I'm kind of like loud. Like I don't know if you would like me. Like my personality might be too much for you, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you gonna say the same thing over here? What's
I don't want to keep saying the same thing.
okay?
I like your nails. So
Oh, thank you.
Changed it up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Everything good.
Everything good. All right.
Thank you. All right, so we still do have one unpopped balloon. Your name and age, and why do you still have your balloon unpopped?
Martina, 35. Healthcare is different. I like that that was your field. I like that you support Black businesses. That's big to me. I'm like really active in the community. And so I feel like we could relate on that.
Okay.
Okay. You guys have any questions for one another?
You can go first.
Me first.
Ask your deal breaker question because, you know, let's get that out the way.
My deal. Would you like, do you want a family? How do you feel about
Yes,
kids?
I do want a family. What?
Surprise, surprise. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to have any kids and I like don't want to waste anybody's time either.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fair.
But is she someone that was your type?
Yeah. I like tall, so
Thank
definitely
you.
first
Thank you,
came out, I
thank
was
you.
like, okay.
Oh,
Thank
So,
you.
all right, cool. Thank you. Okay, let's head on back. That is all the balloons popped, unfortunately, but thank you so much for coming on. Let's give it up for him, ladies. I'll take the mic. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and bring out our next single guy. Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
My name is Darian.
Darian, how old are you?
I'm 45 by the American calendar, but in Ethiopia, I'm 38.
Okay. And now, what do you do?
I'm a licensed insurance agent. I'm also an entrepreneur. I have 5 books published on Amazon. I'm also a CEO. I have my own film company called Remote Vision Productions. I have 2 movies produced. I direct, I write also.
Okay, nice.
They're on Tubi and Amazon Prime called Obedience.
Cool. Now, what are some things that you do for fun?
Oh, man. I love to laugh. I like to play spades. I like to bowl. I love movies. Just got my passport, so I'm ready to see new things. I'm ready to travel,
Explore the
just
world.
enjoy life. Yeah.
Okay. And what are some things you look for in a woman?
I need a woman that's equally yoked with me. I believe in the Most High in the name of Yeshua, Jesus. So if that's not the case, then we won't be a match. I'm looking for my good thing, you know? I'm looking for my best friend. I'm looking for my wife.
Okay. What are some deal breakers?
Deal breakers, not equally yoked. I don't mind a woman with either 1 or 2 kids, but I prefer 0. But I don't like drama. So, I need a woman that I can that respects me and that I can trust in my face and behind my back also. That's very important to me.
Okay. So you say you're one of your deal breakers is someone with 1 or 2 kids, no more than that?
Yeah, 2 kids at the most.
Okay. Do you want a family?
I do.
You do? Okay.
Yes.
Alrighty. So we did get some pop balloons. Let's go on over there and see why they ended up popping. Your name and age, and why'd you pop your balloon?
Hi, I'm Shaylin and I'm 30. I popped my balloon because you're just a little too short for me. Yeah.
Okay.
And how tall are you?
6 feet even.
Oh, okay. How tall are you?
5'11".
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can still see over your head though.
Okay.
Now she's someone that's your type?
She's a very beautiful woman, you know. When I say my type, it's beyond just beauty, physical.
I have to make a point here. These people have no fucking clue. Did they not learn how to measure heights, lengths, widths? She's not 5'11". Number one, why the fuck are you wearing flip-flops? Either she's not 5'11" or he is wearing heels. This is a problem.
Physically, I like beauty on the inside also. But just looking at you, I would probably approach you.
I appreciate that.
No problem. God bless you.
All right. Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Martina, 35. I'm the local problem child. I don't want a family. I don't want any kids. So you're not trying to waste anybody's time.
Yeah, and goddamn it, she's the one who should have
Is she
kids.
someone that you would
She's
approach if you saw her
gorgeous.
out?
No, unfortunately, but she's a beautiful woman though.
Thank you.
Nothing negative to say about
And
you.
this motherfucker, what is up with
you.
his hair?
And over here, your name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Nashima, 33.
She
It was the
looks like a
height,
Saturday
the
morning
aesthetics, and
cartoon.
then it's just not my vibe. It's a no for me.
I respect that.
Now, is she someone that you would approach?
I wouldn't.
Okay. Why not?
The shorts are too short. Are those shorts?
You can't even see how short they are. I got a big t-shirt on.
Yeah, I can see them way past your kneecaps. So,
Past my kneecaps.
yeah, they're way up
High
there.
school is crazy.
Yeah. Well, past your thighs, then, excuse me. I see a little cheek or something right there. So
How do you see a cheek? You looking too hard. That's your problem.
I'm supposed to. So.
I have this baggy t-shirt on, but
Bitch, I can
But
see
you're
your.
beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like your swag.
I
I
can
love
see the
boots.
fold
So,
under your
there you
left
go.
cheek.
Thank you.
It's just, you know, she asked me, I had to answer the question.
Again,
Oh yeah, you
dumb.
answered it.
Yes, ma'am.
You did that.
Respect.
Your
Ghetto
name and age, and
Morticia
why'd you end up popping your
Adams.
balloon?
My name is Holly and I'm 28. I popped my balloon because of the age difference. I think you look really nice and I like the pen you have there. It looks
Thank
really
you.
cool.
Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now is Holly someone you'd approach?
I would. Holly's
Thank
beautiful.
you.
I'm not. I normally wouldn't talk to someone with a lip ring, but I've learned to look past the physical things, and just by hearing you speak, I can tell that you're beautiful on the inside. So respect to you, and I like your dress.
Oh, thank you so much.
I can tell you respect yourself. That's beautiful.
Oh, I hope you have a good day. Thanks.
All right, let's head back this way. Okay, so we've got 3 ladies left. So first, let me hand you a pick.
Okay.
Hang on to that for me.
Man.
There you go.
Okay.
And you good, ladies? All right, so we've got our 3 ladies left. Go ahead and ask them a question to help you narrow it down.
All right. So let me ask you. In the last 2 years, name something that you have done. Name 2 things that you've accomplished that you're extremely proud of.
Okay. Your name and age, and name 2 things that you've accomplished that you're proud of.
Hi, my name is Janelle. I'm 34. I left Jersey. I moved all the way to Tampa, Florida. Got my real estate license. Got my life and health insurance license. I wrote a book. I can go on and on, right? Because I legit, I don't stop. So I'm just blessed to be able to do it. Amen. And got closer to God, which is amazing.
Your name and age, and the answer to his question.
Stephanie, 39. In the last 2 years, I'm actually going to say rededicated my life to God. Grew up in the church. I'm a PK, all of that, but some of us stray. So reconnecting with him, and then just promoting within my career. And I continue to do that and will, but I'd say my career and relationship with God.
And over here, your name and age, and answer to his question.
I'm Sapphire. I'm 35. My 2 things are I moved up in my career, so increased my salary, increased my knowledge, increased my position at my company and everything. So I'm really proud of that. And then just getting closer with my family, spending more time with my family and not working so much because I don't have to work as much now. And during the holidays and everything, I'm getting closer with family. So that was something I wasn't able to do because I was working so hard before. So yeah, moving up and getting closer with my family.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so you do have that pick in your hand. I am going to have you pop 1 balloon.
Man, this is harder than I thought it would be. So, okay. Sorry, Mom.
All right, so Sapphire, why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
I thought that you looked really good for age.
Thank
I couldn't guess that you said 45.
Yep. 30,
Yeah.
38 in Ethiopia.
Hey. Yeah. But yeah, you look really great. I love your outfit. I like your hair.
I appreciate
you
that.
seem nice. Yeah, you seem like a good guy. So
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And why'd you end up popping her balloon?
Because I had to. I mean, based on my last 3 options. But
Yeah.
I like everything about you. I have nothing bad to say about you. I respect the family. I like how you dress. You look really nice. All black is my favorite color.
Me too.
That ain't all black. No, but I respect it. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice, thank you. All right, go ahead and ask our 2 remaining ladies another question.
Okay. So in the pursuit of love and happiness, what is something that you're willing to sacrifice or give up?
Okay, we'll start here.
Happiness. I'm a hard worker. I tend to put my career at the forefront of everything. So I would say I would be willing.
Well, this is royalty. What's up,
How are
Luba?
you? Nothing much.
Pretty
Just
good.
working. Up early chatting with our team in India, so but just working. How are things?
I cannot complain.
Yeah, I've missed you quite a few times. I've been enjoying the show with John, Portia, and the rest of the crew. So just trying to keep abreast. Interesting topics, I must say.
Yeah, I am so boring with this stuff, and
No.
now
I think
all
you're
I
actually
need.
doing good.
Really?
Stanley, you're the VOR. You're the balance. You know what I mean? You're the balance. So it's just kind of like, to me, I look at it as like, you remember those old comedy skits? You have the straight guy in the front. that kind of thing. So that's the role.
Yeah, I'm the. I can't remember. Am I Laurel or Hardy?
That's why I just say VOR. I stole that actually from someone
Well,
else.
Lupin, from you, hearing, dude, I asked you a while ago what VOR meant, and it was
Oh,
actually a compliment.
yeah, yeah,
One
yeah,
that
yeah.
I value.
Yeah, VOR. It's not original though. It's that moniker belongs to. Have you ever heard of Zoe Williams? He used to
Uh,
be with Corey Holcomb, long time
no,
ago.
I haven't.
Yeah, Corey Holcomb, the comedian. He has like a podcast, but prior to the one that he has now, a few years ago, he used to have a podcast with Zoe Williams and a couple of other folks, and that was Zoe Williams' moniker, the voice for reason. So kind of stole it from there. So just to let you know, it wasn't original.
Well, no, I appreciate it. Let me. And you're roughly my age. What did you
63
say?
this year.
Well, still in my range.
Yeah.
I don't usually talk about, you know, women that I'm seeking. And it was a little bit of a stretch. Um, part of part of it is, you know what? There are no women that have that, combination of at least I don't know, and it's not like I get out a lot, but um and Kimmy's going to rage at this. If I can't have like a 60-year-old Brooklyn Watson, then why would I even try? And um please take this with the compliment it's meant to be. I mean this in a totally objective, platonic sense. So, uh, Kim, please, because I don't want to be fresh. Was the word my mother would use. But if I can't have that level or a Porsche level, what's the point? I've had it. Um, if it can't be had, then you know what? I get to be online and cook and read and all that stuff. So, you know
I
what,
think this.
Kim,
I think there's someone out there
I'm
for you, sir.
open to it. Let me Brooklyn Watson, I'm open to it. Um
Just
don't
stay off
think
the
I'm
dating apps.
no. You know what?
Stay off the dating apps.
Now here's my
That's a big
experience
thing.
with dating apps. They've been around for quite some time. I tried dating apps before I ever met my wife, because I was up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, up in Northern Virginia. It was kind of you know, a, a place I wasn't used to. And I got one or two dates out of the dating apps. As a matter of fact, the woman that I was dating long distance from Miami, she was kind of a date to my brother-in-law's wedding. We were kind of an online thing. So the funny part was I was using dating apps when I met my wife totally out of the blue.
Mhm.
And so obviously, I met my wife not from a dating app, through people who knew me. And
Mhm.
I'm not that much into dating apps. My assessment is people who know you who want to do blind dates, don't be frustrated. They know you. Um, they know the other person they're trying to set you up with. May work, may not, but at least I think friends are better translators or filters or assessments than dating apps.
That's true. Just go to the you're down in like Carroll County, Villarica. I used to go down there a lot because my wife has family down there too. Believe it or not, she has family like damn near every city or every state in America. Go to like the grown folks functions, just go out and mingle, because they're usually people in our age group that are just out and about, having a good time, and you meet
Hmm.
people, you greet people, that sort of thing. But that's just been my experience because I got my wife and I met in like 2000, so we've been together that long. So, but initially when I was going through the dating phase, that was kind of like some of the stuff that I was putting in the chat because she comes from like a very large family, and it's kind of
Mhm.
like a consortium of clans. It's like this clan, that clan, and then what I noticed, it's kind of like if you don't, biggest reason I don't fit in, they don't like you because you're from New York, and oh God, you have the element of like, oh, he's Jamaican too. Oh, he's one of them. So it's just always like it was just always this thing, and then she had these brothers. Mind you, like I'm what 6'1", 250. She had these brothers that are like 5'4", 5, and they would come up and talk so much smack to me. It's just like, look at this little thing talking about trying to intimidate me out of here. It was just a lot of that. But I mean, over the years, it's gotten better. And then when, we first got together, we bought a home, then she would have these
Mhm.
cousins and various family members. Hey, I need a place to stay. And I look like, no, we'll give them, we'll give them money if
You
they
know
need some
what,
money out.
dude?
No.
Um, one of these days, I'll tell you a story that has. This was before my wife and I were married, um, and it is pure fucking redneck. You know,
They got
there
black rednecks too.
oh motherfucker, these were white redneck.
Yeah.
But the thing is
Oh
my
gosh.
joke is one of these days I'm going to write a book. I found my
You
inner
should.
friend, but a joke about my son was he's half black, he's half white, and half redneck.
Hmm.
My son knows how to split wood even at his young age. And, to me, it's kind of, being well rounded. Motherfucker can like do linear algebra at an engineering university. But if you put a splitting maul in his hand, he'll split it.
Yeah, that
That
doesn't fly too well in our community, especially
you
the
know what?
young linear.
See, that's the problem. I grew
Exactly.
up in our community. My mother and father were I was raised by our community. Now, um, now it wasn't like, oh, hey, here's my blonde wife. No, he weren't gonna, he weren't gonna do that. However, I was gonna see. This is the advantage of being married and making those decisions when you're good and grown. You know
Hmm.
what? My motherfucker, I'm 38. I'm 40 when I get married. Motherfucker, I defy my mother and father to tell me at 40 that what I'm gonna do. So, not my father so much, but I know my mother bit her tongue a lot. And I enjoyed that. Like,
Yeah, I grew up
you
with
are
my
really
grandparents.
going to do this? I know she
Yeah, I grew
wanted
up with
to
my
do it.
grandparents. So yeah, it was kind of similar because old school Jamaican grandparents, and they were very into like corporal punishment. And I remember once I think I was in high school or junior high school, and mind you, my grandmother at the time, like I'm getting taller and taller. My grandmother was probably every bit of like 5'2", and she was trying to jump up to slap me in my face, and I just kept moving back. And my grandfather looked at her and said something like, but it was in patois, like, see how big the kid is, man. He's right trying to hit him. He's not gonna feel that.
What
Leave
are
him
you
alone.
doing?
Right. But it was in patois. He said, "You wasting your time."
He better respect you, or else he might react.
Right. So it's just, but
No, but
like I
see,
said,
that's
though.
the other thing, though, Lupin.
Mm-hmm.
No, you were not in a million years. Just, you know what? And I'm gonna use a term. High
No
class
worries.
black people, you know the fuck. You know what? She did it because you knew you weren't gonna hit her back.
No, absolutely not. I
It's
mean,
like
absolutely not. I mean, absolutely not. They taught me everything I know. I mean, everything I didn't agree with at the time, but as I, started to move around in the world, and every
Mhm.
time like I would get into like an adverse situation, I would I would hear their voice or a voice saying,
Yep.
such and such, and I was like, damn, they were so right. They're so right. Everything
Mother,
they said to me is
and
so right.
that is so, dude, round about the time you're 30, it's like, goddamn, that
Yeah.
act this and the other thing you learn is you're not going to raise. There are things you learn from your parent, how you were parented, that affect
Hmm.
how you're going to parent. Pick the good stuff.
Absolutely.
So, and that
Absolutely.
is good parenting.
Yeah, I remember I was so very irresponsible in my 20s. I think when I first moved to Atlanta and I was doing like the dating thing, and this one young lady said to me, she said, "I can't date you because you don't have the basics." And I was,
The what?
what do you mean? The basics. So you have your own place, a car, and a decent job.
Where was
Man, I
she
was so
from?
mad at this. Shoot, if this was in Atlanta. That's what I'm saying. I was in my 20s.
Well, no,
When you
where was
just,
she? Was from Atlanta?
I don't know, she wasn't from Atlanta. I think she was
The
probably from
motherfucker.
Philly or New
So
York.
people
Yeah.
raised in Atlanta have the basics.
Yeah, well, people that come here, because the thing that I always say or see about Atlanta, and I see a lot of people come here, they transform or they reinvent themselves when they come here. Because I see a lot of people here and I go and see where they live and how they grew up. I mean, we all come from humble circumstances, but fast forward when they're here, they put on this here like if they're second, third generation wealth. And it's like, that's
Right.
let's see where you live. I used to live 8, 9 deep. Are you kidding me? Nothing wrong with it, but don't try to pretend that you come from this long line of, wealth and privilege. Whatever. You did good when you grew up. It's cool, no problem. But don't try to play this role as if just you just like 1%. It's just a game. But like I said, Stanley, the dating piece is still hope for you because, like I said, when I was still out there, and I think I stopped running the streets when I turned 40, and I realized it's kind of like, nah, motherfucker, you got to settle down and be more focused. Start going to grown folks events. I used to go to like
Right.
NCAA stuff,
Oh,
things
dude.
like that. Function. You go to more functions and not in the clubs. That's where you meet those
You
type
know
of
what?
women.
I stopped the clubbing probably about 35. And I had one of these days I'll tell the story because I didn't club as a kid. In the
Oh man.
Navy, I did, but it was like Newport, Rhode Island clubs, which those aren't clubs. So there was a time I lived in Savannah and I was invited to the clubs. It was like, well,
Mhm.
and I wasn't working at the time because I had a hip replacement in my 30s,
Mhm. Wow.
and no one knows why. Yeah, it wasn't pleasant, but I I was working for a company, full salary. We don't care, just be back. You have 6 months or whatever it was. So you know what? After 3 months, I was okay. And people from work, the people from work were like, "Hey, what you doing?" come down on Bull Street, motherfucker. And I know what their thing was. Let's see your button down ass hang out on Bull Street with the real black people. And what the funny part was is I went up there. I used to pick up girls all the time. Mainly because hey, you come in a yellow Azad shirt.
Wow.
Two things are gonna happen. Two things are gonna happen. Either these women are gonna go, well, who the fuck? Or they're gonna be interested. Oh, Lupin.
Dude, that
These
reminded me of my
motherfuckers
day.
used to be mad. It's like, oh yeah. And you know what? There were one or two women, but no, I'd sit there at the table like fucking just talking, having fun. So, bottom line is, yeah, that was my clubbing phase. Look, when a man wants to settle down, he will. He will get enough of the club or whatever the social scene is. And I had my time. And when I met my wife, I was more than ready. It was
Oh
a
yeah.
thing.
40 is a
And
good
all
age.
this bullshit about, and I'm gonna go back to a specific. This motherfucking, I'm black. You have to live somewhere. You have to be. You're not black if you marry outside your race, motherfucker. It's idiocy. A real black man or any man marries who he wants. You just need to attract her.
Like who, like you.
You
That's what
need
I
to
learned.
be the man she wants to marry, in this bullshit
Right.
is bullshit.
Like who likes you. Because like I said, I did a lot of partying when I was in New York and then came down here and spent a lot of money messing up my credit, doing
Yeah,
a lot of dumb
motherfucker,
shit.
you had money to spend.
And, back then, I mean, what was I making? Like 40, 50? I mean, that was still not a lot of money, but it was okay. I'm like in my
It's
20s, but then
more.
I, had a lot of a lot of money and running
Now,
around with different
let me
women
just
and go
ask
ahead.
you, and I
Yeah.
won't get too deep into it. Do
Hmm?
you worry about that shit now? Or do
Hell
you
no.
warn your children about, hey, do this, don't do that?
Yeah, I got a daughter that's like
If they-
34. She doesn't
Motherfucker, I
listen.
went to the University of Georgia. The parties, like, you can be a top 50 school in the United States and still have a good time. Um, you don't want to do that. You
No.
want to have a good time and, you know, still
I
get
tell
an
you,
education.
I tell you one thing that I do admire, especially about women in particular, black women, that I've noticed even when I was in college. They partied and they did whatever they did, and they were always able to maintain their grades. There's a lot, I don't know what it is about men, especially black men. We just kind of cannot just, do both of those things simultaneously. See, they're going to spend 100% of their time chasing women that's going to be the books and just, in between. And a lot of them flunk out of college, unfortunately. I've seen it. It's,
You know what? Because they are taught, um, black women and women in general, and I'm going to catch a lot of flack. Women are rightly taught that, hey, you are more vulnerable.
yep.
And the other thing is, you know what? Motherfuckers will skip out on you. Um,
Yeah, unfortunately.
it is so. The reason there is a shortage of black men is because there are a shortage of good men in general.
Because we usually, most of the times, most of us, like, I'll tell you, even right to this day, there's certain times where I'll go out to an undisclosed place. I've got a few buddies of mine, said to myself, it's so when I look at some of these brothers, it's not inspiring whatsoever. I'm like, gosh, it's so disgusting being a black man because they act like overgrown, like you're 50 and you're still wearing your hat backwards and tight jeans. And
Oh my lord,
dude, you
the
got,
hat backwards bullshit.
oh my,
Oh, you know what, motherfucker. Now Kim and Ryan, give me one more thing to say. But Kim's here. I was actually Kim.
I'll let Ryan go first because he was patiently waiting.
No, I'm cool. I'm just
Okay,
chilling. I'm just
well,
driving and
I'm
figured
sorry, I
I'd
just
pull
put
up.
myself on mute then. No problem. I know we're like,
No,
no,
you're
no,
good.
no,
You're
no.
good. Rock and roll, man. Everybody's good. Everybody's good.
I
Okay,
was
I was
gonna
just gonna say
go
like
in.
I was always
Go ahead.
outside when I was young, and my grades, well, to the degree where a girl could be outside, and my grades never slipped. I was always in the honor society, prestigious
exactly,
schools. Like it was never. But at the same
Yeah,
time,
but
exactly.
my
Kim,
parents
you're
never.
exceptional. Ryan is exceptional. It's not.
Well, like Stanley, my parents also never put fear in me. Like, oh, you're dark skinned, you're gonna have a hard life. Oh, they always tell me I could be anything I want to be. My mom, they never told me, oh, people are gonna abandon you. Like, I never was raised with fear. It was always like, we're not gonna be here forever, as much as we want to be. So, you
That's a
never
great
know
message.
when that time might come. We want you to be able to be okay.
Yes.
So that was more of
Yeah, I've
like
heard the same thing. Yeah,
my motivation.
heard the same thing.
Well, you know what? I had that conversation last week with my son. It's like, you know what? I won't always be here to clean up after
Stanley, I got the talk when I was like 18 and graduated from high school. My grandmother and grandfather sat me down.
you.
I remember the famous speeches. It's kind of like, great, you've come at a crossroads in your life now. You need to make some sort of
Mhm.
decision. Either you're going to go to someone's college or you're going to get a job because you cannot continually live here for free. I was like,
Well,
damn.
Lupin, let me ask you because there is also the talk about white people are bad and all this stuff. And John actually has a show that he was gonna do.
Mhm.
They think white people bad talk. That motherfucker, the smart parents are going to just tell you about the things kids need to look out for. It's
Mhm.
not just race, it's life in general. Don't
Yeah.
step into a bear trap because they're for bears.
And I think a
That's
lot of
where
times
they're
their
going.
perspectives are different too, because I mean, I was probably at the time probably one of the first people in my immediate family to go and graduate from college. And of course,
Mhm.
after that, my cousins and all of that. But in general, I mean, our parents never graduated from college. I mean, when they first moved here, I think the first house they bought, Brooklyn, Brownstones, like 1970, 71. So I've always lived in a house, always had my own room, that
Oh
sort of
wow.
thing. So it was just, but they always instilled those things in me. It's just kind of like if you go out there and you get locked up or you do anything nefarious, do not call us. And I was like, wow, don't call us. We're
Oh,
not
that's
coming to
so
bail you out
funny.
of sick. I
My
swear.
my
I
father,
did.
my father was a cop.
Okay, so wow,
So it
pressure.
was not even fucking like motherfucker. I have stories. It's like now the neat thing is he wound up being kind of a top cop. So
Mhm.
I can tell you several times where I'll tell you these stories one day.
Yeah.
I'm not into like um I I was sitting on a wall in front of a movie theater once. Um and waiting for my date who she was always late. So this little cop comes up and he thought I was loitering. And I just
Oh
kind of
boy.
let him like natter on, like, why you here? And I told him, hey, I'm waiting for my date. And this motherfucker wanted to be a little bit, you know what I told him? before you get on into your cop talk, I need to identify myself. And that was enough. So I don't like using, but you do realize who I am, right? I don't like doing that shit, but this motherfucker, he was a black young cop. And I do not know why the fuck. Dude, I was well dressed. My mother would always insist, motherfucker. She wouldn't say
Blue is
motherfucker.
blue, man. They
No,
don't make
you
any
don't go out.
distinction. Black cop, white
Yeah,
cop,
but
blue is blue.
this dude was like, I was like, what the hell are you doing? So
They're taught that way because, like I said, when I lived in New York, when I moved to the South, people used to make this big deal about, oh, how segregated in the South is to an extent. Because from what I've seen, you guys only deal with black and white here. But like, I mean, at least when I was up in New York is very segregated. It's like those unwritten, certain blocks that you don't go into.
exactly.
Like the Italians don't like you, the
But
Greeks don't like you.
you
You stay
but
out of
the
there.
thing is, my experience is you can cross the lines. You just have to not piss people off when you do it.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
you can
never
cross
been
the
my
lines in the daytime.
experience.
Very
That's never
Cammy, I'm
been my
sorry.
experience. And I went to high school in an Italian and Irish neighborhood. All of my
We go
friends
South
are
Shore.
Italian and Irish, and
Oh my
it was
lord.
never. It was never a. She can't
Yeah,
come
we don't
here.
say. Yeah, yeah, but you probably you talk from a different generation because I'll give you some more insight. I had a cousin that went to South Shore that ran track, and I don't remember there was like a McDonald's there. No, none of the black kids that went to South Shore could ever go in there. So that's what I'm saying. You're talking from a different time, so I'm just saying it's not invalid. You know what I
But
mean?
I don't
But
think.
Oh,
I
you're
that's
honestly
not
don't think.
that
I'm gonna be honest.
old.
I don't think it has anything to do with color, and everything to do with behavior and how you present yourself.
Hmm.
I would beg to differ, and you're a woman, so it's a little different for you.
Oh,
Because I'm
whoa,
telling you,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
when
Because
I used
I've
to
seen,
go,
Whoa,
I've seen,
Lupin.
I've seen what
no, it's a
McDonald's look
little.
like with the teenagers of color and
Okay,
all that,
now
and they
y'all
don't have
might
the
have
best
to hash
conduct.
this out because I
They're not being
Kimmy
civil. They're
is
not sitting there eating and going home. They're not being civil at all.
No, what I'm
okay.
saying is it's a
Wait,
little.
hold it.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Uh thank Nightish. Nightish apparently is going to um what the fuck? Uh apparently we're going through some weird form of raid. Thank you, Nightish. It's an honor. You might want to wait till the main host is here. Lupin, Kimmy is a different type of woman,
I know.
and he-
I've heard her plenty
oh,
of
okay.
times
Well, as long as
in
you
the
know that.
cloud. No, no, no. I mean, I know she's from New York. I know she's Jewish.
There are
So
some women who are just like, now, Kimmy, uh, Kimmy is, in my opinion, royalty.
Oh, go ahead.
So,
oh, I never.
Thank you.
Yeah, no,
I
no. I
just think
never.
that a lot
oh,
of people
don't
blame
thank
things
me,
on
woman.
color when it's really like behavior, conduct, the way you carry yourself. Like if you look like a scary person, why would people feel
Right,
comfortable around you? If you're not being
right.
civilized in a place that's for dining, why would people want you there? I think it's
Well, let
common
me ask
sense.
you a question though, Kim. I treat, I hope I treat, and you're gonna love this. Be brave and people like 12th man, they're peasants. Now, how does that work? Because they are peasants. Why should I waste my high education, high intellect black man time with peasants? And you know what? If they come up into the John Galt space and hold court, I should call them peasants because they are.
Stanley, you'd be his
No,
boss.
what? No,
You'd be
no,
his
no,
boss,
no.
sir.
I'm not lost. I want to
No, no. I
hear.
said you would be in charge of him wherever he was working. You'd be his boss. He'd have to report to you. So that's why I said I don't
They
even.
are
Guys like that I don't
motherfucking
even worry about.
peasants. My parents, Be Brave would have mowed a lawn on my father's farm.
Exactly.
He would have rented my father's farm. Now, motherfucker, I know that's true. I've experienced it. I've seen many a redneck white man like harvest corn on my father's land. So why should I hear bullshit about a 70%? Because he's not even like this motherfucker. He hoes a row by hand. Can't afford a tractor.
That's why I say, like a lot of times, why do you waste so much time talking to these guys? Because
And
I
I
can
hope
just
Be
tell.
Brave is listening to this shit.
Are you trying to
I'm
bait him?
not part of the
I think you're trying to bait him.
70% in the black
That's just
community.
right, because he doesn't make the distinction in this. He's probably just used to, like Kimmy would say, he's probably used to being around certain types of black people who exhibit that sort of behavior. So he wouldn't know what to do with
So
himself if he was around other,
Be
types
Brave
of black
thinks
people because they wouldn't even pay him attention.
Be Brave thinks he grew up among blacks in 1965, and it's still
Exactly.
1965. John Galt is not my class of black. None of these motherfuckers are. They just don't know. And I'm saying it here. There is one or two or three or four who know what I'm talking about. And I don't mean to be mean, but y'all need to know your place. You need to stay in
There's
your
a
lane.
hierarchy.
I'll
And
say this, Stanley.
no, there is no hierarchy. You can be me.
No,
No,
I'm
no, I'm
just
saying
trying
there's
to.
a hierarchy because
Sorry.
he. Oh, I'm sorry, kid. But good. I'm sorry.
Oh, by the way, both of you two, y'all know what I'm talking about. This, and it is becoming a problem hearing a Be Brave whole court about 70% that he lived with 65 years ago.
He lives
I
in
will
the
say
ghetto. You can
this.
tell.
I will say
Oh, I'm
this,
sorry,
Stanley,
kid.
Well,
this is
no,
something
the
I want you to
motherfucker
remember.
still lives in a ghetto.
I'll say this, Stanley, and I think this is something you should remember when you're interacting with people in the world. There's no way
Yes,
you can
ma'am.
have love in your heart and love within yourself and hate everything else around you. You hate things
And
around you because you hate yourself.
really?
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Because
Well,
when you have love inside
you
of
know
you, you
what?
always see things in a loving way. Even if a person's behavior, like what I just described, I don't think it's always a color thing. I think it's the way people dress. I think it's the way people conduct themselves. I think
Yes.
it's more of character than anything else. But it's easier to say it's this because character means you got to really look at yourself and fix things. And that's hard work, right?
Hey, Kimmy, I
But
got a
you know,
question.
But I also
I
didn't
got a
attack
question.
those people. I didn't attack those
no,
people. I
go.
didn't call them names. I didn't say they're this and that
Kimmy, I
because
got a
I don't have
question.
hatred for those people, even though I do see the problem that they have.
Well,
I have a
I
question.
want to say, a woman saved my life. If I must put it that way, my wife fucking saved my life. Um, I knew that woman was awesome, and and Kim, I think I hear what you're saying, know what you're saying, and that's why I can kind of make jokes. That woman was just awesome. So,
Hey, Kim, I got a
Lupin, go
question.
ahead.
No, I had a question first. She still there?
She
Kim?
is.
I just had a question. How do you explain, like, okay, you have on, you're well dressed, you have on a suit, you're at a place, your place of business, and you enter the elevator with certain people and they flames. Is it because you're ugly or is it because you're not carrying yourself a certain way? I was just curious to see your perspective.
Wait, what happens in that place? So you're well dressed, you're
Right, say I'm at work because this happened to me plenty of times prior to this. It's kind of like you're suited, you're booted. You're going to work. You get in the elevator, you with certain people, they start flinching as if they're, they grab their pocketbooks. You're like, oh wow. I don't know. Is it because I'm ugly or I don't know? But
why
I've
can't
seen
it
that
be
happen a
them?
lot
Why
of
can't it
times.
be that they have a personal problem? Why does it have to be about you?
because it happens all the time. If I get on the elevator, I don't care what I have on, and I'm with it, black women most of the time. What I've noticed, they don't really do that. But it's like if it's someone of the other persuasion, and I'm saying it's me, and that's what I was trying to get a perspective from
I'm
you
gonna be
on.
honest. I
Yeah,
know you're
yeah.
saying this
Go
your
ahead.
experience. Your experience. So I can't tell you your experiences didn't happen, but I think
Hmm.
um, ideology shapes our perceptions, and then we believe things
Hmm.
are happening to us based on certain information that we receive to be true. And I
Gotcha.
think a lot of what the liberals, I'm be honest, I think a lot of liberal indoctrination about
Oh, come
CRT and
on,
race
Kim.
will let people
Look,
will
Well,
let
look.
people
I'm
think
gonna have
that
to
Go ahead. Go ahead. No,
it
no,
will
no, no. Go ahead.
interfere.
I want to hear you. Sorry, sorry. Go ahead,
it will
Kim. I'm
allow
sorry.
people to
Well,
believe
no, I
it will
want to
allow people to believe
interject.
it will allow people
Kim,
to believe and
can't
think that everywhere they
Roz
go they're the enemy.
hit the link, Roz? Um, Lupin, I'm gonna have to not agree with you on this. Black women,
Who is Lupin?
Lupin is
Right here.
here.
We can't see no names. We just see avatars.
Motherfucker, are
Oh,
you on
okay.
your own panel?
No, I
Introduce
just can't see
yourself.
who you talking to,
No,
brother. I
no,
just
no,
want
no.
to
What
understand.
you don't want to
No, I
do,
just want to
sir.
understand who you're
What
talking
you
to. I
don't
can't see
want.
no names.
Hey, I'm not John
I don't
Galt.
know why I got to be a motherfucker. I didn't call you out of your
You
name.
will
We
go
just
to
see.
the mat.
Who is he?
You will
What, Urban?
introduce yourself properly. Wait for John Galt if you want to be this type of person.
But
What I
just
want
one
to
second,
say,
Stanley.
Lupin,
I just think
is
that sometimes people have information that they believe,
Hmm.
and then they internalize that as
well,
like I'm
I
seen as
want
the
to,
enemy everywhere I go, and that's not
I
accurate.
Okay.
want to
But
say,
if that's how you see in the
Fair
Lupin,
enough.
world, that's how you see in the world. Just
Lupin,
like they said,
hold
Fair
on.
enough.
You two people I admire, Lupin. I honestly, some of the bullshit, and I won't even call it bullshit. I've honestly never had a black woman treat me like I was less than. I, dude, and again, maybe I've never had a black woman treat me like I was just like, I've never had that experience. I have, and this is black women, white women. Maybe it's me, but no, I literally
No, I
never
was
had a
just
bad experience.
like I said, I was
Not
asking the
even
question
a
more so out of
less than.
curiosity.
Not even like I'm walking on the street or at a. I've never had a bad experience. Black women have always treated me with respect. Like, like, yeah, I'm not God's gift to men, but no,
Right.
I've
it's
just
because you
never
don't
had that
have
experience.
a mindset of fear. You don't see yourself as the
Oh,
enemy
why
everywhere
would
you
I
go.
fear a woman? I had a strong black mother, and you know what?
People are raised to be fearful of themselves, Stanley. Oh, you're
Right.
dark. You should be afraid. Oh, you're black. You should be afraid. And then they
Dark.
think that's the reality of the world because that's how they're seeing the world.
Look, Kim and Lupin, honest,
No, I'm
and
not saying
I
anything. I'm cool.
wish I were making it up. I had an aunt Rose. Dude, my grandmother was a gorgeous, like, I remember when I was maybe 10, 11, 12, and my grandmother, my father's mother, was fairly dark skinned. Actually dark skinned. She was, I, I remember as like a preteen going, holy fuck. I didn't say that, of course, but no, that woman was, she was like a model, beautiful. And you know what? Her genes, she was a gorgeous 80-year-old. Um, y'all, black men, and this, like, black women treat black men this way, and motherfucker, be a good person, you'll be treated like a good person. And I just get
Absolutely.
so fucking annoyed with this ghetto John Galt motherfucking red pill. I'm not red pill. Motherfucker, you are. Let us just be good people and go from there.
I agree.
And this is why I piss a lot of motherfuckers off on this channel, because I don't buy the bullshit.
You don't piss me off, Stanley. Just.
Well,
But I think
you
I
know
piss black
what?
people
You
off too.
might
But
be the
they just
only
don't tell me that.
person, you and Portia and Virgo, man, y'all are so sweet. So.
You
That's
know
why I
what it
like
is,
your
Stanley? I've
program.
seen these people like literally come for you, or they're talking to you, and they know how you operate, and they say something stupid, they say something off topic, they say something that's not the point, and then when you get on their ass, they can't take it, and they start to fold, and then you're the problem. You're the problem because they don't know how to
And there
eloquently
is
say
Virgo.
what they got to say.
No, you know what? And this is actually a huge compliment. And Portia,
Nah. Usually,
y'all better,
she cut everybody off.
y'all better. Portia is Portia's the Portia's the woman who just kind of said, and she literally said this. Well, I told Portia, like, look, I like news stories. I don't, like the rap and the bullshit. And you know what this woman said? Very young woman. Be yourself. And who says that in her 20s? The woman is special. We better keep her here. You better. Portia's gonna be mad, but support Portia J.
Yeah, definitely. I'm guilty. Start
And
supporting Portia.
before I let the night back up, Kim,
I put myself on mute.
absolutely, if she is a relative of yours, I know she's classy. So, in Lupin, don't know who Kimmy is. She's not like, she is, in my opinion, exceptional.
Raw,
Oh, I
maybe
spend a
on
lot of time listening from the
Yeah, this
cloud.
motherfucker's still going
So
on.
Kimmy gets much respect, and so does Portia. So
Well, no, I know y'all. Look, Lupin, Kim is highly respected, in my opinion, and you are too. So y'all be nice.
hey, Kimmy, can
I
I,
think we're
Kim?
being nice.
Yeah, Kim. Do you feel like I disrespected her? I don't think I disrespected her.
No, never,
No, no,
never.
no,
No,
no.
no, no,
I'm not
no, no.
saying you did.
Okay. Sorry.
No, no, no. Y'all just be nice. It would hurt my
Oh,
feelings.
okay.
Y'all just be
I
the
get what
high
Stanley's
class.
saying. Like he likes
Yeah,
you, he
okay.
likes me, and he would like for us to always be in a good place.
Or
Definitely,
not.
And I
and I
agree with
feel the
that.
same way.
Be
I
But
feel
I
the
I
same way. I
want
don't come
Stanley to
up.
know
I
that
like the
I don't
show.
take any of this internet stuff personal. Like it's
Nope,
conversations. People are
nope.
allowed to
No,
think it deep.
y'all are like super smart.
Even when people
So
try to like come at me nice, nasty, I see it, but I don't care to address it because that's their issue. I'm not addressing your issues. You got to address your own issues. There's therapy for that.
I listen to the show, man. Like I said, when I come up there, the first thing I try to do is be respectful and informing everybody that's on there. You know what I mean? So that's the biggest thing. Like I said, I respect Stanley. I respect everybody, and then I listen to the show. I contribute to the show from time to time because I like the perspective and everybody that's on there. Even John Galt at times, and everybody's perspective, and then I just put it all together and say, hey, I learned something new today. That's essentially how I look at it. I don't take anything personal. So
Are you gonna bring the other guy back, Stanley?
Yeah, bring them up. Bring them up.
did he drop or something? Because I don't hear anything.
I don't either. I think he's still there though.
No, I don't see his icon. I don't see his
Oh, hold
icon.
on.
Oh, I see this guy now with the four fingers.
I don't see him.
I think he said it was Black Knight or somebody Night.
No,
Yeah, he's
Night is
got
next.
like 4 fingers.
Oh, this
Nightish.
person?
Yeah, nightish.
He's going to give Stanley some smoke. That's why Stanley's stalking him.
Okay, I
I'm
guess
gonna
he
put
knows
myself on mute.
Nightish, I'm sorry. I
Wait.
forgot to hit.
I send like 70
Stanley's ducking
some
him.
people over here
Oh.
in the redirect. So drop me, mute me, bitch ass nigga. You hoe ass nigga. You bitch ass, weird ass nigga. Drop me.
No, is that necessary? Is that necessary?
Drop me, you hoe ass, on Adderall, drunk ass, on pills, on Perkies, on Adderall, on Xanax ass, bitch ass nigga.
Well, let me
You
ask
see
you
what
a
I'm saying?
question.
Like,
Can
there's no
you
way
This is the
he
reason why I
doesn't
don't
have
listen
love
to the
inside
other
of him.
shows.
That's how
can
you
you
address people
drop
early in the morning.
yourself or do you need help? My guess is that you need me to drop you for some weird Fox News clip. Is that what this is? He'll go. We leave him up. So any comments on this Fred Sanford looking, I can't shave or have a decent beard looking motherfucker?
See, this is what I don't like about like the live
None at all.
stream thing. It's just very toxic to me. It's just so toxic. Like, that's how you choose to address someone early in the morning? Like, you didn't. Like, you
Well,
don't think about going
no.
on a
Oh, wait,
drive
All I
hold
before
it.
asked
something.
was,
Did you
all I
hold
asked
that pose?
was, can you drop?
Oh, look at this
All I
motherfucker.
listen.
This motherfucker held that pose for that long and he's still talking. Dude,
It's like you
you
don't think
don't
about
come
blending a
up.
juice in the
No,
morning, going
look
for
at
a
this
nice run.
motherfucker. This
God.
motherfucker actually thinks he can go against Stanley Cross. Fred Sanford, I still can't hear you. You may talk when I say you can. Now, I do recognize you from here for the tease show. You need to be
recognize me from
careful.
somewhere.
You
Recognize me from somewhere. Thank you for recognizing me.
You're not that famous. Behave yourself, old man.
Fuck you and the people that you came with, pussy.
You know what? Of course you want to go all ghetto. Comb your beard.
What is
Take
ghetto?
off your hat.
What is
Because I
ghetto?
know you have
What is
no
ghetto, ho?
motherfucker. This motherfucker thinks he has a place and he can debate. Dude, I'm Stanley Cross. You don't do that on my panel. Wait for John Galt if you want that kind of action.
Use a hoe, bitch.
No, motherfucker. I'm a hoe, but I'm a controlling hoe.
That's a hoe.
Motherfucker, you don't understand how I work. Bitch, you yield, not me. You will always yield unless you can be polite. I'm always open to polite conversation. And trim your beard, by the way.
Use a hoe and fuck you, bitch.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to let you stay up here a couple extra minutes long. You're waiting for John Galt.
No, I'm
John
not.
Galt's not here to entertain.
No, I don't.
John Galt's not here for you right now. Now, what I suggest you do, I bet John Galt will come up here and he will tell you, you don't do this shit on Stanley Cross's show. Motherfucker, who the fuck do you think you are? Save it for the morning roast or your other. Oh, look at him. He's frozen again.
I'm not frozen at all. I'm just listening to you.
No, motherfucker. You are falling asleep or something. What
No, I'm
you
just
need
listening
to
to your
no,
slow ass.
motherfucker. No, not gonna do it. Night-ish. I assume that's who you are. Not your show. Motherfucker, you are on my panel, not the other way around. When I come to your panel, we'll see how that works. I'll take that over too.
I would love that.
Motherfucker,
That would be
anytime.
hilarious.
Invite me, bitch.
That would be hilarious.
You know what? You know what would be hilarious? I will take over your panel too, as I usually do. You know who I am, and I know who you are. The night, you need to take the K out of it and be who you are. Now we can move on. Ryan, you haven't talked in a while.
I'm good. I'm just chilling. I'm just driving. I figured
Are you
I'd
good?
pull up.
I'm
I
just
figured I'd
hoping.
pull up.
I'm just
Say
hoping
hi.
you can.
Happy Monday. Happy Monday.
You know
Just
what?
morning commute.
You know what? Tell me what's going on in your life. How was
Same
your
stuff.
weekend?
It's just boring. The weather's no good. So it's it's like 40 and rain
It's
or
boring.
yeah, it's not the weather hasn't broken yet. So this time of year is just depressing in the Northeast,
Oh, for God's sake. Maryland is not the Northeast. It's the Mid-Atlantic.
Well, it's still you can't. It's not shorts weather.
Didn't they teach you geography?
It's close enough. It is kind of in between, but it's just not. I usually go away this time of year, and I didn't do it this year, unfortunately. So I just want it to be 70, and it's 45. The worst time of the year for me is always March into April, and once the weather breaks, it'll be good. So, but now it's just no fun. So that's why I want to move south. Lucky you in Georgia. So anyway, but same stuff, nothing new. Boring weekend. Worked on the yard. Played with the dogs. So nothing new. But that's where I'm at, my friend.
Well, happy Monday morning.
Yeah, I'm pulling up to a job site. I'll be back on soon, Stanley. I'm pulling up to where I'm going, so I'll be on soon.
I will look forward to it.
Yes, sir. See you guys. See ya. Bye.
Bye, Ryan. Have a great day. Or that was Lupin.
No, that was Ryan. Lupin.
I wasn't on the screen, so I don't know.
Lupin is a smart motherfucker. So, Nightish, what's your story?
No.
No,
Let me be the
motherfucker,
lame
don't
you
tell me
described
no.
as. You take over the show, sir. I don't want to partake in your show. You're the host. I want to see just how fucking lame and slow you are. So just leave me out of it. I'm just going to sit up
I
here
am so
as the
slow.
old man with the fucked up beard that you said, sir.
How old are you? The night. How old are you?
Let me say hello to this beautiful queen right
Motherfucker,
here.
you don't have
Hi,
to say
Kimmy Case.
hello.
Good morning.
I'm 60.
How
old are you?
She kind of fine. I like her. Shit.
Yeah. You're just noticing now, apparently.
Yeah, because
those glasses are not doing you the justice your optometrist said they would. You're blind. It took you up to now? How old are you, son?
Younger than
and
you.
I'm calling you son because I bet you're in your
Younger
50s,
than
aren't
you if I'm your son.
You are my son.
Yes.
You're what, 59?
I'm younger than you if I'm your son.
Motherfucker, that's obvious. Now,
so how old are you? So
60.
how old are you?
60.
Oh, you are old dumb fuck. That's crazy.
Yeah, and you know what? Are you older or younger? Let's measure your dumb fuckery.
I thought you was
older
gonna
dumb fuck
I
or
thought you were
younger
gonna
dumb
ask
fuck.
about measuring
I
something
will
else.
get bored.
Weird ass
No,
nigga.
motherfucker, don't you yell on my panel. You
I'm not
better
yelling. I'm
tone
having
it down and be civil.
I'm not yelling. I'm having a conversation with you.
Motherfucker,
Why does it sound like
you're
yelling?
having it.
Is your
You're
hearing
having
aid
this
fucked up?
conversation at a decibel level that's unacceptable.
It's unacceptable to you. Then turn my mic down.
Motherfucker, you'll be gone.
Turn
I
my
can
mic
do a
down.
monologue.
If my mic
Why
is
would I
too loud
bother?
and I'm talking at a
I'm not.
reasonable level, turn my
No.
mic down, then, Queen.
Here's what you don't understand, son. You adjust to me, not the other way around.
You believe
you
that?
adjust to me.
You believe that?
It could be difficult.
Let me help
or
you out, Queen.
easy.
You had 10 people watching you, right?
You know what, motherfucker? I don't give a shit. Those were the 10 people I like. Don't bring up 44 that I don't like. Don't bring, motherfucker, I don't give a shit. See, here is what your kind thinks that I give a shit about 44.
What kind am I?
I do. You are a young man who thinks
What
a
kind?
great
No, you
beard,
said
a
this is
fake
what my
beard.
kind thing. What
No,
kind am I?
you're not going to let. You are a young man who thinks a fake beard and a straw hat.
What kind am I?
Motherfucker, I'm telling you, you're fake.
Okay, so what does
No,
that?
No. I need you to address my answer.
No.
You
said
no.
What
You don't
determines
get to tell me, son. You don't get to tell me.
I'm not telling you
Straw
anything.
hat
I'm asking
and
a
a fake
question.
beard does
You have
not
the leadership role because that's what you want. So
I
what
will
determines
take
fake, sir?
control of your dumb ass. Invite your 44 out. I had a number before you came in, and I cared about them.
Okay,
now,
so you don't care. So you don't care about
whoa.
1 second, sir.
No,
so you
I
don't
do
care
not
about
care.
the other people.
I am literally saying I don't give a fuck about your numbers.
Right. So you don't care about the other people.
No, I literally don't.
Let's
care.
have a conversation back and forth.
No, motherfucker, I don't have a conversation with someone I don't respect.
Right. So you said you only care about the 10 people that gave a fuck about you,
because
right?
I said it's right.
I just want to understand. So when I talk to John, I can explain to John that Stanley said he don't give a fuck about the numbers. He only wants 10 people to be here.
Wait. You mentioned John Galt? I don't give a
No,
fuck
I just want to
John Galt
understand.
thinks.
So when I have a
You
conversation
need
later
to
on,
understand.
did you ask me a question or no? Did you ask me a question or no?
What two things?
Did you ask me a question
You
or
are
no?
not going to let me talk.
Oh, nigga, did you ask me a question or no?
This motherfucker does not understand who Stanley Cross is. I don't give a fuck what John Galt thinks. Yeah, I'm here. You yield to me until John Galt. Motherfucker, who the fuck is this idiot? Folks, prepare to have Nightish or whoever the fuck he thinks he is. This is Stanley versus the world, and this dumb son of a bitch doesn't understand where he is. You talk to me respectfully at all times, bitch. Last chance. Yeah, the best you can do is rolling middle fingers. Do you know where you are right now? Have you orientated your goddamn self?
I'm in my living room.
In the back again. You go complain to John Galt.
I'm in my living room.
You're not. No, this motherfucker wants to talk. Motherfucker, until John Galt comes here, you're talking to me. If you have complaints, motherfucker, go talk to someone who cares, his name might be John Galt. I am not John Galt. Bitch, you need to understand. This is in front of your audience.
The thing that's
Motherfucker, I didn't tell you to
what's
talk.
hilarious
Like,
to me.
yeah, motherfucker, it might come to you to speak when I want to speak. You better be respectful. I don't know where you think you are, which show you think you're on, but you're on Stanley versus the world. You will yield.
I'm in my living room.
Motherfucker, I don't care where you
are. Comfortable.
I didn't ask.
I don't know why this old ass nigga that got his depend diaper on.
That's the other. You never, motherfucker. If you use that N word on my goddamn panel again, I will boot you, and then you go talk to John Galt and whine like the pussy you are. We don't use the N word. You can say ninja. You can say Negro. You can say knock knock because there's a K in that. Use that N word on my panel again, and I will boot your ass like the football you are. This is a line. Motherfucker, if you use that N word again, your ass is out of here. You need to understand that, Nightish. Say it again.
I don't know if he on pills.
Motherfucker, I don't give a
I don't-
motherfuck. You don't need to know. You know the rules. Period. Do not say the N-word on my panel. As long as you can bullshit and bleat like the goat you think you are. On my panel, we don't use the N-word. Motherfucker, do it and you are gone. That is my rule.
I don't know if he on pills.
Motherfucker, you don't have to know. You still think you need to know. Acknowledge my rule, bitch.
I don't know if he on pills. I don't know if he on dick, dope, or dynamite. But this nigger next to me think he can tell me what to do.
Well, who's this? Charles Darwin? You got
Hi, Stanley. Yeah, I do
Okay.
actually. I do.
Don't ever. I've said don't use it on my panel, and this dumb son of a bitch thinks that John Galt is going to protect his dumb ass. Don't use the N-word on my panel, period. And Mr. Darwin, I don't know you. How about reveal yourself? Oh my lord, I am such an amateur here. Yeah, let's see how this works.
You're not really
Mr.
working here at the
Darwin.
moment, are you?
I'm sorry, what?
You're not really working here at the moment, are you? Like, I want to just look. Someone brought a raid to the channel, and you started talking about the N word. I did not bring the N word up at all.
Oh no,
Okay?
no. You missed that part. Please stop.
No. I was there.
No,
I was
motherfucker,
there.
you'll be gone too. I was not talking to you, sir.
Okay. Well, can we go along and say hello? Hey, how you going? Let's do something like basic common courtesy. Does that work? Yeah.
Motherfucker, of course we can.
Awesome. Nice to meet you, Stanley. How are you today?
I'm great.
Awesome. It's 18 minutes past midnight here, so yeah, I should be asleep, but I'm not. Um, so
Well, at
how's your, how?
midnight, yeah, there's some
Yeah.
partying to do.
Well, it's Monday.
However, is it?
Correction,
Uh,
Tuesday. Sorry. Yeah.
well, see here. Um, funny enough, it is Monday here.
No, it was Tuesday today now, as of 18 minutes ago. So
Yeah,
yeah,
but
yeah,
I
yeah,
am on the
yeah.
East Coast of the United States of America. It is still Monday.
Yeah, but that whole crazy east, west,
Yeah.
central thing,
The
I don't
bottom
understand
line
it. Yeah,
is it Tuesday there?
it's Tuesday now, but I
Okay.
mean,
Now, what
look,
I want to ask you is it
can,
Monday where I am, or we're going to dispute the day of the week across an international date line?
look,
This is
look,
an
look,
argument
look.
that I'm not going to even bother having. You either realize where you are, I will realize where I am, and maybe polite has nothing to do with the international dateline. Don't bore me.
Okay. So are we going to go and discuss
No,
the
it's
GMT?
okay.
No, are we going to talk
You
about the GMT, or is
let
this
me
something different?
hear you now.
No?
Is it Tuesday there?
Yes,
Is it Monday here?
probably. I have no idea. I don't live
Well,
there.
motherfucker. Well, how about do your research before you pronounce bullshit? You
Well,
want to talk about my show? How about you just do
your
reality?
show, your show.
Yeah, motherfucker. It's my
Oh,
show.
no, step back, run back one.
No,
Your show.
motherfucker. I
It's not
have
your show.
no doubt
It's
about
not
whose
your
show it
show.
is.
Okay, like
This is
let's be
one
fair
of
about that.
the
Okay.
weird things.
All right, let's go. Let's go. All right.
Go look at the YouTube channel. You're on YouTube, right?
Yes.
And what is the name of this show? Just a quick reality check.
That'll be John Galt's channel. Yeah.
Nope.
And your name is what?
Oh, of course. You're not that bright. What is the name
Oh,
of the
okay.
show on the John Galt?
Anyway, wait one. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Tabs. Fucking somewhere. That one. John Galt. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Well,
Nichols
you know
says
what?
Stanley reads
If
everything
you
but the
cannot
gospel.
realize,
Okay. No,
see,
that's what it
this
says.
is
That's what it
how,
says.
no. You don't get the spotlight. I do. You
Okay.
tell me. You tell me the name of the show on the John Galt channel, or your ass will follow your leader.
John Galt, Dan Nichols says Stanley reads everything but the gospel. Would that be fair? Would that be fair?
What's the name of the show?
I don't know. That's what it says on YouTube. You tell me.
It's called Stanley versus the World, and your part of the world is not worth me.
No. It says but the gospel. Literally, if you look at, find your own channel on YouTube.
Here's your last chance.
That's what it says right now.
Before, dude, you're about to be kicked because you're boring.
Okay.
You can leave on your own volition, or I can kick you, or you can tell me what is the name of this show on the John Galt channel you are on.
It just says John Galt.
Then,
Subscribe. That's all it says.
It just says you can't read. So that's the end of that. So, folks, I imagine this is coming up on a morning roast. I'm just pre-roasting the beans. So, kind of laughing at that last bloke. And King Tut or King Thing, whatever the fuck, King Roast kingish, knightish. Sorry, it had something to do with K's. Dude, somehow or another, y'all think that it's my show. I will do as I please, and y'all need to figure this shit out. I don't blanch. I don't flinch. Do better, folks. So maybe we just watch the rest of this and end the show.
Willing to put, I wouldn't say my career, but the amount of time and energy that I put into that, because I would say that right now is one of the most important things in my life, is to continue to grow. And
well, let's give this dude another chance. Kind of against my religion to do it. Yes, sir.
Hey, mate.
You
say
what's
you
the name of
say
it?
no. You seem a bit
I
upset.
will not. This motherfucker. Say the name of the show that you were on, and then you can go into the channel stuff. I booted you once. Don't think I won't do it again. You need to heal, son.
Dude, I was just having a conversation with.
I don't give a fuck. What is the name of the show you are on?
Pop the Balloon. No.
Yeah.
I've never seen it. We don't have it here in Australia because, well,
what? You don't have Stanley versus the World in Australia.
Nope.
Because you are just a little fussy kangaroo.
Yeah, that could be.
Not interested. Do better. If you're calling from kangaroo land,
elevate in my career, I would be willing to put that to the side to give more time to my man, to our building our relationship. I would say, yeah.
Hey, listen, I respect that. I wouldn't stop the money though. I'm not trying to stop that. Yeah,
All right, and what about over
respect you.
here?
Definitely not stopping anything ambitious wise, but probably like just like maybe normal leisurely comforts, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like things that like maybe that I like to do for myself that I could maybe sacrifice that time and get more time in. Yeah.
Respect. Okay.
Okay, ladies, any questions for him?
How do you deal with conflict resolution in a relationship?
I like to communicate, hear each other out. You know, I want you to say what you have to say, and I want a woman that's not afraid to speak how she feels. You know, I feel like if you don't let a person speak, you cut them off, or it's more than just one leader in our household. You know, the man is the head, but the woman is the neck. So I can't, we can't function without each other. So how you feel, what you have to say is important. I don't want to go to bed mad.
Yeah.
So let's clear this out now. Let's talk about it. Let's hug, kiss later, and we'll get past it.
I like that.
All right. Any question here?
How do you protect your peace?
I pray. First and foremost, I have a lot to lose, and I've come a long way in life. And I always reflect on where I came from. I came out the trenches, so I'll never go back. So just that thought alone, that brings me peace. And I have to protect that at all costs.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. One more.
Where did you say you're from? Where are you from?
I'm from Sarasota, Florida, but I just bought a townhouse in Valrico next to Tampa.
What about over here? I think you said you had. Ooh, we'll be back. You said you had one more question.
I was gonna ask where he's from.
Oh, perfect. You let us know. Why'd you end up popping?
Man, you just had to go say you live across the country. Everything was lining up, but that's literally across the country, and I don't know if I'm in a place where I'm willing to put aside things that I've going on to do a long distance relationship.
Okay.
Respect. I respect that.
Now she's someone that's your type.
Yeah, she's very beautiful. She's gorgeous. Her hair is like perfect. Her outfit is nice, beautiful color, and nice nails. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you.
more than welcome, Queen.
You too.
God bless
Well
you.
put together.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let me bring you up here with us. Come on up. All right, y'all. Any final question? Just one. You get one up here if you guys have one.
Do you have kids?
I don't, but I want some.
Okay.
Okay. You have a final question? If you don't have one, that's all right as well. Don't worry.
I have to ask a question. It's very important that she knows that I'm interested in her. So, are you looking to be married?
Oh, absolutely. I'm definitely a wife.
That's my only question.
All right.
That's all I want to hear right there.
Okay. Well, then let me ask my final question. Is it a yes for you for him?
It definitely is.
Oh, and is it a yes for you for her?
Absolutely.
We got a match. I'll take this mic, and you guys can go on up, make some noise for them, ladies. Oh. Thank you, everyone, for tuning into this episode of Pop the Balloon or Find Love. If you'd like to be featured in any of our upcoming episodes, make sure you click on that link in the description box below and fill out a form to be considered. Also, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll catch you all next time.
Well, folks, let's see. 9:30. Let's watch. I think my show has gone overboard and past time. But let's see. John Galt is doing a show. It's in an early version of Morning Roast or something like that. Let's see here. Well, while I'm trying to figure this out, make sure everyone in the chat hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Make sure you share the wealth of me telling motherfuckers who come up on my panel that you don't use the N-word. That is my line. Spread it far and wide. Just because you are some Fred Sanford looking motherfucker does not mean you transcend, transect, or just be trans. My rules are my rules, and if you don't fucking like it, whine to John Galt or Portia or someone. I am me. You don't fuck with me. That's the first thing y'all should learn. I don't give a fuck who you are. And Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross 6000. I'm sure you'll want to subscribe to it. I do video essays. I don't do lives just yet. So your asses or your feelings might not be hurt. Don't use the N-word on my goddamn panel. It is the rule. You can, if you want to be creative and use ninja or nunchuck or whatever, that's fine. You will not use the Nigger word. Fucking get over it. This isn't your ghetto. John Galt's shows are. So, Seems John Galt has a show going on. We might show a little bit of it to contrast and compare. Let us see. No Pop the Balloon. Charles Darwin agreed. What the fuck? This motherfucker can't spell. I might need to buy a helmet. Yeah, that makes fucking sense. This is my point. Dumb motherfuckers want to come up to this panel and just fucking like, dude, it's amazing that you put this kind of. Are you deleting my subscribe? Oh, no. Lead. No, I never delete. No, sir. I don't delete what's in the chat, and certainly subscribe to Stanley Cross channel. I would never do that. That would be I don't know where to go with that. Let's see. We have a. Oh, here we go.
But it would take money too.
Well, let's see how.
Yeah, I don't see no bag laying around.
This is capital murder, and if you go by the dead body, he has an extended.
Well, I'm going to watch the deleterious mental effects.
He was ready to.
At least he had it on him.
Right there, you can see it.
Yeah, maybe he could get buried with it, you know.
Oh, by the way,
no, he didn't have a banana clip. He had,
let me drop the morning roast link.
Latino's making a racist joke.
Y'all can go over there. Enjoy the.
Man, you know, not the
enjoy the
man,
roast.
Stanley got it going on over there. He's at like 30 something.
Oh,
years,
motherfucker!
Like
Look at! Oh
Stanley.
shit!
Salute to Stanley.
Stanley's doing this thing, man.
Yeah, Stanley's doing this thing. Good old Stanley.
Go over to the morning roast.
Universal.
Well, we'll continue our theme of analyzing black men and not in that type of way, but in a way of like what's going on. How do we build something different? Get ourselves to a different space and position. And a young man who does have himself in a good space
are not
in position is Jalen Daniels, who's been all of the rage this season. He is the quarterback of the Washington Commanders. And he has sparked a lot of interest from the ladies because he's a tall, handsome young man, and he also won Rookie of the Year, so he's on the upswing. But something interesting happened to him as he attended the NCAA March Madness tournament. He was not alone. And when we say he was not alone, he was accompanied by another well-known person, a very attractive young lady, Juju Watkins. Now, for those of you who don't know who Juju Watkins is, she is the star basketball player at USC. She is a Trojan, and she's good. She is good. A lot of people have compared her to Caitlin Clark. I don't think personally she's going to reach Caitlin Clark's numbers, but she's definitely going to be a Hall of Fame basketball player. She's a baller. And these two appeared together at one of the games. And they look like a handsome couple, right? Got two black folks here. You know, she's got her hair up in one of them. What are the things called, John, that you like when they put her hair up? A pontoon?
Pony.
Just a pony. Like the Badu or whatever.
Nah, it's a bouffant.
A bouffant. A bouffant. Yes. A bouffant.
You know, the Spanish girls wear that shit a lot.
Yeah. Well, she's got some of that, you know, she got some kind of mixture going on. She's got something going on. She got that good hair, as they like to say.
Very pretty, yeah.
Yes. And apparently he's got that good hair too. I mean, I think his stuff might be longer than HB's at this point. But
nah, it ain't longer than mine. Nah, it ain't longer than mine. He getting there though.
He's getting there. Yeah, he got some catching up to do. He's a young man. But you know, since he has a lot of time on his hand, it is the off season. He decided to check out the game, and he decided to check out the game with a lovely young lady. But something happened. Let's roll the clip.
Now, famous 24 is when she like does the cute little like touch of the ear thing and smiles, and then wait for it later. Like his mom came out and Mama, I realize that you have a hand.
He said, "Watch that camera."
I'm not here.
What happened to Black Love, man? What happened?
So Universal, what you're saying is mom plays defense too. Mom
Absolutely. I'll let her play some defense on me. Let's go. Yeah.
You know, the thing about this is, you know, I was telling Universal, I was saying, how much of that is that, you know, she's seen the stories and she's like, I don't trust these young girls. Maybe I don't want my son attached to this WNBA political bullshit, which is going to come to a head at the next contract negotiation. You've already heard the big girl, what's her name? Whatever her name is, complaining about they need to be paid more. And how much?
Angela Reese.
Yeah, how much is mama saying, you know what? Not this girl right here. I don't want that type of girl. What do you think?
I don't, you know, John, I don't know if it's necessarily political. I think what it is the devil knows their own. And you saw mama with them those breastises all hanging out. You know, she see Juju with her good hair. She know what it is.
Shit.
Yeah. You see what she got. You see, mama got that shit on, John. She know the devil knows its own, man. So she know what Juju on. You know, Juju ain't no Caitlin Clark, man. She ain't no Caitlin Clark.
That's what I'm asking you, HB. Like, this is a woman who's gonna be embroiled in a bunch of bullshit,
right?
In a year or two, whenever this contract, all this Caitlin Clark shit come up, her son as a quarterback is going to be asked questions about this shit. Now I doubt she's thinking this far ahead, but I do think there is just not the benefit of the doubt is not given to this black girl. She may be a decent person, I don't know.
Yeah. I think too. It's like you know, mama need love too, John. And you know, I think people are kind of taking this the wrong way. They're thinking that mama's like playing defense, hating. But I think what it is mama wants to make sure she gets in the shot. So she was like, let me sit between y'all. So you know, the John Galt's of the world could get a good look. See what she working with.
So you think she's attention seeking?
Oh yeah. I mean, John, look at them titties,
pay
man.
Pay attention to her mannerisms right here, though. She's pointing at the camera. You guys are on camera. Pay attention. Like, she's orchestrating.
Yeah,
look at that.
Exactly what she's doing, man.
Look, she's like, that shit's right there, and you guys kikiing. Like, she's orchestrating.
Yeah,
I'll run it back.
She know exactly what she's doing, man. She trying to get, you know, mama need love too, man.
I never thought about that, but that makes
it could. I think all three things could be happening at once. Why not?
Yeah. They all say, damn.
Look, she's letting her know y'all up here doing blah blah blah. Now watch this. When she checks her hair, she gets it fixed, and she says, "Look at the camera. Look,
damn,
right there, it's right there." Mama knows best. Oh Lord,
damn.
Look at the moms. Look at the moms.
I didn't even notice that. Good morning, Brooklyn Watson. Kimmy K. No,
Kimmy K. Salute.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that, but that is very interesting that she could be one seeking attention. So if she looks a little bit annoyed,
yeah,
Yeah.
And she's
What-
telling them, you're doing this. They're paying attention. Look, the camera's right there. She did that right there. That point. I know that point.
He said that boy looks so miserable. Do you think he looks miserable?
His mama's everywhere.
Yeah, if my mama stepped out looking like that, I'd be miserable too, man. I'd be miserable. I already know what mama on. She step out looking like that with the titties out. How does
Jesus
WNBA
Christ.
player got more
Black
class
excellence.
than your mama? That's the sad part.
That's because she had a game later. Still.
Bro, she's one of these basketball players, bro.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If it's not already happening.
I don't know if y'all. I've been paying attention to Universal. I've been paying attention to Audie Crooks. You know who that is?
No, Audie Crooks. No.
Audie Crooks, man. Yo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
The big girl.
the big girl. I really like this girl though, man. I really like Audie Crooks, man.
She can ball. Yeah, she can ball.
She can
Here, I'm gonna pull her
but
up.
man, like just personality wise though, man, she is. I heard her like give props to her dad. Her dad died when she was like 16. She started tearing up and stuff talking about her dad. I was like, yeah, man, this is what the WNBA needs. They need more of those like wholesome,
stories. Yeah.
What
Yeah,
WNBA
type stories. They call her
players
the
need
Shaq of the
is
WNBA.
more
Really? Yeah.
morning roast.
I think she put up like a 40.
They will
this season.
succeed.
Yeah, she goes crazy.
Yeah.
Never heard of her.
Never heard of
Crooks,
her.
I've been following her for a minute.
Let us
But,
not
this
know
season
shit
is
and
gonna
brag
be a very
about it.
good class of draft class for the WNBA.
That is a big moment.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a big one.
She's
That is
6'3".
Damn.
Yeah.
That's
And
it.
you are 5'7". You'll never
That is
get her.
400
Is
pounds.
the point?
Yeah, she about
yeah,
she about
she's
6'3",
easy.
about 350.
Yeah, she's easy 3+. Easy. Yeah.
Is she American?
Yeah. She's from Iowa. Her
Is
mom,
she married?
her mom was a
Motherfucker, that's
her
the
mom was a
first question
basketball
you
player,
ask.
and her dad was a black guy.
Yeah. Her dad.
So here we
them
go
Waterloo, Iowa
into
niggas
race.
caught her mom.
Black guy,
Oh, Lord.
6'3". No one is
She's
asking the
she's a
important
good girl,
questions.
though, man. Like
Yeah.
she's not like the Angel Reese's and stuff,
Yeah. She's hooping.
This is how
No,
black
but yeah, I mean, this
guys are.
again. We talk about business
We
on this show. We
don't
talk about
ask
the inner workings
questions.
of culture.
How tall is
Like
she?
you said, she's a good
I'm
wholesome
waiting
story.
to
Something that the
find
WNBA
out
probably
what
could
her
lean on a lot
salary
more
is.
instead of going so woke. And I think they're going to be in. I think over the next 2 years, the WNBA is going to have to really
Motherfuckers
figure out
talking
a new
about
identity
woke.
and capitalize off the Caitlin Clark success, which they haven't done well. They've been forcing her to talk about all these social issues instead of just pumping up the play of the league. So girls like this are going to be important. Juju even
Girls.
herself, she's going to be extremely important.
Girls play
as well
in the
as
WNBA, right?
Buckers out of UConn as well.
This is
Universal,
just
I'm already
sad.
seeing the Caitlin Clark effect, though, man. I saw. I was looking up tickets for. I don't even know what the Dallas WNBA.
Motherfucker, you're looking up tickets for a game you'll never go to.
Wings. Yeah.
The tickets started at like $200.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
was like,
believe it or not.
God,
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not gonna spend $200.
If you go to any other game, bro,
It'll be $20.
Yeah, 10 to $20.
And honestly, HB, you know that the Minnesota Lynx, they've been a very successful team. They
Motherfucker,
won a
I'm
lot of
talking
championships.
now.
People usually get those
Darwin,
tickets
hit
for
the
free up
link,
here, man. You
bitch.
just go to the game. Like literally, you could just walk up and somebody would
I
just be
can
like, "How
put
many
it
do they
down
need?" Like
again.
it's that.
The
That's
link
how bad the WNBA is.
pinned
attendance.
at the top
But
of the
Caitlin Clark has definitely made an impact.
I will talk
last year,
when I
the rookie
decide to
year,
talk.
they were playing the Washington team. I forgot what the team was called.
Down
They had to
under.
move venues because there
Stay
was such a
asunder.
demand on tickets. They had to go
That's
to a
a
bigger space.
lyric
Did you see
somewhere.
that story, John?
Yeah, because they play in my neighborhood. They play right around.
They play at the local high school in your neighborhood, John.
Motherfucker,
in the NBA practice.
on why is this man not fixing
They playing in John's
breakfast?
alley. They got 2 crates in the back. They said, "Fuck it, Caitlin's coming. We need a court."
Caitlin's coming.
They had to go to they had to go to where the Wizards play. That's pretty big, yeah.
Now but people don't think how big of a deal that is to switch venues like that because of one player. Like I really think the WNBA fumbled that opportunity to capitalize on her and her success and really push women's basketball to the next level.
Not making.
Now they have some opportunities. There's a girl who plays for Duke right now. Her name is Toby, and she can dunk. It's a white girl.
We listen.
A white girl named Toby that can dunk.
A white girl. There's race.
Yeah, she does it like.
There
it's not like a
is
novelty
race.
for her. She really can like dunk. Like she's really like
Yeah.
for real.
And there's another girl. She's I think she might be a junior.
Another
black
girl.
She can dunk too. So there's some girls coming out here dunking. So they better get ready because the opportunity's coming.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Such dumb analysis and unnecessary.
What else we got here, guys?
Big
Good point from
forehead
Latino.
intelligence.
All right.
Obviously,
you want to entertain the African? We can take a little break.
Any goddamn one could go to
Take a
college.
call break for the African.
And here is.
Well, speaking of business, this may be a good transition. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yep. Here we go.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. How are you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah. So,
yeah.
you were talking about another place, right?
You want to go to Northwest?
Oh, motherfucker. I thank
All right.
God
Where you want to go?
I don't have to be a landlord. This is a choice. This is a choice. A profession. Thank
You sure about
heaven.
that? I thought you were in it yesterday.
I wasn't raised to be
That's why I
one
was
of these
calling you.
motherfuckers.
I thought you paid for 3 more days.
Predate on people. Motherfucker,
Yeah,
if
but
you're gonna make some money,
the pricing is too much for me. 50 per day.
don't do this.
Well, I don't know what I can do, sir. But look, let me know what you want to do. Send the money
Let
that
me
you
know
want,
what you
and I'll
wanna
call you
do.
back in like 10 minutes, all right?
Oh, 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Let's go back and talk about
Go
it.
ahead, guys.
Yeah, go ahead, guys.
Business is business. Business is business. It is Monday.
Motherfucker.
It is Monday. You got to deal with the Monday.
What is the difference?
So speaking.
No.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I mean, and they're figuring it out, John. I mean,
Yeah,
we're about to get into. I think this is a good
this
segue into
is a
the conversation we had earlier this morning. The video clip from Earn Your Leisure, one of the guys from Earn Your Leisure was on the Breakfast Club, and had an interesting perspective on ownership versus partnerships, and just black folks doing business. So we're going to look at a clip from that.
We probably need
a little conversation.
background. These niggas will copyright you. They'll copyright you.
Gotcha. Yep.
Yeah,
motherfucker.
I got to get an image.
No, it's up there now. You can just play the audio.
Okay.
Oh,
got it.
Clint, Lee, they're going to be mad at this analysis.
White billionaires became billionaires because of ownership. You see what happened with Ye? They could take a partnership away. Now you're not a billionaire yet. You see what happened with Diddy?
They
You
might
can't
as
take
well
Elon Musk because
all
of
be
ownership. He has ownership of the companies in the stock market.
in
There's
Alabama.
5,000 companies that's on the stock market. 7 are black. 7 out of 5,000.
And that's a decrease. It used to be 12. They did sabotage with Ye, but they still had to pay him out.
No, but I'm saying he lost his billionaire status because it was tied to Yeezy brand, right? And Yeezy brand was Adidas. So he owned 100% of Yeezy, but it was really nothing without Adidas. It's not like he had $1 billion and he's just swimming in it like
fuck
Scrooge
about
McDuck. Like
Yeezy.
it goes by the valuation of your company.
Motherfucker,
So they could devalue your company at any given time. Now they
know
take away
more about
$600 million
Yeezy
overnight. And this has happened
Kanye.
2 times in the last 4 years with black people.
Because,
like I said, our billionaires are not billionaires from ownership. Our billionaires are billionaires from partnership.
I agree with you 100%. The only reason I don't like using those 2 examples.
I know more
is they
about
make
this
poor
shit.
No, a lot of people make
from
poor
the
choices.
urban land.
Donald Sterling, he made poor choices, but he got richer.
I made more money.
He got richer.
He had to sell it, but that's what I mean. Like, that's
you
the same
can't
thing.
sell what you don't own.
These motherfuckers are listening to the Breakfast Club.
Remember when he had all of the backlog with Adidas and they had to still use him.
Merchandise.
They still had to use
But
them.
I'm talking about
Black
the actual equity in the
Americans.
company. You can't sell
This
what you
is
don't own.
their
You got a
level
licensing deal. It was a
of
learning
intelligence.
experience, right? It's all a facade.
Motherfucker. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed.
What are your thoughts on that?
This is.
Yeah, I mean,
What are your thoughts?
yeah, I think it is
Like
kind of
there
hard for
are
people
thoughts on
like
the Breakfast
you know,
Club.
Kanye to get
Oh,
into
motherfucker!
that ownership
This
bag because
is
you know,
poached
they
egg intelligence.
still like that upfront money with the partnership is kind of what gets them every time. You know, I would if I was in Kanye's situation, I would probably
If
say,
I
yo,
were
instead
a
of
poached egg,
partnership, let me
I
just
would
get
have
so and
these
so
thoughts.
amount of shares in
I
Adidas.
lean to the
You know,
right. I lean
now
to
you
the
can't
left,
push me out. But
and
you know,
my
when they offer
brain is a
check,
yolk.
they put that check on the table. It's hard for niggas to say no.
Have you guys ever heard Master Kim talk about like being a limited partner, stuff
Now,
like that?
these motherfuckers want to talk about
You know, he talks
Master
about, you know,
Kim.
basically gonna get
Oh,
effed over.
that is hilarious.
But
Y'all
those
are under the
connections,
spell
and
of
hopefully you learn as much as you
of
can from him.
Oh,
To when that
Master
time comes that you're
Kim
going to get effed over, you're in a position
is
to,
like
you know, above where you
half
were.
intelligent.
You leverage that relationship.
No,
And I think what
John
you've seen is that he didn't
John
really
is
leverage the
Master
relationship. It
Kim
became a dependency relationship
line handler.
where
Master
they didn't
Kim
manufacture
is
his shoes
not.
in. Well, he didn't have a
He does not
business,
talk to me
right? And
because I
that
told
is
that
you know, it's an unfortunate
motherfucker
situation to be in.
5 minutes after I
Where, you
met
know,
him.
if you don't own the
John
manufacturing of it,
entertains idiots.
you know, he had no plants to fall back on to print his own
If
shoes.
they make a dollar,
And it just may be one of those
they
businesses
are
just not
a
scalable.
hero.
You know, to have your own brand of shoes without selling other shoes. Yeah, I don't know. That's the one thought of mine.
J Dub, I don't have a
You
problem
know,
with Master
honestly,
Kim.
I think
I have a problem that Master Kim
Kanye really did
is
take
mad at
Adidas
me
brand to the
because
next level.
I
You
don't
know,
fall under
nobody was
his
rocking
bullshit.
Adidas
See,
really for years.
motherfucker,
Honestly,
I am
you
better
know, it
than
is
Master
unfortunate. He
Kim
didn't think
simply
a lot more
because I
tactically.
wash my hands
And here for the
and
team,
I
right?
don't punch Christmas
Please, guys,
trees.
get the likes up. Yeah, hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new here. And if you want to help
Back in the
sponsor this
day,
episode
I was
of the
taught
Morning Roast,
don't be mad at a
please hit Portia's
tree.
Cash App. It's scrolling at the bottom.
Fucking
Portia
go
J.
outside
$10 a day
and
for Portia
like
J.
fucking shoot a bird or something.
We really appreciate it.
Don't hit
This is one
your
of the
children's
comments
Christmas tree.
from the video.
You'll
I'm
send the
interested to know
wrong
what you guys think
impression.
about this. This is from Lance, Lance T. Mason. I'm not sure who that is, but he does have a blue check. Where's the breakdown, or where this breaks down is where
Now
everyone
listen to
achieves
this
wealth through
half
partnership,
smart,
but you have to
half
sustain the
psychologist.
partnership long enough to realize your paper gains. Elon got his first win with PayPal and parlayed it. I respect him for the risk he took to get to that level he's at now. He's one of the greatest founders of all time. Peter Thiel and Max were going to write a book about Elon and call it The Man Who Knew Nothing About Risk for a reason.
Now the part
Any
they're
thoughts on
not
that?
going to get is Elon was
You know,
born.
again, like, you know, there is even though there are no factories, I guess, with PayPal, there is, you know, IP, there's intellectual property there, the code that runs the
Motherfucker
software.
who knows nothing
You look at
about
Puffy, for instance.
anything.
I mean, he was
talking
the
about
epitome of what the guy in
intellectual
Earn Your Leisure is talking about. And that
So
his
we get
wealth was pretty
two
much all
motherfuckers not even in that
licensing
same
deals.
realm.
Right? There wasn't a liquor brand that he owned. It was all licensing deals. And you remember the guy, the lady that called in? We called her.
You remember the guy? It was a lady who called in who
And I
had
think Stanley was
something
very
to
impressed by her
say
because she
about
had all that
Elon
equipment.
Musk
You remember that?
and intellectual
She
property.
basically was
I
the
will
one-stop stop.
connect
She
nothing
owned everything.
to nothing.
You know, and you think
And
about how many t-shirt
motherfucker,
and
I
clothing
know
brands
y'all
these guys have created,
will fucking figure
and
it
they don't
out.
have one t-shirt
They
manufacturing,
3 brain
you know,
cells
plant or anything. You know, they couldn't even team up. And
doing
that's
the
what I'm
rest.
saying. The lack of scale.
Idiocy.
You know, the funny thing though with Kanye is he's there now. Like
Well,
he actually
Kanye is here now. Let's add a 4th brain cell.
in his kind of psychotic mind, he had to alienate all of his partners
Motherfucker,
just so he
this
could prove
is
everything outright.
excellent. Black.
You know, I think I heard him saying something to
Really?
that effect. In a Twitter rant, he was
This
saying like,
is a roast
that
that
they can't
is
take
a
advantage of me. They don't want
fire.
something. It was along
It
those lines.
is going to
But interestingly
be
enough,
a
that pendant
dark
that he has,
African
he
roast.
had it made by a Jewish person. He said, so he says.
Now we bring in
That
Jews.
is kind of ironic.
This is
relationship between blacks and
hilarious.
Jews.
None of these motherfuckers are
And I think that's more or
excellent.
less what he's saying. Like they want to just make money, and
Not
they
a
can make money off
goddamn
of it.
one of
And,
them
you know, this is his
is
struggle.
excellent.
Then, but if they can make money, like make you a pendant,
Live in
even
the
if they disagree with
ghetto,
shit, if they can monetize
get a
it,
bad
they'll be
haircut,
for it.
and
I
come
think
on
he's trying to make a
camera
point
when
by
you
making a
shouldn't,
pendant
and
and having
drive
a
a
Jewish
truck.
person make it.
That
It
is black brilliance. That is black excellence. Motherfuckers, stick
Yeah, I
to
think
goddamn
I
lane.
think I like both of y'all's perspectives. I'm aligned with what you guys are thinking, but he's right. Like at some point, you do have to take a risk and parlay it. I think that as black business
Yeah,
people,
humble
we
president.
are afraid to
This
take that
is
risk
the
because we haven't
boule
seen enough
talking
people do
out.
it that look like us. Therefore, we stay in our comfort zones, and
Y'all
stay stuck with the
motherfuckers
partnerships,
wouldn't know
and then get frustrated when they're not
if
able
you
to
drove the
reach the heights
highway
of
to
these other type of things that happen.
This
I
is
think that
bullshit.
Adidas, Kanye is a good example,
This
but
is
I'm
trying
thinking more on
to
a more
find it.
local level.
And
People who may
I
own
know
like
it was
a gas
raised
station,
with it,
and then
and
the
y'all are
BP
fake.
or the Publix or whoever comes to you to buy a
And
gas station.
whoever that
What do you do in that situation?
motherfucking nightish
I
was,
know. I do a lot
you
of
don't
business, but
use
I don't
an
meet a lot of
N-word
business
on my
people who are talking
goddamn
about
panel
franchising and stuff. But
ever.
in these groups that I'm in, people are talking about, wait, there's an area of town they don't have a Chick-fil-A. Does anybody want to go into partnership and bring a Chick-fil-A here? So there's just things that we miss as a
Chick-fil-A.
collective that we probably should get into, but we just don't do it due to the risk.
Are you familiar with how you own a Chick-fil-A? It may have changed since I last looked at it.
I'm not, but I have looked at other
Chick-fil-A
franchises. But go ahead.
You know, Chick-fil-A is one of those ones where you have to be religious, or at least you used to have to be religious.
Sure. Yeah. They're
right?
not open on Sundays. Yep.
And you know, it would really introduce religion into, you know, they put you kind of like through a filter and make sure you're a good fit. And I don't think you own them.
I raised my
you're like
boy
a owner
to
operator
go out
type.
and
Right. You are.
own
And so there's a little bit more reliance on you being the owner operator. Like you're not going to own 50 Chick-fil-A's, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're only going to own a handful that they think that you can own, or maybe unless you get a company to do it. I don't know if
sure.
I want to be
those
an
are things really require
entrepreneur
you
so
to
bad
go into a fast
that
food restaurant and
I
work that
need
place.
to own.
McDonald's and all that does the same.
Yeah.
You have the ability to make $100,000 a year and live a pretty good life. And I'm just saying 100
as a minimum. Yeah.
Versus working 80 hours
I'm
a week
gonna raise my
to get your McDonald's up and
my
running.
daughter to go
I don't
out.
see many Americans
Own
taking that step back.
Right.
Like they even had the money. Most of
Chick-fil-A.
them don't. You know, you'd have to pool your money together. They're not going to do that either.
Right. Right. Yeah. But again, it's
Hey,
the percentages thing
Charles
too.
Darwin, try
you can
what
do that
again?
and open up 5
Go
Chick-fil-A's or
over
using them as an
to
example.
the John
Hell,
Gall
that's some good money
other
for some
show,
people, but
or
you
you
learn
can come
enough
back
of the
here.
skill set, the know-how.
If you can't
to
talk
get rid of that at some
sense,
point and just build your own thing.
you will do better
But again,
with
we just don't
your
get that far down the
peers
thought process.
on
You know, I
that.
was telling you guys about you've seen many people call in on the channel here. The Hispanics, they talk about how they have a network.
Motherfuckers, they don't talk about
here in DC. It's called
networking.
Pizzeria Paradise. It's an Italian
They
pizza
fucking
place
come up
over in
and
Georgetown.
do your
And
trash.
so one of the workers opened up a restaurant in my neighborhood, Northwest neighborhood now. And he had an agreement where he couldn't open up within so many miles of them. And they more or less allowed him to use their menu and everything. But he had to go in there and grind and learn how to make a pizza. He was Hispanic. He learned how to make a pizza. And then he opened up a pizza place in my neighborhood. And I think,
what's up?
You know, being down at the bottom isn't necessarily bad if you have aspirational goals of moving up. You know,
Well,
you'll take whatever
let's
job
see
comes
what
to
you
you.
have learned.
You never know how it may work out there. But a lot of Americans aren't willing to do that.
Yes, sir.
Am I still on the panel? This old nigga.
Motherfucker,
I thought I was on the panel with John.
let
I
me.
fucked up. I apologize.
I will put.
I'll drop, bitch. I thought I was on the
show,
panel with John.
motherfucker. You may be silent. I will put the link you want to go on. You hit the wrong link if you want someone to accept this kind of behavior. I will put this in the back so you can go join your peers. There's the link. You can join them and talk your bullshit.
COVID, we were, pretty successful. So for me, like being at the bottom and starting a new career, it wasn't really that big a deal for me, just because I had on my own business for so long, So and building the networks and it just takes time, So I didn't really think about it like that, like I'm taking a step back or anything like that. It was just more, I'm gonna just apply the same kind of skills and knowledge just to do something
So
else.
much bullshit. So much. I think I
Yeah,
did
that's
something
interesting.
right.
The reason why I asked you that question is because you look
not
at
a
a lawyer
motherfucking one of
that
you.
can't pay any money. You want to discuss that? Or you want to wait?
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, it
Oh,
kind
go
of ties
for
into
it.
black ownership. There's some things
Ownership
he could
of
probably do
fucking
better than
what?
trying to be a lawyer.
A ghetto
Right?
house?
But his education probably precludes him from doing it, right?
Yeah.
I'm better than being a trucker, but truckers make a hell of a lot more money. You wouldn't be owing me any rent.
Yeah.
Right?
These
Live in
dumb
your truck,
son of a bitches
and you'd be making a
think
shitload of
money
money.
is a thing.
Help your daughter out as opposed to her
Motherfucker,
helping you out.
y'all are not doing shit.
Which leads us into what we talked about yesterday. HB, I don't know if you were listening. You say you listened to some of it. The black guy beg.
Money.
Yeah. I had to stop listening because it was brutal, man. It was brutal. Him like coming up and knowing that he has a daughter too, like, bro, that makes it even worse.
How many of you guys heard that yesterday? The guy calling in about the he said he borrowed $90 from his daughter to pay toward his rent. Man, he was up here groveling yesterday, HB, to the point that Lindy Lou said it's sad to see a man begging like that.
Yeah.
Well, the thing
Did you hear
is
Universal?
you think
I did not
Lindy-
hear it yesterday. No.
Y'all
man,
think Lindy Lou has never groveled to her
And
father?
I mean, this is a
And
graduate. This is
it
somebody
is
with a degree. And,
she is a
I think
white
it
woman
is something to
that
John,
y'all
a lot
take
of guys
as a
with
pinnacle
that
of
education,
class.
they won't
Lindy
put
Lou
themselves
has
in
groveled.
the right situation.
And
like
you
he was
just
telling
know
you,
that.
oh, I didn't know
And
that
I
you do that on a bike. Nigga, you know.
Oh my
Nigga,
God.
you know.
These
Stop it. How many
motherfuckers
deliveries you
are
done got
so
where a nigga pulled up on a
sorry.
tricycle? Nigga, you knew.
These motherfuckers actually think
know.
Lindy
So it's like you
Lou
gotta
is
play
the
stupid
pinnacle
just to
of
explain
womanhood.
your situation.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that is interesting, man. I don't know how his daughter ever recovers her feelings or her attitude toward him, having to loan him $90.
I'm gonna have to tell y'all right now.
That's why, John, that's
Y'all
why I think
find
a
the
lot
chat
of, that's
right
why a lot
chat
of black
room.
women,
I will
that's
find
why they
this
be dating
again.
white boys
Y'all
nowadays,
go over there and be
that's why. They look
sycophantic.
at their daddies like, damn, this nigga
That
ain't shit.
Lindy
I can't
Lou
trust none of these. You can't even
is
trust your
the
daddy.
pinnacle
How you gonna trust any of
of
these
a
niggas,
womanhood that
real.
these
Well, you
dumb
can't depend on it,
motherfuckers are
right?
talking
You may be
about.
trusted, right? But you can't depend on it for nothing.
There shall be a
Right.
reckoning.
That's really
Go over to that
that
link
really turns
and
the relationship
fucking
upside
suck
down,
their
where
dick.
he's calling her for money, right? When in reality, she should be giving him money, giving her money. You know what I mean? These things are really turned upside down. You know what I mean? And I think it plays out in what we're seeing in the street. To be honest with you, it's just my opinion. What do you think, Universal?
No, absolutely, it plays out in the street all the time. It's unfortunate, man. Things are so messed up for so many black men. Stuff is just backwards. That you have to scramble and scrape just to get support from anyone. I'm glad that he does have a daughter that can help him, because it sounds like he was just assed out. Period.
Yeah. And I think that is a good thing, that at least he has her to help. But I think what makes it so sad and pathetic is, that's your network right there, is your goddamn daughter. It should never come to that, but unfortunately, that's the reality for a lot of black men.
Well, I think if it wasn't so one-sided, it would be okay, right?
Hey, J-Dub, lead those people back over. Here is what I have to say.
Right. She knows it. She can't.
And this is going to be a horrible thing. And I need y'all, when you figure it out, take that bullshit over. I am so glad that I had my black parents. They were wonderful parents. I am so grateful that I don't have or did not grow up like these three. Failed intelligence, failed upbringing. Sometimes I listen to this morning roast and go, what the fuck are y'all talking about? And I am a 60-year-old black man. I have no fucking clue what these people are talking about. I raised a son. I had a family. Dude, what the fuck are these idiots talking about? So y'all hit that link, go talk to these people, feel like you have something in common with them, but I don't. There is a certain way of being black that a few people know about. This isn't rare in the black community. Y'all go and think, be brave. Has a point. These folks are not usual. Motherfucker, go to the ghetto and these three people are unusual. There's a link. Run along. I might have to watch this and see where it goes, but someone hit the link and we can bullshit about this. But I think this is not what I signed up for. I expect black people to be smarter. And I'm not getting this in this iteration of the show.
Streamer that he streams studio sessions with rappers and bloggers. And is that Sexy Red right there?
Yeah, it's a motherfucking all black people do.
Get it sexy.
Rap
Get it sexy.
and fucking do this shit.
Sexy Red.
And this is what
Notice
the morning roast
what do
is
you notice,
about.
guys, so far as we
Shit
look at
that few of us do. Which one of y'all motherfuckers were in this video? You want to talk about it? This is so lowbrow. This is literally.
Hey, niggas in the wild right now. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I get up in the
one of the things I
morning
think about
and
this
this
is,
is what I
this
wonder
guy's very
about.
successful.
What
This Black Boy
is
Max,
the
apparently.
next video?
Yes.
And he doesn't allow
This
weed
is
smoking in his
when I get
place.
up in the morning.
He went viral about
I'm
that.
gonna
Smoke
tie
weed.
my
And
kids
you know, he
shoes
probably not of
and
the culture
tell
like that. He doesn't seem to
her
even be
about
comfortable in that culture right there.
God damn
Just
it.
look at how he's
The culture
moving.
is what
you're
you're showing, is what you're.
them
You
niggas up there
are the
shaking
culture.
their ass, pointing guns.
Yeah,
Look at
motherfucker.
Sexy Red.
You
Nigga, I'm
are.
like, my ass blown out.
Look at the one to the far
3
left.
o'clock
She's
in the
cute in the
morning,
face. That
and
body
y'all
is-
are on
Oh,
YouTube,
what is going on?
not raising your
Yeah, with the
kids.
G's on. Yeah, with the big tattoo.
Failed father. This, you are the problem you're
Hey, where's T at?
describing.
That's T's
in
sons
real-
right there. Those are T's sons, huh?
Motherfucker,
Where Mo Love at?
CJ3,
Where Mo Love?
you in the Navy.
Where Mo Love at?
And I know,
child.
dude,
Just gotta say,
CJ3,
like, you know,
I get to look at this.
he has been
Not
able
a
to somewhat
one of them
monetize
is
his ghetto
seen
behavior.
their kids
I
this
mean,
morning.
like, he's probably
and
not of it. He
fuck
don't even want nobody smoking weed in
fed their
He wouldn't even
daughter,
follow the
cooked
Airbnb
them
rules.
Yeah.
God damn it.
He ain't taking the smoke detector out,
What do
John.
you have?
They smoke anyway, right? Most of them will smoke any fucking
This
way. But
is
he's willing
why
to
there
confront
are
these blacks
failed fathers.
about no smoking,
These
no violating the rules. I can
motherfuckers
pay
will
for all
get
the
on
damages that
YouTube.
you do. But I'm not going to do it anyway.
Motherfucker,
He can
my
afford to pay for
son
it,
is at
presumably,
an
right?
elite
He's not allowing them to do
university.
it. He doesn't necessarily
I
fit into the
didn't
culture, but
go
he
to a
can make
tube
money
feed
on the
myself.
fringes of that
My
culture.
mother,
He'll make more money than all those people.
HBCU,
And
and
I
God
just found
damn
it to
it,
be interesting.
she
They're
was a great woman.
exhibiting
But
the
they,
ghetto
these
behavior,
motherfuckers
and he's there just
want
monetizing it.
to talk
Yeah,
about
John,
nothing
I
in
think it's with
particular.
any business though that you run, you have to
I'm
have
disappointed in my black young men. Y'all motherfuckers want to do a YouTube show and not raise your children. Motherfucker, every minute you're fucking on this show could be a minute that you're spending with your children. And I know 2 out of 3 of you do.
and I think that's
And the other motherfucker is talking bullshit.
You gotta always have that professionalism, no matter what's going on.
Right. Really standing on business, like for real.
And
some of these
yep,
studios, they're in there smoking.
I
People in there
am
late at
drinking,
night, midnight,
and
you know,
I'm
smoking
gonna
weed all day.
have
Like,
a couple
he
more
is
beers,
able to
but
kind of
God damn it,
harness
I'm
their
disappointed in
ghetto
our
cultural
black
energy
men.
and monetize it
Motherfucker,
and get very wealthy doing
I,
it.
God damn it.
And what we see is
My
all
mother,
along the fringes, these people, maybe a
cook
little bit headier,
grits.
are able to make money
You
off
know
of
what?
this
She
cultural rot.
could be hard, but
Be
you
it
know
Big
what?
U shaking
Here's
people
the deal.
down, or this guy
My
putting
mother
together their music.
remembered her children
Yeah,
even at
I
the
think we're seeing
end.
a pattern here.
She
Very
was
interesting.
a
Yeah. Well,
sweet
here's
woman.
the actual clip where Sexy Red
all
gets frustrated because she can't smoke.
all women. My sister is a sweet woman.
Right outside though. Right
They
outside.
are
Right outside. This
awesome
will be a
women,
beat.
and these motherfuckers act like all the black women, like this silly woman, young girl.
So there he goes. He's telling
This
them, don't do
is
that in
black
here. Go to the right.
culture,
They smoke
and
outside.
mostly because none of
now,
these 3
this is becoming a thing for
motherfuckers
him, and he's gonna
do it.
have to
How
get to a
about
spot
which
where he gets
video
into
are
an
y'all
Airbnb where they can
motherfuckers?
smoke, or he's gonna have to get or rent a fucking studio or make one out of a warehouse or something because.
You know, Universal. I honestly think for him, it's a very good.
Yeah,
business
Portia,
probably
it's a new microphone.
If you want to get sponsors, you don't want to have a bunch of niggas
Watched out.
Yeah.
smoking and drinking.
Probably because I'm listening to these 3 dumbasses.
Two, it keeps his costs down.
Yeah.
You know, it's much cheaper to just rent.
You don't have to sound washed out.
Then rent out some big ass or buy a
J-Dub,
warehouse, and then he can travel too. He can travel
I'll have to depend
anywhere.
on you.
Right.
I
Might be
think
washed
what we're
out,
seeing here is
but
another
also
kind of the new business model. I was listening to Adam 22 talking about how he bought his studio, paid a few millions for it, and he said if he had talked to Vlad, Vlad probably would have told him not to do it.
Motherfucker,
Little
I
boys
haven't found
coming along.
Portia's channel.
They're able to operate
Portia,
very, very
you
flexible.
have a channel?
Right. He's just in Airbnbs. He's not dropping millions of dollars on houses. Right.
Folks,
He may have a
if
different
my
whole
audio
mindset
is
about
too washed
ownership of
out,
house. Right.
I
He
am
don't need a
fine.
house. Fuck, he bounce around, live wherever the hell he want to. And you know, it's an interesting kind of way they're looking at the world by the way they're engaging in business, which is very advantageous.
Portia, it's a new
Not
mic,
having fixes
and
for,
I
like,
am
academics has fixed
criticizing
expenses,
a lot of
right?
people.
You know, for this guy, he doesn't have any.
Really?
You know,
God damn it,
the
Portia,
big fix
put
expenses like
your
house.
channel
Right.
in the chat.
Yeah, I think that streamers are really showing us the new way of doing business, and they're opening
They're
a
not
lot of
showing
different
you
doors using this
anything.
creativity.
Why
People should
are
be paying
you
attention.
not
How do you finesse that in your own life?
giving
How do
your
you make that happen?
kids breakfast?
Yeah, I definitely think
Yeah, motherfucker.
so.
Here's
We
the
talk
deal.
about academics and some of his
My
strategies.
father,
I think he's a very intelligent guy.
oddly enough,
Yeah.
And Latino
the-
for Trump, that is
was
a very
a
good
better
point.
cook.
That's a very
I
good
used to
point.
come
That's
home
a
He
from
very
knows
good
college or
point.
the
he's
Navy,
dealing with savages.
and my
And
father
you
used to
know,
cook, and
it's only a
y'all
matter
will
of
love
time for
this:
one of them niggas run down
quail
on him. That is a
and
very good
grits.
point, Latino.
That motherfucker could cook.
Speaking of
It is a
locations
Saturday morning.
and Negroes having great
Rhode
views
Island.
upon life, John, I found something that you may
And
enjoy here.
my father,
Do you know who this is?
my father is
Is that
still
Big Meech?
around. My father, quail and grits. It was a special treat. My father and I used to go quail hunting, and my father and I, you know, maybe it was a joke, but motherfucker, whole quail. Of course they're gutted and all that, but deep fry and grits. It was, and my sister and my little brother eventually. My father, when I was in the goddamn Navy, motherfucker, I used to come home and my father treated me like, hey, it was so nice. My mother, you know, yeah, she liked to sleep a little later, but no, quail and grits. And my father, he would, they would be dipped in flour. They fried up good, and I might have to. My father's in his 80s now. I might have to do that for him. I would fucking love to do it. Quail and grits. And you think it sounds weird, but my father, awesome person. My mother, no longer with us, but awesome. And I don't have these weird questions about, motherfucker, I know who I am. I know who my parents are. I know who my son is. I know my brother, my sister, my niece, my sister's kids. Motherfucker, they will come up. This is my concept of family. And motherfucker, none of us. Quail and grits. My father, my motherfucking father. I still am not in his league, not even close. And by the way, I might just fucking shut this shit down and drive down to Savannah. My father. So let's listen to these silly young boys.
He's making his money, but
there's gonna become a reckoning.
Well, hey man, he's not calling you for a room, so something's working.
Right,
These motherfuckers are looking at an idiot.
Yeah, let's get the likes up, ladies and gentlemen. and also subscribe over here at Universal's channel too.
Folks,
And of
I
course,
must
you guys
implore,
want to call in.
go
Their call-in
over
number is
there,
posted at the bottom. So make sure you guys
hit the likes.
Leave a comment.
I
Cash
have
App, call in, whatever you got to do. Hope you guys are having a great rest of your morning too.
Universal, have you heard about this?
Yeah, Verso. Have you heard about
Yes,
this?
I have seen this young man, and there's actually an update on him. He's transferring schools. I don't know if you've seen that part.
You have to update us. Let me hear this, and then you tell us about the update here. I just want to know what you guys think about this. This guy here.
Now I'm curious.
I don't know if we can play much of this.
Do these
the music that I don't think you'll be able to play that, but you can kind of see what's going on.
Not into the toxicity.
Wait, who is this? Who is this guy?
So he is one of the team facility managers. So he's he gets all the teams like shoes.
No, it's not.
Their dirty towels,
James,
that type of shit. But he went viral about a month ago because him and the team were walking out to a game. And he was singing a song. I think it was an NBA YoungBoy song. He knew it word for word. He leading the group. They all hyped up. And everybody was like, "Who's this little Indian kid? What do you know about that NBA YoungBoy?"
And what is it, mother?
Yeah, he was doing it all. He knew it all, man. He's down. He is not invited to the cookout. He is at the cookout. He got a cemented seat.
He NIL deal, right?
No.
Yeah, and he's been able to finesse that fame off of black culture. Watch pro blacks get mad. He's been able to finesse that into NIL deals. I didn't even know non-college athletes could get NIL deals until him. I was like, holy shit! So everybody can get paid. So you know what that means? If I'm you know how I think. If you're a young pretty girl and you go to Florida State. And next thing you know, you get a Fashion Nova deal. Boom! You can get deals now in college. This is a game changer.
He knows how to.
I thought it was just athletes. Apparently, it's to all students. So no matter what you do. So
probably
this young man.
Yeah.
How long before a non-athlete comes in and cashes in?
What's not on?
Oh, I don't think it's with the way that women are marketed today. I don't think it's long, John. All it takes is one viral moment. Some chick who's at one of these Final Four games flashes on camera. She looks cute. Boom! Here comes L'Oreal. Boom! Here comes Crest. I don't think it's gonna take long.
Kids who are under 10
should be more money than the players.
Taking a morning goddamn
with the right chick, the right deal, she may make more money than the head coach of the football team.
You are not a black man,
right?
Not me.
You are not.
It's not even playing. HBO, you familiar with this?
HB?
Nah. I've never even seen this guy before.
Let me play this a little bit here.
Oh, you about to see a lot more of them.
It's made for Cinderella.
This is my goddamn problem.
Now, that's Buffalo Wild Wings.
Low.
But March.
Yeah. We want to do a morning show.
Red dot.
Yeah. Oh, mother. How is this?
He looks Mexican. He does.
He looks Mexican.
Bro, when he walked through the stadium, bro.
They went crazy.
Shit.
Low.
They went crazy.
Ghetto.
John, you know what's gonna happen, John?
Ghetto.
Now we talked about this a couple months ago.
I'm sorry. When you mentioned Buffalo Wild
Wings, a couple months ago,
Buffalo Wild Wings, you talking about on the speaker box here?
Yeah, no, that's one of his NIL deals. So they brought him a new speaker, and they can put the Buffalo Wild Wings speaker. That's one of his deals. He's got Buffalo Wild Wings, and then he had an energy drink. I forgot which one it was, but I seen him signing 2 contracts over the weekend.
Deal,
like Indian Radio Raheem.
Oh shit! Love, hate, Hindu. Oh shit! Patels are up.
Oh man.
Meanwhile, we got lawyers that can't scrape together $50. God damn. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to America.
Yeah, damn, HB. There's another video of him. I should
motherfucker.
But
man,
that is amazing.
Hells make more money than all 3 of you put together.
Non-athletes are now getting in on the big. That's a pretty damn good deal right there.
Now, if this continues, do you think they're going to have a curry flavored wing at Buffalo Wild Wings pretty soon?
That is on the way.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind.
See, this is the silly part of a black man's mind. Curry is delicious. Can you,
I got a couple of topics
motherfucker,
at university.
you're not cooking
I'll pull up in a
breakfast
second,
for
after
your
you.
daughters, and you
Well,
worry
let's see.
about curry
What
that
else? I
other
was teeing
people
us
are
up
cooking?
for.
Dumb
Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
fucking
Yeah, dang, I
Negro.
wasn't expecting. Oh
And I
well,
don't
I'll do
use
this one
that
as we
word.
transition to the next conversation.
Dude,
I don't know
you
if you
are
gentlemen
looking
seen
into
this
a
or
camera
not,
and your children are
but I'm going to show you
starving
all a
because
photo,
their
and I want to just let's
daddy
do a little
killed them.
game. What's the first thing that comes to mind as you see the clip or as you see the photo? So what comes to mind? And in the chat, you all can put what comes to mind as you see this image as well.
God help you if I come into this chat, I will fuck
that comes to mind is
have fun.
living his best
That
life,
is
man.
the best you
Living
can
his
do
best-
while your children are left. The
another
women
thing that comes to
that
mind is
they
Stanley.
are talking about, the ones
Universal, we got to pivot to
motherfucker, they are
fresh
on
and
this
fit after
show.
this.
Yep,
not
I got it.
defending
I
their
got it,
children
John. We're on the
against
same line of thinking.
the women. If the women are so bad, why are they not?
Okay.
Why are their kids being left in the wind?
Salute to sweet auntie.
Beta men, 3 beta men, and I know what I'm saying. I know that there is someone in this chat.
Congratulations to Ty.
Beta, beta.
Yeah, congratulations, man.
So, for those of you who don't recognize this gentleman, this is Tiger Woods, and he is laid up with his daughter.
And you know
Trump's
what?
daughter.
None of
he looks
y'all
like a man who's-
motherfuckers are as
Which
rich.
one?
It
Which
is
one is it? This
always
is Vanessa
a
Trump.
good
Vanessa
thing
Trump.
for
I thought she's married to one of the Trumps.
Oh no, that's his ex. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
let's
That's, the
criticize
son's ex,
Tiger
Vanessa Trump.
Woods
Right.
with
She was a
a
pretty one.
Trump,
Yes. Donald Trump's
daughter,
Jr.'s ex-wife.
a
That's
daughter-in-law.
Right. That's right.
None of
Daughter-in-law. Thank
y'all
you.
praise
So
Trump.
yeah, so she's got herself some Tiger in
She's
her
got
life.
herself motherfucker
Is,
excellence
living.
that
He
none
found
of y'all
salvation. Let's
have.
say he found salvation.
This
He moved up in
is
I believe he moved up in the world. I mean, he got a
this is B grade level
Shit.
black white trash.
Moved up in the world.
It is
Man.
black white trash.
Tiger Woods
and
may be
y'all
at
are
the
jealous.
holiday this upcoming year, so pay attention, everybody. He might be there.
Like this
Trump
is
is in.
anything that your business
Tiger
is
Queen.
feeding your kids.
Awesome. Which, speaking of dating and speaking of interracial dating and brown people, salute to Brown Man who's out in the chat, new friend to the channel.
Motherfucker.
We have a couple browns.
There are no
of various
black
different
women
variations.
dating
Having a
Universal
conversation
Jones.
about the current dating market.
Universal
that we're going
Jones,
to get into here.
you're
Now, some
not
of you may be
dating,
familiar with these
period.
gentlemen.
Get a white woman. She
We have
might tolerate
our
those
friends Myron and Fresh, who I don't know what his name is, and then the other dude who is off of Flagrant. What is that called? His name? He's on the show with the dude who used to be with Charlamagne. Damn, what is his name? I just lost his name.
I know you're talking
Damn, it'll come to me in a second. Yeah, the
name
white
a
Adam
white
Schultz.
girl
Adam
that
Schultz.
would date Universal
I
Jones.
actually met him before. He's tall as hell.
There is a
Really?
white woman who is being sponsored who won't date
He
you.
was in Chicago. I picked him up in a Uber. Well,
Nice. Did you film that one?
taking him to the last some comedy show.
Yeah.
Universal Kindergarten Jones.
Yo, you know what that is.
No,
But-
he does
All
not
right.
know how that is.
Well, let's just take a quick break and ask you a question. Who were the best tippers during that time? And period?
Motherfucker, he wants
If you
to
had to
talk
put an
about
ethnicity
tipping
or race on it, who
after
would you say the
talking
best
about
tippers?
Tiger
Besides-
Woods and showing this. Motherfucker cannot keep two thoughts together or carry. Dude is not that bright.
Now you know Chicago is like a
Yeah, Chicago.
when I did Uber, I would kind of like stay downtown. So
Yep.
I would get
This
all,
is
just all
fucking
different types of people,
amazing.
man. But you know, it was
Three
mainly
geniuses.
older white women and like foreigners. You know,
Yeah,
you know,
Tyrone.
funny enough, probably the worst
I
tippers
apologize for
probably
that
the
comment, but
Chinese. I
goddamn.
think those were like the worst tippers. Yeah, they didn't tip too well. You know, with black
Portia,
folks, I'm gonna keep it real, man. With black folks,
I
if you
guess
play
I'm
some
going to
good
be
music,
leaving
black
this
people,
channel because there are
if you
people
engage
who
black
will be
people,
mad,
they
but
play some good
goddamn it,
music, they will tip.
I've had a couple beers.
That's my
I
whole thing with black
I
people.
am
But
going to
you know,
do some
yeah,
eggs
yeah.
over easy. Make
Might
the
try to do something
grits
else too,
the
but
breakfast that
Hey,
none of
handsome.
these implements
yeah,
will make.
yeah.
I have a homeboy who did
The
Uber
gay,
for a little bit.
the,
Oh
Who
boy.
the
gays
fuck
tip,
has a
the gays, the
homeboy
gays
Oh
tip
boy.
very well too.
at
Yeah, the
your
gays tip
age
very
with
well
3
too.
daughters? You don't have
I have a
homeboys?
homeboy who used to play football for
What
Florida A&M.
fucking
He drove
ghetto
Uber for a little bit. He's like
bullshit is
super cut,
this?
light skinned dude too.
I have a
Man, he gets hit
homeboy.
on all the time by women when he picks them up. Man, it's crazy. I told him he needs to start making content with it because it happens so often that he doesn't even know what to do. It's insane.
Now,
All right,
Portia,
so
now
next
you're
That was
making
that
me
was
ashamed.
that was my experience too, man. Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you say, John?
Can you
Okay,
maximize your
Portia.
screen?
Yeah, I'm gonna maximize it and play it here. So what we're about to witness, folks, is Fresh and Fit are on the
Motherfuckers,
Flagrant 2
you
podcast, and they're
better
being
be.
not, I wouldn't say checked, but they're being
Portia
confronted on some of their
is the
viewpoints by
reason.
the co-host of the show.
This
So we're
show
gonna
is
check this out.
brought to you by Portia J. Portia J brings you this fine level of show, which we should all be ashamed of, by the way.
It's not playing?
Portia,
No.
Portia,
Oh, what happened? Oh, damn, hold on 1 second. It was playing.
Now it's 415 3 years ago.
now
Yeah.
I would
know,
like
it's
towards the
hold
weekend
on.
to get another couple beers, but they
I had
better
2
be
different tabs. My bad,
supporting
y'all. Thanks for letting me
the
know. 'Cause I was
fine
listening
level
to it.
of programming that you are bringing right now, managing 2 shows, one criticizing the other,
What I find
which you
corny
know is going
is my
to be
preference is not my
contentious,
women.
but
Now I thought
fuck
it was I'm not dating my women,
so.
period, which is the corniest human being
Helen.
outside of a criminal to me, period.
Hey,
Those
Helen.
are your roots. Those women are reflected in your roots.
Good to see you,
So if
Helen.
you're saying, hey, I don't generally date them, but I have
And you know
more
what?
space
You
for it,
should
even
hit
though
the link sometime, Helen.
Akash
I've never
only
talked.
dates brown.
I was-
Akash has been with one girl in his life who's his wife.
That's my wife. It's an
So
Indian
this
woman that
is
was
like
important to
loyal
me.
through and through.
And I understand it's not as important for y'all, but as an Indian, there's not a lot of us who are famous. So whether you like it or not, people are
Oh,
looking at you as a
Helen,
role model. You guys
these
have
men
established
are
yourselves as role models.
annoyed.
From simps to pimps, which is another
So
model
I
find
can
corny,
do
but
it.
I looked into what you guys are
It's
about.
not with
And
it
a lot of
like
this shit is just childish, which is fine if you want to be funny. We just talk about how doctors ain't shit for 45 minutes. We are
The
not in any way
problem
life
is
coaching. We are
karma.
not in any way
They
trying to
can
help men
roast
outside of,
me
hey,
too.
come have a laugh for a couple hours. If you're going to paint yourself as life coaches and then say shit like, my preference is, which is honestly bullshit. It is, I don't want to date black
No,
girls. That's the way every black dude that
Portia,
fucks white girls
please don't do
says it. I've
that
dated black girls in my life.
without
All right, bro.
sharing
Who the
the
fuck hasn't
cuts.
except me? You know what I mean?
don't
Everybody's gonna
need to
dabble in
be so
everything.
mean.
It is the
I need to
mentality
point
that I have
out
an issue
the
with. And Alex is
deficiencies
upset with the
of
specific
these
words,
3
true, but
people
underneath it, he's
who
upset with the
call
mentality.
themselves
And a lot of
men.
stuff you guys say in general, I think is stuff that's
Could
kind
be
of
an
childish.
age thing,
I saw a clip where you were like,
but
"Oh, the nuclear family's falling
I
apart. What do you do? I
don't
don't get married.
see it.
Just don't get married." You actually trying to help men, or you talking to
Motherfucker,
fucking
you
incels
need to
who are
be
18 years old?
feeding your
That's some shit you say
children,
to college. I'm gonna turn you
and
from
you
simp to a pimp.
better
All right,
like
bro. Can we grow up?
volunteer
You guys
today.
are self-help. You are,
I
hey, we're trying to help
love
men. So either you're funny
breakfast.
or help
It
men and
was
be
a
real and be honest with
goddamn
yourself and don't
thrill.
have an ego like, no, I just, I have a
I used
preference.
to
Be honest.
love
Let's just be
making
mature about what
bits
we
for
feel.
my
And part of that
son.
maturity is, yeah, it was a
He
bad
would be
joke. I don't
happy.
actually feel exactly that
He
way.
would be happy.
What I find
I would
What do
spare
you think about the
my
age?
wife, like, you know
Yeah, the
what
Indian
the
guy
thrill
was
would
preaching
be,
facts to me,
like,
man. Like
Motherfucker, I'm up early.
really
My
try to
son
stay
is
away
up
from those
early.
types of
My
those
wife
types of
gets
content creators,
to
mainly because it's
sleep
like
in
a
a little
diffuse
bit. My
mentality.
son
You
and I,
know,
we might
they
go
like
outside.
to paint a
We
broad
might
brush,
walk up
like
the road.
all women are like
Oh,
this.
God damn it.
So maybe it's just more of a reflection on you.
I'm going to miss
And honestly, too, I
those
just feel like
days.
talking about your preference
My
as a man is kind of,
that boy,
I don't know, it's
my
not
wife.
gentlemanly, you know. Like I get it, sometimes it comes up in conversations, but as like a cornerstone of content, like I just think it's kind of weak, honestly. These guys should really be giving these guys solutions instead of telling them that, you know,
That
everything
bullshit about
is
solutions
bad and, you know,
is
just give up,
bullshit.
don't even play.
Motherfucker, don't suggest solutions unless you
I've
have.
heard a lot of young black men.
It's
Well, hell,
bullshit.
they ain't
It
all the
is
time. They're
a
not even that
fake
young
out.
anymore.
And
They'd be like, you know, I
HB
date all
has
types.
learned that
And that's
fake
what I think the Indian guys say.
bullshit
And absolutely,
from
like
a
the I had a
bullshit.
Palestinian Airbnb get
The
sometime. He's like, I
point
don't
is,
swirl.
if you don't have a
I'm
solution,
100%
don't tell other
Palestinian.
people to have solution.
Indian guys more or
It
less
is
saying, look, I
a
don't
double
swirl.
fake.
All
It
that
is
diversity bullshit
boring.
you done
It
bought
is
into, like, I don't buy
idiotic.
into it.
And
I kind of see through it when you
there,
saying that, you know, I
there
like all
is
kinds,
one
but
of
you
the
always end up
feet
with a
of
non-black girl.
these
Just say that.
men
Why can't
who's
you just say
biting
it?
his nail.
You know, Universe, can you play it again where you saying, you know,
Is
you really just like white
masculinity
women or
something
non-black women. You don't like black women. Just say it.
that
Right?
can
You know, as
be
opposed to
heard
I like
or
all women, but I
smeared
never see
or
you with a black
caught
woman.
like a
Like, you know,
disease?
I don't know. I think it pisses black
That's
women off too.
what
If you
this
ask me,
panel
if I was
is.
black woman, I'd be
Y'all
pissed off.
think because you have
Play the part
a
where
Some have a laugh for a
video
couple
and
hours.
you ask
If you're gonna
solution,
paint yourself as life
your
coaches and then
solution
say shit
is
like my
bullshit.
preference is, which is honestly bullshit. It is. I don't want to date black girls. That's the way every black dude that fucks white girls says it. I've dated black girls in my life. All right, bro. Who the fuck has?
Yeah.
Portia, I guess I'll have to trust you.
I think what he's saying, yes, I think he's pointing out that
I
is the truth,
really
especially in
find
unlined
problems
circles.
with
Yes.
this sort of analysis.
What do you think?
Universal
Yeah, no,
is on
I
a
think
show
that's
and
really
not
what it is.
begging
And
to be
you know, I
with his
think a
daughter.
lot of it is like
John,
a status thing.
where her
You know, a lot of these
penis
guys,
goes
they
in a ring or two. This is not my idea of black
like
manhood.
you know,
The
just to be
claim
able to go
that
out and
these are
feel
black
like they
men
accomplished
is
something. But
problematic.
honestly,
Not a
it just looks
motherfucker on this
looks kind of
panel
weak to
is
me
my
to
version of a black man.
promote it and say
HB,
it, you know.
John, and Universal Forehead.
No, I think you have to be
Not
honest.
men.
You know what I'm saying?
Not
That's what
black. It might
we
be
got
a
a call coming in. You guys, you ready to take a call? Let's see.
Yeah,
Not
go
black.
for it. It's a good time for a break.
All right.
Motherfucker, of course.
You know,
Who
with the
feeds
morning
your
roast here. You ready
kid?
to cut your radio down? Who's calling?
It's Black.
Hey, what's up, Black?
And
What's going on?
of course.
I'm okay, man. Just listening to the content.
You got some thoughts on that video we just showed? Or some of the content
I do have some thoughts on that. With Fresh and Fit.
Blacks who
married
justify.
I knew you married, so you married to a sister, so people have context of what you're about to say.
I'll let HB. I'll let HB answer that.
Motherfucker, blacks who
Absolutely. I met her
justify.
and she black.
Blacks is not as bright as I thought he was.
Right. So my wife is very, 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 very black. However, she's very, 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 very ambiguous when it comes to her outward appearance. So
okay, so these motherfuckers are
like,
so
very,
next
very.
they're gonna talk about
She ain't that
good
light skinned
hair.
black. She light
They're gonna
skinned, but
talk
she ain't
about
that
good
light
hair.
Please.
Coming up here. It sounds like a pretty girl privilege candidate up here coming up here. What you think?
She ain't that light skinned
Yeah,
black.
these
She light skinned, but
motherfuckers
she ain't
are
light.
horrible.
Like she's not white. She's like when I say light. Let me see.
Yeah. Look at them
let's
talking
get
about
a good
skin
picture.
color. Great of hair is now.
None of these. She's lighter than the majority of these.
Lighter than. This is fucking the measure of black
She's
men.
like she's like man, she's like maybe like a Stacey Dash complexion.
Stacey
Oh
Dash.
no, she's not. She's way lighter than Stacey Dash, boy. You misremembering, boy.
Well, it was the summer, so she might have had a.
Hey, you see that girl right there? You see that girl right here? What's that?
So when I used to go to the barber shop, we used to, hairstyles. These motherfuckers are comparing their significant others to a goddamn set of pictures on the internet, and they call themselves men.
I got a video somewhere archived on my channel somewhere where she came up and we had a conversation.
America is going down tubes, and the motherfucking voice of
what that Indian guy
America,
was
Black,
saying, I understand exactly what he's saying
participating
about
in
Fresh
this
and Fit.
bullshit.
Fresh and Fit is
It
just
is
a
sad.
novelty. You know, they
Christian
became
are
online gurus.
the
Literally
smartest
anybody can
thing
be an
Black
online guru.
said
How many people
today.
have you seen
Y'all
say that they are life
motherfuckers
coaches?
are
They don't have a
idiot,
credential
low class,
between them. The
not.
only person who has credentials up here who can say he's a
Y'all want to talk
qualified
about some shit?
life coach could say
Y'all,
that. He's our man
the
right there at
best,
the top right
the
here.
Black people,
He's the only one.
there
He's
is
the only one
a
who can actually
reason
say that he's a
Black
life coach
women
and
don't
could
want to
be
be
a
around
life
y'all
coach. That's just
motherfuckers.
how easy it is.
Well, let me ask you this, Blacks. Do you find that a lot of Black men
This
say,
is
I date all types,
disgusting.
but in reality, they really just don't
Yes.
want to be like, okay,
Motherfucker,
is that your
your
destiny or
daughter
yours?
cleaning
Yes,
these
you are
things.
absolutely
It's not me.
100%
She's a genius.
positively right.
She
There's
needs
no.
her
Yeah,
father.
he's right, man. That's what I said. I agree
I
with what
am
the Indian guy said. He
fucking
pointed out the
amazed that
hypocrisy.
Blacks Who
Absolutely,
Defy
you know.
was
Go
supposedly
ahead.
Blacks Who is a Genius.
They're
Motherfucker,
afraid.
really? Does
They're
he?
afraid.
Afraid of what?
They're
Maybe
afraid
this
of
is
losing their
him
Negro
putting
cards
his
from the women.
hair down.
Period. They're afraid.
Maybe
I don't know why.
the wig.
I have no idea why. I don't.
Listen to this
deep-seated
motherfucker.
fear that Black men have. Not me. I don't give a damn.
Fear
I'm
of
married.
what, you dumb son of a bitch? Fear of your wife's hair isn't straight? She's not light skinned, and motherfucker, it's light skinned, not light skinned dead. That's poor goddamn English. Motherfucker.
Say that you don't like your own culture's women.
Your
Basically, you're
own
saying that
cultured women.
and you gotta go.
I might have to call and blow up
They'll hide it
this
under. Yeah, I just date anything. I
confederacy
date
of
all types of women.
Negroes.
You know, it doesn't matter.
Negro genius.
But I think any man that has a
It's a confederacy of Negro geniuses. This is motherfucking awesome.
That's the truth. There's no lies about what you just
why
said.
aren't you
a man
what?
would prefer a woman from his own culture. I don't care
I'm
who you
gonna
are.
let,
It's just the
I'm
truth.
gonna
Now, will
let
you have sex
Blacks
with
who
a woman from various cultures? Absolutely. Just say that.
indemnify,
I like that.
fucking
I like to have
identify
sexual intercourse
their
with women from all around the
women.
world or whatever. Just say that. But when it comes to marriage,
This is sad.
who I intend to marry,
This is
that's
what
not just
Negroes
anyone.
have
Now,
come up.
it may end up being that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, no, Tyrone. They would crucify my criticism of their.
No, because if it's wet,
they are half
What do you think, Universe?
their
Do you think
fathers.
that some of these men have excluded Black women from their sexual
Excluded Black
No, I think they still want to sleep with them. I mean, especially with Fresh and Fit, they've already had several different instances where they've slept with Black women, and it's come out. Guest on their show and stuff. So they'll speak this rhetoric, but they still smash
better than this panel.
Like he does.
Yeah.
None of these
I think Philippe's a little bit of an anomaly.
Police in a different police in a different tax bracket. Okay.
And just
he has opportunity to.
Well, that's the question. If you
Yeah.
And there's a fourth man. Blacks
Yeah, okay.
literally sounds like 12th man on this point. Blacks, 12th man.
Next to my boy. I don't trust these sisters. Is that possible?
Okay, so outwardly, she's saying no, because I'm a black woman, with the sisterhood. But internally, their internal conversations,
Listen
she
to
said,
this
you better not bring no
motherfucker.
negress up into this household.
You think so?
Period.
What do you think? HB?
In my opinion.
What do you think, HB?
I don't know. I think she would prefer her bringing Juju home than Caitlin Clark. I don't know. I could be wrong though. I
Could be wrong though. I'm wrong, but I might be
I don't know. I
saying
think,
it.
I think if you brought
This
home Caitlin
is
Clark,
the
that might be a little
dumbest.
too much for Mama. Mama.
To kind of pivot to what I'm saying here, I want to share this video with you guys. Let me see if I have it here. And I think it kind of highlights. I think it kind of highlights some things here. And let me make sure I'm sharing my screen.
Midlife
Listen to this,
motherfucking I want to be ghetto.
I'm sure you guys have
Like
thoughts about
Joe.
this.
Plugged in her son's phone. Her face was his
I
screensaver
hope
on the phone.
midlife
And it
I
was a
want to
picture
be
that she
black.
had taken
What's
of
that?
herself. And she started digging. I went through his text messages because that was the first thing that I thought. And her name was saved in his phone as Mommy. There's a bunch of I love yous and what are you wearing?
She shared pictures of much of the concerning conversation between her son and the 24-year-old worker and pictures like this one.
That's not a picture that you send to a 10-year-old. That's a picture that you send to your man.
She said the worker bought her son clothes, shoes, and even a gold chain. And Grace said when investigators came to her apartment, a Department of Family and Children's Services worker got her 10-year-old to reveal more.
He did say that this incident where she was rubbing his leg happened on the way back from the field trip.
We aren't using the worker's name or face because she is yet to be charged, and that's why Grace is outraged.
Had it been a situation where it was a little girl and a grown man, they would have locked him up on the spot.
Did y'all hear her smoke detector go off?
Yeah.
I heard it.
Yeah.
And a grown man, they would have locked him up on the spot with no question.
The ghetto hummingbird strikes again. Jesus. The ghetto hummingbird, man. The ghetto hummingbird. Undefeated, man.
Every time, man.
Jesus.
But what do you think about this standpoint? This 24-year-old woman out here seducing a 10, 11-year-old child. I have thoughts about it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, honestly, that.
I believe it's par for the course.
10, 11 is kind of, that's, I don't know. She might really just be sick.
Well,
That's
here's the deal.
I can see the 16-year-old.
If
let me
this
ask
is
you
a
something.
morning roast,
You
is
remember-
what McDonald's
You remember
does
DJ D. Ray, right?
in the
From
back
Chicago.
room, puts into a filter
You did DJ Ray from
into
Chicago.
a McDonald's
Okay. This guy talked about how
formal
when
coffee.
he was
And
9, 10, 11 years
McDonald's
old, how his
coffee
mother's
is good
friends would
if
talk about how handsome he was.
that is your
They
standard.
love his light
I've
color,
had
cold
McDonald's
eyes.
coffee. I've
And now they
appreciated
put
it.
their
I've
musk in
gone
his
in and
face
paid for it.
whenever
Would
they
do
have
it
the opportunity.
tomorrow.
Whenever they have the opportunity.
If I
let him
cannot
let
get
him
better
do
coffee,
Yeah.
I am listening to a morning roast that is McDonald's. It is like if I was going to do the best I can, I would get this kind of morning roast.
Yeah.
I mean, they got to sleep with somebody.
Thank God there
There-
are black
Can I-
people who know
Go
better.
Oh, you first, go ahead.
Yeah.
There's a phenomenon going on in this country of these women who are teachers or care providers at this point who are sleeping
Tyrone,
with these young boys.
not
And
even.
One of the quietest things that's kept is that a lot of those young
Even
boys
I
are black
don't have
boys.
that kind of balls.
Now,
Though
what you're
you are
talking
putting
about
me up to
is
it.
very fascinating
No,
because
motherfucker.
there's some things in
You
this
know
story
what,
that point towards that.
Tyrone,
Well, if we can't get these
they
men,
would
can we
just
just
be mad,
can we go
and it
younger and kind
would-
of develop our own? What did she
Um,
do? She bought him clothes. She bought him some shoes. And what else did she buy
listen
him,
to this
John? A gold
motherfucker.
chain. She wanted her little man to look good, and that's not right.
Why the
That ain't right.
fuck
And
does
there's
the
a sickness going on in these.
second-rate
I'm serious, man. There's a sickness going on
Jew
where these young boys are being
in
preyed on, younger and younger. It's
This
disgusting.
motherfucker is not
Hold on,
a genius.
Did she kind of form a relationship with that boy?
Yeah, they had a whole. They were having text message conversations. That's a
motherfucker,
relationship.
psychologist talking about relationships is divorce.
Build a king.
Couldn't keep
Build a
his own
king.
relationship.
You gotta say a king, not a king. A king.
This is second.
Hey, listen,
known
I
way
was saying
smarter black
that
men.
this is par for the course. It's called depravity. These people are depraved.
And this
It's a new
motherfucker,
phenomenon.
it's like he's so
Allegedly,
genius.
allegedly, the
And the
whole football
other
team
two
ran a train on our
heroes
so
think he
in high
is
school, allegedly. Okay,
amazing.
and
Amazing. To
okay,
use
and now,
Rich's word, his term,
that's alleged.
amazing.
And these are women. This isn't. These aren't. It's usually, oh, there's a black man going after the young
And
girls in
black
the high school. No, that happened too.
motherfucker.
Don't get me wrong. That did
No,
happen.
don't
But I'm
get me
saying
wrong.
the women were doing it far more often.
I.e.
They were doing it far more.
idiots
They always had
like
their little
blacks who
pictures
defy
the dude that they'd allow to
and
be in the
John
room during the lunchtime.
and HB
Saying, oh, that's my little
and
boyfriend. Stuff like it was
big
ridiculous. And then
forehead
fast forward now,
reservation
you see
for
them doing
breakfast.
it unabashedly.
This is why
They
I
do it all the time.
fucking don't have respect for these motherfuckers. Couldn't think their way out of their own light skin. Let's talk good hair. Let's go, motherfuckers. Second rate.
Night and a teacher by day. This woman was
A night and a feature by day.
on my teachers, but nah, they I was short until I was like 16, so
Motherfucker.
They weren't
it's a good
But
thing.
I do remember, like, especially like my 9th grade or 8th and 9th grade, there would be guys that would go through
Yeah, lead.
like, I knew a nigga in the 8th grade that had a
Well, see, the problem lead is I struggle to give a fuck. I don't have to deal with these motherfuckers.
He will go to her house.
I'm listening to a motherfucker drive a truck talk about life
and this was a grown woman.
like he has the definition.
All the time.
Grown as hell.
All the time. And
No,
Brooklyn,
that's
Brooklyn.
a course job.
Kimmy,
It would be
we're not
crossing
saying that the children are condoning this. We're saying
blacks
that
is
it's
a
the other
fucking
side of the
idiot.
coin. Men aren't the ones who are
Man,
predatory when it
motherfucker,
comes to these children
where are you?
as much as it is women. Women can do it with impunity because you don't think it'll be a woman.
Women can
who's
do
doing
it
Oh, it couldn't have been this
with
woman who did it.
immunity.
We have countless examples
Motherfucker, that's
of
the
women
dumbest
preying
shit I've
on
heard
young
in
males,
quite some
especially
time.
the blonde ones.
Why the motherfuck,
sport,
dude?
yeah.
Why does Black is smart? Why does he feel I think he feels comfortable doing this shit because the 3 other motherfuckers he's talking to don't know the difference.
Grown-ass woman. I mean, us men, we look at it a little bit differently than the opposite. I'm sorry. It's the double standard. We might tip our hat to that young man, like, we might, but let some grown man try to groom one of our daughters.
No,
that nigga,
I'm
man.
not gonna
Hang that
paint
nigga.
my phone with
Wanna see his
HB's
dangling.
bullshit. He
Bring
needs
that nigga
he
up.
needs to stay between the lines and keep both hands on that wheel.
On the line here,
It's
This
bullshit.
is a hot topic, man, and we've been bouncing around
Sure.
on this. If you want to hang on, you can discuss this topic right here.
Sure.
This is Adam 22 with Vlad, and I know you guys have some opinions of Adam 22 and Vlad, and we may hit some more clips on this, but I want you guys to listen to this. Adam 22 and Vlad. Damn, is this not the clip? Shit, there's a clip of him talking about. Damn, I thought I had the clip. Damn, I thought I had it here.
Damn,
Shit,
I thought
did
I had the clip.
My bad, I'll bring it up. But anyway, there, Adam22 and all the other streamers got together, the rap streamers, and
Motherfucker,
they were talking about
thought
more or less, how
didn't know music.
kind of a victory walk, I guess, in that all these people have been arrested that they've made millions off of at podcasts. And so I wanted to find that clip of him. There are others. We can pivot to that. But any thoughts on that? How these streamers have more or less been broadcasting these crimes and monetizing all at the same time?
Any thoughts on why a grown goddamn man would care? Why are we worried about what these kids are fucking doing? This is bullshit. I don't understand. Why is a motherfucking 50-year-old man worrying about what rap battles are happening and not feeding his kids nutritious?
I want you to listen to this right here.
Yeah.
Check this out.
My
HBO Blacks.
lady
Listen to this.
Lisa is not here
attention right
because
listen.
I'm
damn,
not
let me see if I
there.
can play this. Who is this?
Oh, this.
Okay, I think I can play it. All right, let me put it on the screen here. This is a Big U. And he's talking about signing Nipsey Hussle. And I want you to listen to this exploit.
It make no sense to go get another manager.
Right.
And so we start Nipsey to Unique Music, to my to Arius Astrodome, to my label, to Unique Music. And then Steve was 10% management and I was 10% management because it didn't make no sense to go get another manager.
Right.
And so we started pushing on that. So I signed him to it. It was signed to a 10-year production contract, which started in 2009, which would end 2019.
Crazy.
Hello. But I ain't tripping off of that because
some of the dumbest bullshit.
But I do have that. You know what I mean? So,
wait, so your deal with Nipsey was 10 years?
It's 10 years.
Was it 10?
10 years, 25%.
Nipsey. How long ago did Nipsey?
So 09 to 2019.
09 to 2019.
This.
So technically, Victory
These
Lap.
people
Okay.
are over 40,
Wow.
folks.
Yeah.
Talking
Help me,
about
okay. Because when I first met Nip,
rapper,
I signed Nipsey to Unique Music.
making
What's going
this
on? Arius Astrodome to my label. To
Yeah.
Unique Music.
this
And
is
then
beautiful.
Hold on, let me stop.
Steve was 10% management and I was 10% management because it didn't make no sense.
Negroes are not
And so we
dying.
started pushing on that.
This shit,
So I signed him
You know
to
what?
it. We
I might
signed to a 10-year
actually have to
production
use the
contract, which
N-word.
started in
Stop this shit.
2000.
Oh, okay. So you guys all heard that, right? Yep. Sorry for that. So what he's saying is he signed the guy to basically that's damn near lifetime.
I'm gonna have to go
Correct.
into a John Galt mode.
Yeah,
Niggas
10 years,
ain't
yeah,
dying
that's crazy.
because of the
And
crime. They're
right at the end of
dying
the 10-year
because
deal,
of their
boom, he's
mindset.
dead. He said, well, I got that.
Motherfuckers
And
are
apparently you guys fell
got
out
a
him and Nipsey.
joint
There's
in
some
their
other clips of
mouth.
him and Nipsey falling
A
out.
50-year-old
And it just made me think
talking
like,
about
damn, these guys are
Nipsey,
taking over
who
the gangster role that
motherfucker
the
died a while
record
ago.
companies played.
And there
They're
are two
doing it,
motherfuckers
right?
who are taking this
Like,
seriously and
because
not
apparently they're saying
calling
he killed
him
someone
on it.
for just fucking over his studio time.
Nipsey
Big UD, right? That's the guy that was out in the
Hussle.
desert that he killed. Or
Yeah,
allegedly.
like
It's
that
like,
is
damn, like
relevant.
these guys are gonna be
It's-
wanting to do business
it's
with the
gonna
record label.
be
And these
my
guys just
kids.
killing them.
It's gonna
Anyway,
make me
interesting. You guys
sound
have any thoughts on
smarter.
that?
It's gonna make me higher.
I just don't understand why
And
these people
Yeah,
sign these
nigga.
label deals with
it's
these production entities, man. I mean, I've had opportunity to do stuff like that.
motherfucker.
It's just immediately you can see the okie doke. And you're like, why would you do it? I remember I had an opportunity to sign with this group. They were called the
Oh Jesus,
Underdog.
goddamn Christ!
They had connections through the guy. The
Oh
lead singer
yeah,
for Troop,
you're
and a
not
couple other
doing
people.
it. Is it
And I'm like, and I
relevant?
read that contract.
Listen
I was like 18
to
years old. I'm like, what?
the
I'm looking
former
at this contract,
rappers.
and I'm like, man, this is a 360 deal.
I
before
swear,
knew what 360 deals
Universal
were.
Jones
But it
is
just
a
it didn't make
rapper.
any sense.
Makes
I'm like,
me laugh.
they're telling me if I do anything, they own everything. So why would
Actually,
Nipsey sign with
Blacks
this
Who
dude?
Defy being
Did he
a
not
rapper.
know what sort of
The
person?
only rapper that would work would
Whatever.
be HB. I
Yeah.
know, and HB would be Little Boys in the Hood. I'm scared,
One second,
run,
HB, have you
but
seen,
I'm
Black, have you
still
seen,
in the
seen
hood.
this?
That would be
This
the
is
whole
a black
name
lady
of his
who was a
boy
victim
band.
of Big U. Almost remind me of George Floyd. Take a look.
Okay.
Yeah, George Floyd died how many years ago? Yeah, let's keep bringing them up.
You guys are gonna
Like it
understand so
matters.
fucking much. For years, I have carried shit with
Oh,
me
John.
that people's done to me, made me lose, and I haven't said shit. You understand me? Nothing. I haven't said nothing. I carried that shit, and these niggas, black men, are so. You guys are so.
Now there's gonna be relevance.
I don't put much stock into crying women. Who
I
deal
don't
with
put much
scoundrels.
stock into crying women. They're not crying.
Towards women
They're
in
just
this
blubbering.
industry, bro. Like, no, nothing. I carried that shit. And these niggas, black men, are so, you guys are so fucked up towards women in this industry, bro. Like, this shit has made me angry over the years, and I didn't understand it because I've been dealing with fucking trauma. This nigga Vic U. I told Tasha K everything this man did to me, jumped on me while I was pregnant, beat me.
I don't put
In a
much stock in crying women unless they're crying about
made me
me.
almost lose my baby, and I had a fucking salary job at K-Day. The nigga made me lose every fucking thing, everything, and I carried it. It smutted my name, and all I wanted to do was fucking work. I've been dealing with this shit and holding this shit in for fucking years, bro. Y'all have no clue. Years I
Yeah,
get into
I really
years.
don't
I
care.
be so fucking angry because of what this nigga did. I can't trust nobody. And then I help somebody and they cross me. Then a person smut me out and lie on my name. It is.
You say she sluther out?
And
Yep.
she was getting the gangbang. I think she was a part of a gangbang. Damn.
It's SKG. I think she was married to someone. I'm not sure who she's married to. One of these rappers or something like that. I don't know. I forget who she was married to, but
All
apparently
connections
she was,
to
very much,
these three
happy to
excellent
see Big U go to jail.
folks, it all goes back through rap and music.
Oh well, you know.
Yet they will go.
Yeah, that
You know, when I hear
Black people can only do rap,
Yeah, it
and
does.
we are going to identify with motherfuckers.
out, man. They gotta
What I hear is not a one of you can go beyond the ghetto, go beyond rap
whatever.
music.
It's been happening since,
Motherfucker, this whole show is about
I'm
rap.
saying it's been happening since time immemorial. Man.
Yeah,
You know, this isn't a new phenomenon.
time.
White people were doing it. Indians.
Oh,
would
white
do it,
people
you
were
know,
doing
you're a
it.
woman coming through the industry, and you
Yeah,
don't have
the
protection. You don't have
industry.
a man to protect you.
Y'all
That
motherfuckers
man that's protecting you
do
is
not
the catalyst
understand
for your
that black
smutting.
people can
This
do
is
more
what's
than
going to
rap.
happen. I don't know what they expect. They think they're gonna
Motherfucker,
be
you
different.
don't know
These
black.
people are crazy, man. This is her fault.
So many people that I have fucking helped. So
I
many
can't
people. I
believe
put
they're
money in their
not
pocket. I feel like
thinking
I can't
past that.
take this shit no fucking more. I almost
Oh,
lost my fucking life because of this nigga
let's
Big U.
get
Because of
showing
what he did to
the
me.
woman who is crying.
And Tasha K was
It's
the only
more.
person who told,
I
who
bet
said she would
they
tell my
will have
story.
more
Y'all
to
have no
say.
idea. No idea what I'm.
Tell her story. Lifetime deal.
It seemed like he kidnapped this woman.
No.
You know what I mean? Like,
She wants a lifetime deal.
I mean,
She wants a lifetime deal.
but these people don't seem to
She wants a
I do it, she trying
lifetime
to get
deal
paid.
married to Blacks Who Defy, John Galt, or HB2N.
force
3
violence.
prizes.
What do you mean? Tell me. What do you mean?
You know, like
It's like,
why does all the
let's pick a
violence
black
come
man.
into play for in this?
Because it's about power.
Right.
Yeah, man, brother, let me tell you. It's just about power. I can do whatever I want to you. My greatest depraved thoughts I can exercise on you, and you won't do it. You won't do a thing. It has nothing to do with tit for tat. It has
That
everything to do with
woman
what
will
can I
have
do
all
to
the
you and get
power
away with.
and not
That's it.
choose you, blacks.
I can put
She will not choose you.
it does seem
She
real because
will hear
for
your
better or worse,
voice
you
and
got
go,
some sort of
not
ethos
that
about
black
yourself.
man.
But these are people who have no ethos. These people are like, I got all this money and all this time. I can do whatever I want. I'm bored.
But
So
not
I'm gonna
that
stick
black
the stick up
man.
your ass, and you're
Not
not gonna
that
call
black
the police on me.
man.
And if you do,
She will hear
I'm just
you.
going to
You will
lie
be
and say
third.
that you're lying.
They will
and
put
you're gonna come back, and
curtains.
I'm gonna do it all over again. This is what I'm telling you. It's just torture, and they can do it. People at this
They will
level,
pick
people with this amount
door
of
number
depravity,
3,
they don't
and
care,
they
man.
will
just
see
wanna
you,
cause
and
harm.
they
That's
will
it.
be
And she let it
regretful.
happen because she likes her lifestyle.
They will choose your door and go, never mind,
okay.
I'll go home empty-handed.
Yeah, okay, and that's
They
why she
don't
didn't
want
call the
black
police,
men
and
like you.
that's why she's getting
Mr.
online right
Black.
now with her crocodile
They,
tears.
as a
so
matter
that
of
she can
fact,
tell,
they
she
will
wants
just go
the
home.
tabloids to get a hold of
They will
TMZ,
thank
pay her
God
$100,000 to tell
that
her
they
story.
got to
You heard what
go
she said,
to
tell my story,
Television City
constantly.
in
She could have
California
told her story to the
and
police.
just thank God that they don't get door number 1, 2, or 3. Motherfuckers, they will go.
Big U. Let me know if you can hear
Thank
this.
God.
No, I can't. We can't hear it. I can't hear it anyway.
1 second.
Technology deprived.
You hear now? You speak.
Yeah.
Negroes
Loud and clear.
tend to
This
not
big U talking to
be
White
good
100.
at technology, right? There.
Prisoner of war. Okay, in the prison. Yeah, when I was in prison, I was a prisoner of war.
You was a prisoner of war.
Yes, sir.
You did the fucking crime that they did. Thank you. God damn it. What the fuck is he talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What do you mean? So you was in prison for no reason? Did you get caught?
I was in prison. I was working for my people.
You was working.
The fuck?
Modern day Robin Hood. Listen, you know what? I'm not going to even say nothing because I can't. You was really working for your people, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so trunks and all that type of shit. All that was incorporated.
I was pushing the agenda.
So your agenda
It was
involved
cleaning the neighborhood.
trunks and rope,
I was bagging my victims.
closets,
Yeah, I was bagging
in dark places,
I was bagging my
Now
victims.
what?
Bagging my victims.
closets,
Yeah, I was bagging my
in dark places.
I was bagging my
Now
victims.
was
They
these
doing
acts
stuff-
happening against your people
They was doing
or for
stuff.
your
I
people?
was helping my people to advance.
So Wack, you went in at 16.
The last time.
Well,
Okay.
I'm getting
Did you go in
bored.
as a youth?
No, I just
Same
I
dumbasses.
I mean, that was,
same
but I
low
started doing
standards.
time like 11 years
Because
The morning
fuck that mean?
roast
old. The nigga told him
is
motherfucker,
yummy.
prisoner of war.
If
It
you
almost
take it
seemed like
black,
White was bragging about
but I
going to
am
prison at
not
11. He had to
impressed.
one up the other nigga like, man, I
And
was in prison at 11 years old.
These
Right.
motherfuckers,
Did you catch that?
it's the same misogyny.
I
it's
did.
the
White kid
same
doing it, man. I went to prison.
anti-black.
What did he say?
It
So,
is
White-
He
just.
said, I went to.
It's not new
He
ingredients
said, I
to
went to
make a
prison at
new
11 years
blend
old. They were trying to.
of
They
a
were
roast.
trying to one up one another with their depravity.
And blacks,
It's their badge of honor.
motherfucking
I went to prison before you.
do
I've been in
better.
prison. I've been in
You
the penal
sound
system
like
since
some
I was a child.
Right.
You know, it's a badge of honor.
motherfucker.
You know, it's to keep
You
that
are a
persona.
child. And there are 2 children in the kindergarten of lowbrow fucking bullshit that take
White
you
doesn't seem like
seriously.
he did much time in
Thank
prison,
God.
relative to, he seemed like he spent most of his time in juvenile prison. And so
Juvenile
he has to
prison, like
validate
most
himself in front of this guy.
black
You guy.
young black males spend most of
and
their
he had Big
time.
U right there. just
So
admitting
John
the
has a
crimes that he
point.
committed.
This is
know that?
bullshit.
Tie
Dude
people up,
needs
put
to
them in the
get
trunk.
out of that
I mean, like,
goddamn ghetto.
What the fuck? Somebody
That's
just
why. That's why I think Whack 100 is. I think he's a.
And
government investment, honestly, because
HB
the way
second
he gets
best
guys
intelligence.
to just,
This is not
you
impressive.
know, admit all their crimes and stuff.
Maybe I
Like,
should
yeah, this guy
call him.
working with
And Hood, Hood Conservative is there.
Has he been trained?
These
to get them to
mother,
talk?
Hood Conservative is a girl. Hood
That's where I was
Conservative
headed to. Like, are these
is
people
a
being trained to
girl.
talk like that? To get their, their
No, man, it's not hard to get people to talk. Just talk to him. He's just talking to them. I don't think he's trained or anything. Could he be an informant? Absolutely. But the man, if it's one thing Whack 100 like to do, it's so, utilize the skill that you were born with. Utilize the skill that you were born with and get these other idiots to snitch on themselves. Does it take much for them to snitch on themselves? How many times have you seen these guys go on Vlad TV? Well, just ask them a simple, stupid question. And then they answer it, like they are immune to repercussion. It's crazy, man. These people don't know how to study to be quiet and to do their own business, man.
Someone tell
You
John
tell them what you want them to know.
to
but why
bring
would you
up
tell them actual
Hood
facts
Conservative.
about a situation that
If Hood
really
Conservative
happened?
comes up on John's
People are
panel,
so stupid.
it will give me the impetus to fucking
Yeah, I
just
have.
tell them all what I think.
Certain people, certain criminal classes,
Black men
ironically like to
can
do
do
shit and be
better
recognized for it.
than
Right?
the
It's
four of
almost
them.
like sadistic in a way, right? They want likes and streams. They may want to rap about it. And so
Someone tell John to bring Hood Conservative.
But I'm just asking.
So
I'm just
I can
asking
go over there
why, John.
and
That's
I
what I'm
can
saying.
have some fun. I'm
I'm
hungry.
These people are touted to be so intelligent. How many times have you heard?
And I hope
If this
fucking
young-
Blacks gets up there too. He will be the sugar
How many
on
times
that
have you heard,
goddamn
Go
meal.
ahead. You're playing something. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, I mean, play. Go ahead.
I was saying,
You go
How many
ahead.
times have you heard, if this young man would have taken all that time that he's been selling dope, he'd be a CEO. He'd be a great CEO.
Weak
How many
motherfuckers.
times have you heard?
Dude, I
You
wear
heard- I've heard all
glasses
my life.
and have a soft voice listening
and
to
about how intelligent they are. It's insane.
HB, you gonna love this.
HB, you gonna love this.
Let's go.
Jesus goddamn Christ.
The notorious LA killer serving life in prison without the possibility
Not a
of parole
motherfucking
reportedly
positive.
strangled his wife to death during a conjugal visit.
Jesus.
54-year-old David Brinson was convicted in the 1990 execution-style murders of 4 men in the Mid-Wilshire district. Authorities say last November, while at Mule Creek State Prison in Northern California, he told officers his 62-year-old wife, Stephanie, had passed out during a conjugal visit. She was declared dead at the scene. 4 months later, a coroner confirmed that she was strangled to death. The Amador County District Attorney is awaiting the prison's full report before filing charges against Brinson. Brinson has since been transferred to a state prison in Stockton.
Damn, that nigga, he a little too freaky, man. That nigga, god damn.
He may not have killed her, bro.
I mean, it kind of looks like he killed her, John. I mean,
they've been cheating.
This is your morning roast,
that is
folks.
true, too.
Not a goddamn positive vibe.
Damn, man.
It is all niggatry
Got a little out of control, man.
all the time. There cannot be a positive thing in the Black community
Got a little out of control
or
on her.
anything. Hey,
Said she was 60.
all
God damn.
Black men are the same, except for these exceptions on this panel and motherfucking motherfuckers.
God bless her.
Yeah. All
That's right, HB.
the amazing thing is
In the prison
these two gentlemen are not Black.
Oh man, Black, you got those on that?
They and Blacks who defy, he's defied his blackness.
Oh damn. I thought Blacks and hung up on him.
Oh damn.
Oh man.
Oh damn. Lead, you are so right. Those motherfuckers are
What was
the
the question?
ghetto.
You got any thoughts on that, Black? A man killed his
What,
wife.
what did he do? What?
You think this is a roast?
On a conjugal visit, we'll play it back for you one more time.
Look at these motherfuckers.
Are you
John's gonna replay this, isn't he?
He killed his wife on a conjugal visit.
Just
Man,
to
can you
make
imagine
his
doing
point,
this shit
he's
like
gonna
you killed your
John
probably the last shot?
motherfucking replays
A
the
notorious LA
toxicity.
killer serving life in prison
Yep.
without the possibility of parole reportedly strangled his wife to death
that
during a
motherfucker
conjugal
will play
visit.
this
54-year-old David Brinson was
He'll
convicted in the
replay the
1990
same
execution-style murders
because he
of
can't
4 men
recycle
in the
thoughts
Mid-Wilshire district.
or new thoughts.
4 fucking people, man. Dang.
Authorities say last November, while at Mule Creek State Prison in Northern California,
He
he told
literally
officers
just watched this
62-year-old
couple
wife
minutes
Stephanie had
ago, and
passed
this
out
motherfucker
during a conjugal visit.
wants to
She
do
was
what?
declared dead at the scene. 4 months later, a coroner confirmed that she was strangled to death. The Amador County District Attorney is awaiting the prison's full report before filing charges against Brinson. Brinson has since been transferred to a state prison in Stockton.
Yo, this nigga killed it last.
Helen, I'm glad.
I mean, he really went.
I didn't really.
He's messing it up for all those people in the prison, man.
This is
They probably put him in solitary
anti-black.
so that
fucking
people can't kill him.
Not you, Helen.
He
I'm
really
watching
must have wanted
the
to kill this woman.
anti-black morning, like Good Morning Anti-Black, and these motherfuckers is upstanding.
Yes. Yeah, they do. It's up to the warden. So it's largely
motherfucking
up to the warden.
Just
I don't know if you know, but a warden has
motherfucker.
A warden is God in the prison. Oh yeah. He can let no, and I mean
squeaky.
The warden can let you
fucking
out of the jail.
This is the
On a day
best
pass. Like
black
even if you are unless it's
manhood
like
can do.
unless it's a court order saying that this person is not to
Unless
have
it's a court
any dealings
order.
with the outside world. A warden can let you out of the jail during the day.
Really? Wow, I didn't know that. I did not know that.
It's crazy. They have all that power. The sheriff, the warden, the who's ever over the prison can do that. And I'm like, wow, my God. Man, you think, yeah, go ahead.
I know you're a baseball fan, and I wanted you to hear this.
I am.
Now here comes the supposedly. These motherfuckers.
More than
Look,
10,000
it's-
people came to the Tokyo
it's
Dome
a
to
white
see
boy.
Los Angeles.
Are y'all able to hear it?
It's a white boy.
Yeah, I watched the game.
To be more accurate,
There
we came to
is
see
a
Shohei
white
Ohtani,
boy.
who happens to play for the Dodgers. Fans paid thousands of
Yeah.
dollars to sit behind home plate, and hundreds of media members were on the field with cameras and
Ryan,
microphones.
call into
It
their
was a scene,
show
to say
and
the
tell
least,
them
but there was
that
just one
I am
catch. These
enjoying
people weren't even there for a game.
mocking their
Ohtani and his
fake
teammates were only there for a
blackness.
workout. So people had paid to be in the stadium to watch the team jog around the bases. and
Stanley
like that for an
Cross
hour.
is that
While it
big.
might seem like a waste for someone like you or me,
If I
this
must.
turnout is a perfect example of how much Japan loves baseball. And that love is the reason that MLB sent 2 of its teams halfway around the world to play regular
you
season
know what,
games a
Ryan?
week
I
before
did not
opening day.
notice you.
The Tokyo series is a 2-game series of regular season games between the Chicago Cubs and
Yeah, like, why are you trolling your
in
own
Tokyo, Japan.
your
Before
own
the
partner?
series started,
man?
the
What are
Cubs
you
and
doing?
Dodgers started the week by playing exhibition games against
What are you
the
doing, buddy?
the Hanshin Tigers
What are you
and
doing,
Florida
man?
Giants.
Having
Before kicking
fun?
off the official 2025 MLB
ridiculing
regular
your
season
own
Tuesday
fun,
morning.
Ryan.
Now I can imagine some Dodger
If
fans who
you
Major League Baseball
I just think it's
doesn't really
funny.
care.
I
Commissioner
think
Rob Manfred
they
says that this
don't
year's Tokyo
understand
series
what
will generate
big
$35
black's
million
like.
in revenue,
I think
coming mainly from
they
ticket
are
sales as well as
literally
sponsorship
the
deals
lowest
with big
in the
name partners
ghetto.
like Japan
I
Airlines,
just think it's funny.
Konami,
You know what?
So hey, you want me to go up on their show and rat you out?
This is part of a larger
Why-
plan to grow the game internationally.
Why
Since most
do
of
you
Major
think I should care that you
League
think
Baseball
it's
is
funny?
domestic and
I
international.
just find it amusing.
You
Hey,
see, this is the
While the Cubs
interesting
have 2
thing.
Japanese players on
You
their
are
roster,
hold on, turn that down. I can't hear
No,
you.
motherfucker.
this series is
I
really
can't hear
about the Dodgers. The defending World
You
Series
don't
champions
have
trying to tell me
spent
something?
the last several
You don't
years
have
with
to.
one goal in mind.
Do you want me to go up on their show and tell them that you're trolling them?
No.
This plan would
What I
hopefully
want
lead
you
to
to
on-field
do is
success,
go
and
back to
more
Be
importantly,
Brave.
billions of dollars
That
in
is your
additional revenue.
level of.
It all
Yeah.
started.
Don't start that bullshit with
Dodgers
me.
and
You know that I'm way
motherfucker.
above that.
Rowdy
Be
for
brave.
Whoa.
Baseball
You
Classic.
come up
There were
here to
20,000
tell
fans in
me.
attendance for the
See,
workout, and members of
this
the
is
Dodgers organization realized something when looking at the
truly
crowd. The Japanese fans were wearing a diverse mix of
dumbass
hats,
level.
showing
I
those
think you have you had
No,
any drinks this
I'm
morning?
gonna have to. Since you bothered to come up, you don't think I know what I'm doing, you dumb son of a bitch?
No, I have nothing but respect.
I literally know what I'm doing. You had to come all the way up here and ask me why or what. Ryan,
I'm trying to help you.
No, Ryan, do you actually think that you are telling me something I didn't know?
No.
Then what? WTF? I'll be nice. Motherfucker, I know what I'm doing. You didn't know this?
I have total respect for you.
Motherfucker, I know about 8 steps in front of you. You are not talking to Be Brave. You need to realize.
I would never assume that.
Sometimes I wonder.
No,
Motherfucker, you know what?
I didn't even come up to give you a hard time. I
Oh
just
no,
come up
no,
to say
no.
hi.
Of course you didn't. I didn't say you did. I'm just questioning your question to me. Of course I know what I'm doing.
Well,
And it's troublesome to use
I think
a
it's funny
word.
though.
No, it's troublesome that you think I'm doing it with no purpose. Don't ever discount me like that. I know
So do you
what
want me to go up and troll them? You want me to go up and tell them to troll
Motherfucker,
them?
I will do what I think is right or
You
what's
suggested that I do it. You said I should do it.
you are
I'll do it.
literally going. You think you're on Be Braves. You don't have to fuss.
No, I don't. You suggested that I do it. I figured, okay.
Know what I'm doing. You know what? They know. I'm guessing they know what I'm doing.
Maybe. Look, the last time I left you, I was going to a job, and the night was up here. You and the night were going at it. So I figured I'd check back in. The night, I think the night. Weren't you going at it with the? I think it was the night.
Who did you call into? I'm still here. It didn't occur to you.
I know. I said I'd be back. Remember?
Yes, I remember. Who's still here?
Well, the night's gone.
No. Take a guess. Who won that one?
Well, you probably did. It's your show.
Probably.
Okay, then you won. I didn't see it.
It's gonna take a better Fred Sanford. I'm wearing a hat, motherfucker. Who won, dude? He. I heard the It's John Galt channel. You know what? So it is.
I've never seen him before.
And I don't give a fuck. I have seen him before. Oh, wait, hold it. That's the other thing. You thought there was no intention? I know who he is. He need to learn his goddamn lesson. I know exactly who he is. And that's why it was a pissing contest. Same thing with little Charisse, the gum pop girl. Motherfucker, I knew who she was. No, motherfucker, what they need to learn is I don't give a fuck. They are on my panel, not the opposite. And by the way, I don't ever go up on their panels. Why would I go up there on their panels? I motherfucking know who Nightish is. When he comes on my panel, the motherfucker will yield. Oh, don't come up. Won't hurt my feelings.
Has Charisse been back up?
I have to say, I hope Charisse comes back up. I've grown to actually like her. However, she knows who I am.
You were a little hard on her. this.
Motherfucker, I was Stanley Cross. Don't ever doubt who I am.
I saw you were a little
She
hard.
wait, hold it. She knows. And so does Nightish. That dumb motherfucker is John Galt level smart. Oh, you chuckle? I know what I'm saying.
I just think you're hot. You're pretty hot this morning with some insults here.
Motherfucker, you don't think I'm ever hot? I'm not
Well, just
saying
this morning you
anything I
seem to be
haven't
a little.
I am not saying anything I haven't said before.
Yeah. Well, I think I will say that Nightish came in hot, so you pushed back. Sharice didn't
Motherfucker,
come in
don't
quite
ever
as hot.
come up hot to my panel. Ever.
He came in hot. He was on fire.
You know what? Sharice, or whatever her name was, she came up hot too and learned. And quite frankly, so did Knittish.
I think it's Nightish.
It was a joke. Motherfucker, guess what he won't do? He will go to John and go, well, that's Stanley. And you know what's going to happen? John's going to go. It was his show. Motherfucker, don't ever come up to my panel and seek to go, well, John, motherfucker, I don't give a fuck if it's John Galt's channel. It's my goddamn show. You yield, bitch.
Well,
and it has literally been happening for months. And folks, it's on John Galt's channel, motherfucker. So it is.
You seem to have certain feuds. Conservative, Nightish, and now Sharice is in the mix. From what I can tell.
Who gives a fuck what you can tell? My point is, you come up to my panel, it's my rules. And they might be
respectful.
Hey, my rules might be capricious. They might change from night to night, but you will do on my panel.
Yeah, I'm always respectful. I never break the rules.
You're not the problem. Your problem is thinking that Nightish would come up here and do whatever. That motherfucker needs to trim his beard. That's his biggest problem.
Like to keep it long.
His biggest problem is grooming himself. Not
you guys,
words on this
how much
page.
history do you have with him? You got a lot of history with him, apparently.
No, I have zero. Dude, I know who he is. I've literally never been on one of his panels. I don't know, but I know who he is. I know the respect he thinks he's gonna have, and not on my panel. That fucking
very upset this morning.
The dick sucking is a John Galt production.
He was very upset. I don't know why he was so angry. I don't know what you said to set him off.
Because I treated him like the 2-bit bullshitter he is. Motherfucker, dude, unless I respect you, and there are who the fuck is Nightish? Like, he's gonna come up here and fucking pretend like, yeah, it's John Galt's channel, and when John Galt gets tired of me, he will fucking call me in the background and go, you're done. Nightish is a fucking I think he's a here for the tea sort of dude. I'm waiting for Jay Prince to come up here so I can put a foot up his Negro ass. He's unsmart. And motherfucker, I am as black as any of these motherfuckers are, except I'm smarter. And I have no fear of pulling my black card, 2 black cards, and telling them, you are not measuring up. Run along, little black boy. The motherfuckers
Did they say you're
are
not black?
boys. No, motherfucker. Hear what I'm
They
gonna
say
say.
it. Say it on my-
Hear what I'm gonna say. Nightish and all these motherfuckers, HB, John, they're not men, they're boys. And I tolerate them.
I mean, Stanley, I think that's a lie. That's a
Motherfucker,
lie.
I don't know
I mean,
why you have to question this. I have pronounced.
I mean, HB's a little younger too. He's a little younger.
Motherfucker, I said what I said. I'm not, did I stutter? I don't, defend HB to someone who cares about your defense. I said what I said.
I mean, I'm just saying. You remember being a 30-year-old
I
man?
know you
35,
mean
younger
what you have to say.
Wisdom and age.
All I'm saying is I haven't met John Galt's not a man. He is a form of man in some weird form of his Stockholm syndrome. He must live in the ghetto and prove he is black. I don't have to prove I'm black. I was raised black. I was raised black and successful. That John Galt has to run along and do whatever he does. Motherfucker, good, you're a landlord. Good for you. I'm not impressed. Now, y'all motherfuckers can go and talk about whatever it is, but there is a good question, which is why do I remain? That is a good question, and it may not be. I've had friends of mine who fucking go to the Stanley Cross channel because they don't want to be on the Urban Landlord channel. So
it's a good mix, though. It's a good mix. You get different perspectives.
This ghetto pretense, it's for the ghetto people who like that pretense.
I think you should just stay on both.
Luckily, you get to not make that decision. It is mine.
All right, Stanley. I'm just saying. It seems like it's working.
Motherfucker, I get to critique people I don't think are particularly, they claim blackness. I don't claim blackness. I honestly do think that it's not something you should claim. You should be feeding your children breakfast. If you are with your wife, and even if you're not, motherfucker, you know how to cook grits. And if you don't have kids, well, I'm not going to fuss at that. But the ones who are fathers, you can make the argument, but motherfucker, my sons, I think when I met y'all, he was a senior. He was on his way out, and
yes, that's right.
I only want to talk to black people who know what the fuck they're talking about being black people. This ghetto bullshit, this all black people are defined by body cam videos or Kendrick Lamar versus Drake. Motherfucker, I see grown men doing a whole morning show about what's happening to rappers and who killed who.
Yeah, I don't really.
Thank God I don't live that goddamn life.
You do a good news show. It's a pretty good news show. Your political wrap up.
There are motherfuckers. I had someone talk about I need to have more video.
Well, I think you cover the news very well. A lot of stories, good perspective,
And
good viewpoints.
I don't.
You don't think you do? You do. That's your best stick. Your best stick is the news. Stanley covers the news.
And it's not a stick, it's a shtick. Do your
Okay, shtick.
do better
I
at
don't.
your
I don't
Yiddish.
know Yiddish. Okay, I don't know Yiddish. So, I don't. That's not my native tongue. But that's. I think
You know what? It's close
you
to
could
mine.
do a show called Stanley Cross Covers the News. It'd be a great show.
That might be, and I don't want to overstep my bounds because I am being a little, uh, schmuckish. But
Well, you
I
do
feel
Stanley
what I
Cross Cover the
feel,
News.
and I think black men can do better than to be sucked into the bullshit, motherfuckers. If your kids are with you, feed them breakfast and sit your ass down and talk to them. Don't motherfucking do a YouTube show.
I would agree. But Stanley, I'll tell you something. You would draw a wide audience of all different people. Tom would come up. Stanley
Nope.
Cross covers the news, right?
Look.
Go with
Here's
that.
the deal. I won't because I'm abrasive and I will say what I want to say. I'm where
okay.
I need to be.
Yeah.
John Galt tolerates. Um, it might be constructive criticism. I just have a criticism of that morning boast. And you know what? Good
You
morning,
don't like
America.
their new show very much.
It's news.
No, you don't like their new show very much. You seem to not like
Oh,
it.
I thought you said
Start your own
news
show.
show.
No, start your own show. Stanley Cross covers the
I
news.
have.
Put it same
Wait,
time slot and just go at it.
I'm on my own show. Did you
Well,
not?
okay, this is like a react show kind of because you're reacting to their.
No, actually, I was put up to it, and I had enough beers to do it. No, I have my definite ideas about what Black people are, what Black Americans are specifically. Black men, and Black men don't deal with this sort of silliness. The rap, motherfucker, I remember the Sugar Hill Gang. It should have never been taken this seriously. I'm sure my son listens to rap, but motherfucker, never in my house. I don't know what kind of music he listens to because he was respectful enough to know, dude, I don't do that kind of shit. My son is his own man, or future man, but probably a man because he don't fuck up. If you want to listen to that music, that's fine. I respect a man's privacy. Now, for all I know, he's already working for the CIA. But I don't need to know. Hopefully his life isn't in danger. And you know what? Fuck this ghetto narrative that seems to be pushed in this John Galt fucking urban landlord bullshit. Black people don't get thrilled that you do videos about scraping up the dregs of the earth. I'm confused in that you can only be Black if you marry a Black woman or you fucking live in the hood. It's a ghetto narrative. We can do better. Well, Portia, I won't leave unless I'm pushed out. But I'm watching two. Portia, come up here. Why? You're always welcome on my show. Hell, I miss you. You should come up. And Virgo, you know what? I am going to do a referendum. Virgo, hit the link, man. Or dear. All right. Well, if no one's here, I'll turn this up. I am.
Might just do it, you know. Maybe the labels are paying for the interviews or something, you know. It might be the other way around. Maybe they're paying for the interviews.
I saw this. Yo, his dad worked for Clinton. He's now the small head, Adam 22.
Oh, okay.
Someone said his last name is Grand Mason. What? That's an interesting last name.
Oh yeah, that is right, T.
And you heard about that Yellow Beezy stuff, man.
Think of a whole bunch more, and some of them are not even like huge names, but whatever popularity they do have, from my perspective, is clearly kind of rooted in the fact that the audience believes that they're the real deal.
Listen, I interviewed Don Corleone Blanco, who's the youngest son of Griselda.
Damn. So someone said he doesn't pay for an interview; he pays in exposure. Okay, fair enough. Adam 22.
It's pretty.
He has a large platform, so then they want to come on it. Got it. Okay, well, whatever, man. I'm glad I don't live in that world and don't want to be a
I
part
will,
of it. It's crazy,
if you
man.
want me to
The sorts of
co-host
things
Deuce,
that they find tenable.
you know I'm going
And
to
yes,
be
Vlad
there.
is a Ukrainian Jew. You know, try and square that circle, okay?
Virgo,
He's a
Monday's
Ukrainian
no
Jew
crazier
and
than you are.
is a
It is funny
non-practicing
to see
Jew,
Ms.
is what he
Monday
said,
talking
but always has
Monday.
smoke for people who has anything to say
It's a
about
joke.
Jews.
Virgo.
Crazy.
I got one more clip here, right? I'm gonna line this up. I want you to listen to this one, HB Blacks.
Yeah, this
Stanley
motherfucker
talking to
thinks
Yellow
he is
Beezy,
making a point.
who just been arrested, right? Listen to this.
Oh yeah, Portia Virgo.
I did want to ask
I
this.
think Virgo's
is,
there.
You
I,
barely
Virgo,
acknowledged it.
I've
You barely ever
noticed
had anything to say
that
about it, but there was
dress
a lot
in your
of tension,
in your
at least
in
on
your
record, that people
thumbnail.
talking online between you and those three. Now
I'm
that
not
he's
going to
passed,
comment
how do you
because
view it
I'm
all?
not
Like, are you able to
going
admit that he was, you know,
to
an
be
important
that.
factor in the city for that
You
period
you
of time,
look
or is it still just
cute.
I
So
can't say anything.
that's
I ain't never been no
Vir- I don't want Mr. Virgo getting mad at me.
Right.
I ain't never been no attention to nobody.
Look at this guy. I saw you
Virgo,
answer like that at one point too.
why can I not
I don't have a
click
problem with
her
people.
little
I
that
don't.
thing?
He ain't had no problem with me.
Dallas creates
The
a lot of
woman
gangsters, 'cause
is
I was
like,
actually looking back at an
Virgo,
old interview
God
with him,
damn
and I
it.
said basically the same thing to him. Basically didn't say shit.
I'm gonna touch.
Yeah, ain't
Oh
no-
Lord,
ain't no-
I'm not going there. I would touch
Definitely.
that beautiful soft
But
shoulder,
I don't know.
and I
Okay.
will stop there.
Another person I
Mr.
wanted to ask
Virgo
from
is
Texas,
a
and I wanted to get your
lucky
thoughts
man.
on how you feel about the rise of Charleston White.
Man, that nigga, bro, he doing him.
Yeah, it's like crazy just asking these people about murders and shit. Like, and then, you know, again, if he's not paying them, they're getting exposure.
Who?
You're fucking exposing people, giving them
Virgo's
like it's
in
positive exposure
the chat.
for something
Let's see.
terrible that they've done.
She's
and
in
he's monetizing
Stanley
shit.
Cross
Like, he
chat.
probably richer than every rapper that ever
So,
come on there. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
There she is.
It's all like a money marketing scheme, but you know, they're not too bright at all. You know, they don't realize that these
Hop over
They're not,
to
man.
Stanley
They're just not too bright.
or Virgo hop into the John
people
Galt
actually
chat.
have contempt for you. That's why they asking you these
Yeah,
federalized questions. They
you
want
look
you to get
fetching
locked up or
using old-fashioned words.
as soon as you get locked
Virgo
up
look
or killed,
fetching in that
Wait, but I was just gonna say, as soon
in
as you
that
get
dress.
locked up or killed, their views go up. 'Cause now everybody want to watch that video. Like, look at this dead ass nigga's last interview. Look at him.
Dead ass nigga.
Man,
That's
speaking of that, man, you know, well, you know what? I think we're probably about to end in about 15 minutes. So, Blacks, we're gonna call some tenants. Some of these broke ass tenants.
All right, cool.
So you want to?
Sure, no worries, man.
You can hang on. Actually, I'm gonna see another. If you want to hang on three-way, you can. You have to call on another number. I'm not sure if I can add three ways on this. I can't. But if you want to hang on,
and this is important. We want to do a three-way.
Yesterday
we want to do a three-way
we had to call
prove a point about
HB.
No, brother, I was not.
So we had a call from a guy. He's a lawyer. We've been calling him on the stream. How long now, HB? 2 weeks?
Virgo. I don't know. Was that a new dress? I just said it looked fetching on you.
I ain't got no money. I'm a
in the old-fashioned way. You look
from my daughter.
Beautiful, frankly.
Right? From my daughter, Blacks. And you have daughters.
What the hell?
You have daughters, right, Blacks?
Yes.
Okay, I'm confused. I assumed it was you in that thumbnail, Virgo.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm calling. I called you a few weeks ago, just asking about I guess you have a room for rent for a week.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Do you have any time available? Maybe Friday or Saturday for viewing.
Yeah, just give me a call back when when you're ready to come by and take a look. I'm gonna send you
okay.
I'll send you a link right now so you can take a look.
Can you send me a link to like multiple locations?
Yeah, I'm sending you a playlist.
And basically you're available. When's the best hours for you?
Just call me whenever you're ready.
Okay. By the way, I
Virgo,
didn't get
no
your number.
John, I'm gonna send you everything you need.
John.
Yep.
Okay. Do you want my name?
Yeah. What's your name? Yeah. What's your name?
My name is.
I apologize.
Hilbert,
Where are you from?
I'm from California.
God damn.
What part?
That's why that's the California phone number.
Yeah. What part?
Hello, Aaron. Southern
Okay,
California.
I might be old enough for Mama Virgo.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I remember you. You the guy.
I bet she's okay.
Mama
Virgo.
Yeah,
you got
yes,
my
sir.
email address. I'm kidding.
Yeah. When are you
Yes.
looking to move?
Go ahead.
When are you looking to move?
Pretty soon. Basically, I have money on Friday. I have other stuff figured out, but
Let me ask you this
yes,
question.
sir.
You were telling me that you know a couple other Hispanic guys. Any chance you could hook me up with some of those guys that might need a place to live?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I'll ask around. I'll ask who's ready. I'll ask who's cash ready. I'll ask who's I mean, I don't. Okay, we'll talk about that later. Honestly, I'll let you know. Is it okay?
Go ahead. What you about to say?
Are you cool to communicate through text? Like not a lot, not a bunch, but you know.
Yeah, whatever. Just send however you want to contact me. You paying rent? I'll take your call, text, whatever.
No problem, brother. I just gotta, I just really want to view. I really want to view, basically, and just figure out what your requirements are and whatever the situation would be. But because otherwise, that's now it's.
Our requirements are money. You got money?
I understand. I understand, brother, and I have it for you.
All right.
I know. Yeah.
I'm in.
John, have a good day. I'm about to clock in right now. Have a good day, brother.
Yeah, I seen
Thank
the
you.
playlist. Hey, send my number to your other buddies.
Hey, do you want to send it to my email or just my number? Or just you just text it to my number?
Yeah, I'm gonna text to your number.
No problem.
Yeah, right.
Okay, John. Have a good week.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
What do you think about that, HB?
Hello.
Yeah, he sound ready. He sound ready to get to work, man. Said he clocking in right now, man.
He works not far from here at like a like a little Swizzler restaurant. It's called Swizzler. They fried chicken.
Swizzler, this motherfucker, it's called Sizzler. Motherfucker has been talking about this for a week. Swizzler, Sizzler, just goddamn no point ever made.
Talked about the Hispanic networks and everything. All right, let's call these.
Yeah. What I want to do is go out and not ride a scooter.
Let me hop up and maybe I'll hop on a link or something. Did you post the link?
Yeah, I posted. I'm posting the link. Anybody want to jump on?
All right, cool.
We're close.
You know what? Let's see if this motherfucker. I got 3.5 hours left. Let's see if this. I am going to bet.
I'm trying to think. I think we pretty much covered most of them.
What do you want to cover? Oh, you know what? I want to.
Oh, what do you
something
want
else
to
with-
cover?
Remind me to talk to you about empathy.
Oh, remind me to talk about.
Oh yeah. We should talk about that real quick.
Yeah, let's talk. You want to talk about that now? Let's talk about it.
Yeah. So we're not gonna say any names, but an email was sent that basically said that John Galt doesn't have empathy for the blacks, and obviously this was a Caucasian person, and the thing about Caucasian.
No, I love that. John Galt has no empathy for black. Motherfucker, John Galt doesn't have empathy. Period. Now, the silly part.
We can't really have empathy for people. Either you can pay the bill or you can't. Either you're good for
Of course he can, humble president. Swizzlers is in the same neighborhood as
it's unfortunate,
little boy.
but it's the reality. Even with Stanley, when we're talking about this nigga shit, he don't give a fuck about it. Man. He don't got
free
time to
N-words for the boys.
He don't care why they the way that they are.
University said we should save it for tomorrow.
Okay.
You can finish your thought. Feel free.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Save it for a show that will not happen.
I just think that blacks, to a certain extent, by nature,
blacks, to a certain extent, by nature, sounds like you motherfucking had a point in the blacks. You sound like a white boy. HB.
Instead of like holding them to a standard.
The blacks. Motherfucker, you are a bleeding black sheep. That might be your problem. The blacks hurt your feeling. The blacks motherfucking never accepted you in the first place.
And that's kind of what
this is a self-hatred problem in big horn sheep.
I don't know.
Big horn sheep Universal wants to butt head, but issue at the same time. These are failed black men. Motherfucker, I understand the point. You're not a big enough dick. This is so funny. Lead. I'm just seeing this now. Motherfuckers, you're not a big enough goddamn ego to fucking go. Fuck you, white man. Fuck you, black man. I am a man. This is the goddamn point. You need a show to go, well, John is a black man, or HB is a black man, or Universal. Motherfucker, be your goddamn selves.
For every person that live for free.
The one thing I appreciate about my son is that motherfucker, he told me at 4. And it wasn't me. He told someone else, and I told this story. He said, I am Trevor. And that motherfucker was 4 and had a bigger dick than these two. I don't even worry about this child. This child who is almost 19, I've had to motherfucking be a mother. I know my wife would be proud of him. That motherfucker said, I am Trevor.
Let me call the
y'all are cook your children breakfast. You'll fucking understand what being a father is like. You'll understand what manhood. Sometimes the foolishness is the blackness, the N-words. Yeah, he, motherfucker, you're not at your kid's breakfast table, and that could be my disrespect, motherfucker. Go eat breakfast with your children. Your fucking wife, ex-wife, whoever. If you tell her,
by the way, guys,
that I will be a father, I will eat breakfast with my kids, I'll cook your dumbass breakfast too.
Stanley Cross.
Yeah, motherfucker.
They're definitely here on the morning roast, guys. Anyway, yeah, let me call this nigga.
Pretend I'm not a motherfucker.
I'd be offended here.
Hey, yeah. There.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Going. What about you?
That if it's not your kid, I don't give.
I'm waiting for him to hit me back here.
He ain't hit you back yet.
I hit him up this morning, and
I am not interested. We knew how this was going to land. We don't have to do this bullshit.
They got you. I gotta pay this shit, man.
Don't have to listen to it. We knew this shit was going to land like this about a month ago. And the human suffering, the cat and mouse, uninterested. This is not being a man. Being a man is fucking looking your tenant in the eye and just going, hey, here's pay this motherfucker or go by this date. Doing this shit, it's disgusting. Don't do your Cash App by human suffering. I don't know how to tell or say this is not how Black people are. Black people do not. Black people historically know suffering. So a motherfucker being a Black man, making other Black men suffer, not being a Black man. This is motherfucking the sludge of your depravity. There's a reason, motherfucker. It's disgusting. So, motherfucker, lead. I kind of know that, but I'm not the big forehead psychologist that's on that morning roast. That motherfucker doesn't know shit. Dude, I'm not even. I don't have 2 masters and I motherfucking know more. See, the thing that these idiots talk about, I have 2 masters. Motherfucker, I don't have a master's. I had a good mother and a good father and a lot of potential. And I don't even pretend. Motherfucker, you are a pretend expert. You're a wannabe Jordan Peterson, and your dumb ass go and fucking chase your light-skinned girls on Morning Roast. And then let real Black men be Black. Y'all motherfuckers are fake. So, motherfucker, it is so disturbing to let someone with a soft voice who likes to read books describe being a Black man to y'all dumb motherfuckers. Sad. There's the Admiral. Now, you know what, CK? Not, you know what? Motherfucker, go handle business and not put it on goddamn line. This is some bullshit. CKJ3, the Admiral, the Navy man. We know. We know how it works. And God damn it, my son is going to go into the Navy if I have to throw his ass in there. I'm kidding, but motherfucker, I knew officers in the Navy. Georgia Tech is a respected university, and I know my goddamn son would be an excellent naval officer. And he's just blowing it off. But I know that motherfucker would. He is good kid. So I am drifting off. I am CK. I know real black men, and you lead. Yeah. Lupin. This motherfucking, I want to see other black men who are failed lawyers and all that bullshit. It's deviltry. And God damn it, it is so. Black men don't work this way. And motherfucker, it does. CK, you know, I am not MAGA or any of that bullshit, but there is a basic level of, if you know, it's just disgusting. You just fucking toss the Negro out. Stop. Goddamn. Playing cat and mouse, that is pussy work. It is a pussy. I just can't believe it's pussy work. Oh shit, there are birds outside this goddamn thing. Sorry, this microphone is picking up birds, god damn it. Cool microphone though. Let's see what the deer are doing. Or birds. Oh, that's what it is. Better seeing the birds. Oh, and squirrels. Still cold up there, folks. All I have to say is it is just black people being as cruel when we know the history is just thank God my parents weren't other black men's parents. My parents would have thoroughly disapproved of motherfucker, you call for the 48th time in a month and we're gonna put it on YouTube. That is disgusting. That is not being a man. A businessman, motherfucker, don't ever talk about entrepreneurship. entrepreneurs don't let people stay past the point of you're going to be cruel to them. How is it manly to toy with a motherfucker? If you know they're full of shit, what's happening is all the women are being kind. Motherfucker, I said be kind until I thought there would be a point when, being kind is too much. Be a man, treat a man like a man. I thought there would be that point. John Galt, don't treat a black man like a man and stop being the fucking slave master. They're not your slaves. You own a house and they are down and out. Treat them with pride. You don't have to treat them. I don't even know where we're going with this, but you're doing the opposite. Why would a child want to own a home and act like you do? Raising a black man to be that level of black man and do shows about black people on their last legs, or I'm going to do 10 shows about a motherfucker I will call 10 times. You got money, man? Motherfucker, that's manhood. What lesson is that teaching other than some landlord? And motherfucker, you know what? I'm going to do one better. This is a black motherfucker who is older than you are calling you a slumlord. Now, I hope you clip this bitch and you hear me. Slumlord you are. Thank God I will never have to depend on this kind of quote kindness or my son. If I ever got down to that level, I'd find another slumlord. I would take an Asian slumlord over your type of slumlord. And I await your response, motherfucker. Come back. And yeah. An Asian slumlord is a better slumlord than your type of slumlord. You treat dead black men as if they were a stain in your room. Unacceptable. This is what I expect from your type of Negro. Ungoddamn acceptable. And surprising, but guess I am going to go to a point down to one viewer, and you know what? It might just be me who has to make this sort of criticism. I'm so motherfucking glad I am not raising my son, or did not raise my son, to be like this. This is not acceptable in this black community. Thank God. I don't know. Your family. And I could go farther, but your mother loves you. I'm sure. So, let's see. Is John Galt's show still there? Is the morning roast still roasting? Oh, there it is. These motherfuckers are still roasting. Two dumbasses combining into one dumbass. Of course, their kind of dumbassery does not go away. And you know what? The women that love them. That's kind of the weird thing. These women will love this kind of horror show and justify it. Let us justify our men. They are lovable when they slap us. They will slap and go and slap and go. But they let us.
3,000 in the bank, bro, paying this guy's rent.
Look at these motherfuckers.
She made mistakes in it. We got Latino for Trump up here. What's up, Latino? You want to talk about some of the topics we got?
Oh, Latino is one of the fucking biggest idiots.
You want to talk about some of the topics we got?
Yeah. I want to talk about black
this
people.
guy right here,
I'm
man,
not a
just
part
gotta
of the
tell you,
community, but I
have
have
to say,
opinions.
This man pooped, came,
Look at these
pissed on himself
motherfuckers.
all at once.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it, man. But yeah, that's
Like that motherfucker. There are 13 people left in this audience. All of y'all go over there. I will not be.
I think it is
12 of you go. I will not be the 13th.
But
This is the kind of depravity.
Have you ever heard of this weed called
motherfucker, why the fuck is Latino for Trump not hard at work?
They used to lace that with
That motherfucker does not work. That motherfucker calls in at all times of the day.
Yeah, but
the motherfucker is not hard at work.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's
So,
what I'm saying. This is
Latino, I will call into the black roasting depravity show and have something to say about something that caused my wife
that doesn't have any money had to borrow money from his
successful
daughter.
than I am, and she lets me eat toast.
I'm sorry.
Motherfucker,
my
I'm
kids
sorry
have
that you're not
more money than
working,
me, and I would never
motherfucker.
ask my kids for
And
shit.
this is the
Well, here's the thing, like,
depravity.
if your children were rich,
Motherfucking John
I can
will
understand
talk to
what I'm
Latino
saying?
and
Like,
treat him
even then,
seriously.
I kind of understand. I mean, you may not even
I
have
don't
ads, they
know,
just may come drop
motherfucker.
some
Why
money.
don't
Yeah,
you
if they
work?
want to do that, that's
I've
what
never
they do,
heard
but if they rich,
anyone
that's not
ask
me. That's them and their
Latino for
family.
Trump,
But I think
what
if
the
both of y'all
fuck is
done
your
is
job?
scrapping at the bottom, then
This
you probably
motherfucker
just need to take
calls
the L.
in at this time of the
And,
day.
you know,
If
Find some
you're
way to
on
figure
your
it out.
lunch
she
break,
got more time to
motherfucker,
live than you.
eat your
Don't
lunch
pull her
and
back by
don't
taking a little
pollute your
$50 from
job.
her.
Look
Figure
at
it
this
out, man,
motherfucker.
right? Like, shit, you been on this
Latino
earth
for
longer
Trump.
than her.
Mm-hmm.
So why you gonna
12
stunt her
man.
growth? Because you fucked up over the
Motherfucking,
last
I
20
work
years.
in a
You know,
convenience
Wonder if she
store,
got
solid
she got
snake.
kids too. If she got
Motherfucker,
kids, this
why
nigga
are
needs
we
to just
taking these
he might
people
need to
seriously?
you might need to put that Mossberg in his face.
Oh,
He might
Mossberg,
he might need to.
Latino for Trump
She
has
got
no
kids, bro.
Mossberg.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take it seriously. Oh, he is not working, motherfucker. In my job, you took lunch when you could take lunch, but motherfucker, you took a lunch. This wage slave bullshit.
Grandpa gonna eat all the breakfast.
Yeah, listen to this motherfucker. I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna talk about a fucking job that his Latino's wife is taking care of him. He's a house husband. That's literally the impression I get. And these motherfuckers like HB take him seriously.
It don't matter. It's niggas right now with a blanket spread out on Canal Street selling incense and candles.
Motherfucker
telling me as a
ask
college grad,
Latino why is the motherfucker is under 40? Why is he not working? No one ever asked the hard goddamn question.
Roses.
I heard John talk about
all the time.
N-words and motherfucker. How about ask a Latino a question? Black brown allowance.
I love the cold weather. It makes me like when I get out.
Listen to HB. Like HB is see, this is the weird thing. You drive hard, you talk loud. Yeah, it makes sense. Motherfucker, ask Latino why he's not working.
Bro, and that's why I want to play this video.
Bro, this is why I want to, motherfucker.
Now, hold on. Before I play this, I want you to pay attention to what kind of clothes these people have on.
Pay attention to it.
Shout out to it.
Trying to
So
make
you know it's cold, right? So look at what's going on here now. Put that into context.
and sweet Aunt
People in
B.
this Northwest Side neighborhood are on edge after a group of armed men target a street vendor
I'm
and try
gonna
to
mock
rob her
the
in broad
point.
daylight. The
They're
crowd
not
is
going to make a point.
Did you hear that?
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Now, John is going to have to replay it so everyone
Very
can
surprising
hear
to
it.
me. Such a nice
Just
lady.
like
She's out there every day.
Every
day.
That ain't even no
Never a goddamn point. He's going to replay it. That motherfucker will replay 8 times so HB can parrot and try and get a point.
Corner, bro.
Nah, she probably got a
Nah.
new spice in them tamales too. She got the stolen spice.
HB, you'll get the point. HB, did
Even when
you?
it was 0 degrees outside, she's out there.
Damn, what did he just say?
0 degrees.
Damn.
0 degrees, man.
She must be like you, HB. Like, I just cold weather make me want to go get it. I'm gonna get it.
She probably do push-ups with HB.
This is black men, black manhood at its finest. Listen to these motherfuckers.
Y'all be like, man, it's cold
Not a
outside. I ain't going
motherfucking
outside.
working bone.
Man, that's when you get the most work done, man.
Shit.
Yeah.
I love the winter.
I just thought about that when you said something to HB. Like, like these people out here, man, they ain't worried about job, nigga. They going getting it. You know what I'm saying?
To me, such a nice lady. She's out there every day, even when it was 0 degrees outside. She's
Now
out
these
there selling her
motherfuckers
elotes and
do
tamales.
not have
I
stuff.
can't imagine something like that happening. Right?
It happened just before 9 o'clock.
You hear that? She said,
Hear that? Hear that?
Yeah. She cleaning up, man.
Yeah.
I done
This is
bought
what
about
a
20 of them
getting a blue
Yeti
Yeti will do.
What's that? What the hell's that?
It's the corn on the
Listen
stick.
to these motherfuckers.
It's like, well, in Chicago, they don't really do the corn on the stick.
Motherfucker, you left Chicago. Why are you still talking about it? Instead of motherfucking taking care of your business.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lotte. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's
yeah. Here for
Jesus
the
God.
It's fire. Yeah, it is, man.
Yeah, fire. Here for the tea. I'm disappointed in here for the tea.
that should have
However,
straight up, man.
I'm not surprised.
Your cold weather ain't nothing like ours, bro.
Oh, your cold weather is never like ours.
They got
Motherfucker. That is a dumb statement.
60-mile-per-hour winds with that cold weather.
Motherfucker, who gives a fuck?
That's like desert
driving
weather over
through?
there,
It's
bro.
a
That kind of
goddamn job.
Where is this, man? Because it's like a Spanish neighborhood.
Yeah, that's
Milwaukee and Pulaski.
Motherfuckers, Spanish neighborhoods are in Spain.
Milwaukee and Pulaski. That's kind of. I know exactly where it's at, but yeah, it's a Spanish.
Motherfucker, keep your eyes on the road. Then you'll know where it's at.
HB.
Yeah.
Just got a text message from the brokey.
What is
Brokey. Let's do some more abuse
you need to get up
of
out of DC.
a poor black person.
I don't need more non-paying tenants, but thanks for the offer.
Let's not put him out,
John, please.
like a man.
Talking about
Let's
PCP,
motherfucker.
vote,
Call me, bro. Call me,
please.
bro.
One of my favorite videos of all time is that Reddit video. This dude is on PCP.
And then
this dude is
this
like a
is
poet.
the
This is
fake
the best
white
PCP
man
video
who
ever.
loves
it's not high on the
going
violence,
the
but just
morning
look at the
boat,
literary genius coming out of this man.
trying to be black,
mouth,
who
please.
is in a
There's
ghetto.
some gems on here that I use to this day.
This
Please, this dude,
is
I think he's in
the
touch with
grave
something.
level
Really,
motherfuckers.
we gotta
This
watch this. Man.
is
I'm telling
the
you,
John
this
Gall.
video alone is what
I love
joy for over 10 years.
failed
I check back
white
on it from
people
time to time.
that
It's
white
it's
people
really all
don't
that. Please
even
click on the
like
link.
show.
I beg you.
All right, let me see if I can play it.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, I
How you
love
doing,
Pete
Barney?
Ray.
By the way,
I love Bro Luck. I love white
Well,
people
he's
that
naked.
other
He's
white
naked, but
people
shit,
don't like,
Is it
so
censored,
they
though?
can tell
let
us
me look.
about
Is it on
black
YouTube?
people.
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
And I can love them. I can hug them like
you
the
can't.
white
Let me look
teddy
here.
bears they are.
Just fast forward it to when they got the guy with the spit.
Black
He got
motherfuckers.
a spit shield on.
Listen
No,
to
rewind.
this.
Rewind.
No one is
No,
contradicting.
you gotta take it back. Take it back
This
to
white man has
like 40 seconds. That's when he
over
starts.
this panel. None of
You
these
gotta hear what this guy says, man.
strong black men, in
This shit is
quotes.
classic.
Listen to this. Oh, someone's going
Shit,
to
this shit got
tell
music and
him,
everything in it,
"Oh, Barney, we want to listen to both what you say.
All right,
You're telling the truth."
All right. Well, please just watch it on your own time, I suppose, man. I mean,
Oh, he's telling them, watch it on your own time.
okay. I'm
That
sorry. I'm
motherfucker's a man.
No video, there's no audio replay here.
I am
No,
going to
the audio is the
roast
best part. It's fine. No, I
the
apologize,
black.
but please do watch it on your own time. He talked about. He says titties got to squeeze themselves. Pop a firecracker.
The
cracker. I mean, he's
motherfucker
yelling
is
that
on
shit.
another show speaking his truth, and none of these motherfuckers are interrupting.
Barnabas, what did you think about this broke ass tenant? What do you think we should do about it?
Barnabas, Mr. Barnabas.
I mean, you got a different system than me, John. You're running rooms.
Yeah,
you know?
you're running.
You're up there kind of exploiting the poor for profit. I mean,
No.
you're a real low down motherfucker. Honestly. You're taking people to the lowest and trying to monetize it. You really are a piece of shit, John. I mean, really, it's fucked up.
Yes.
And they don't even know it.
White
That's the
man
worst thing,
is
right? That's the worst thing. You really are a low down piece of shit. I mean,
Barnabas, you know, I got an email about the or lack thereof, and someone.
it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
It wasn't from you, but they mentioned you, and you were mentioned in the email.
Oh,
You were
well,
mentioned.
okay. Let's hear it.
I was thrilled
Okay.
that someone knew that we were in the same world.
I don't have empathy.
No, motherfucker. Oh, John,
You breaking up. You breaking up. You breaking up.
Self motherfucking hating. I need a white man to know I
Look at that. I didn't write that. I didn't write the email, so I don't know.
and then
Come to me.
invite him over to my show.
Like that's a luxury only the white man.
A luxury. HB is
That's not what people been telling me all the
John
time.
Galt Jr.
Popular, social media. No, what they say about me, John. Come on, I love it when people talk about me. What they say?
Well, he was saying that like my lack of empathy may turn off white people like you.
Motherfucker.
I think it's going to attract them
Turn
because people like
on
me are
white
fed up.
people like
You
him.
can't say nothing.
You don't have
It's
a
like you
lack
like
of empathy.
JL,
You have
what's
a
his
lack
face?
of
What's that guy's name?
intellect.
Yeah, you like JLP.
I hear
kind of like
that
Pan-Africanism
I
strikes
was
back.
a
We need a mouthpiece because we ain't allowed to say nothing. I think you're going to attract them, quite frankly.
I probably need to call in
you want to
here.
hop up on the panel? What do you think?
I was a programmer for 20 years.
Yeah. What do you think,
Motherfucker,
HB?
you weren't that level of
do you think it turns off more
developer
people? Do you think it
for
turns
20 years? If you were, you'd still be there and commanding a goddamn company. There's a reason you're not there. This is the black failure.
But I get it.
You're,
And you know the thing about
I get it. I get it.
a dead body. A lot of people just
Oh god damn it! I need to call in and fucking
reality,
blow
you know,
their
they wanna-
little
they wanna live in their
bubbles
own,
up.
like, little
The motherfucking oh shit! There's conservative. That dumb motherfucker is even. He's the worst of the lot.
Yeah, they like hip hop music and stuff, but they don't see
All
the
right.
other side. They don't really see
I
what
might
it
have
really
to.
looks like.
I want to see hood conservative
Barnes sees it.
lose.
He knows what's really going on.
What do you think, Barney? Go ahead.
Hood conservative is gonna add dumb shit.
You know, and I think too.
I think too.
It makes them
Y'all are some dumb motherfuckers.
They might have this white.
This might. And the world needs less empathy, more.
Now they
We goddamn stupid
They're like,
people.
damn, if John's not empathizing, like,
Oh,
that shit must
wait,
be
hold
really,
it. I'm looking for her
way
to come
worse
up on
than
that panel
I
too,
think it is.
to add to.
You know, people do want a mouthpiece, and I don't know. It's interesting.
A mouthpiece.
Mouthpiece for my people, John. I mean, maybe you're doing a good. I think you're just exploiting
low level
people at their worst. You're exploiting the exploitable, and you got no shame. I wish that I was more like you.
I
in that
wish
I don't give a
I
shit
was
about
like
people.
you,
I feel like I could get further
because I
just be such a cold-blooded killer.
with being
Like
that
you.
ignorant Negro.
I think you've been
you
burnt.
are.
You've been burnt so bad that you're crispy, and that you can't muster up any empathy.
John
You've been
Galt
through it
is
too
in the
much.
ghetto.
Hey, once you're crispy,
There
you
is
can't
a
worry about
reason he's not currently doing
crispy enough at that point.
software development.
You know,
There
I
is a
think it's a
reason.
mixed bag. I think on one hand, you clearly you express frustration. You know what I'm saying?
Thank God.
And
You
mostly,
can own buildings
probably the biggest
and
frustration
treat
is
black
these people
people
do
like
each other.
shit.
You know, what I'm
There
saying? Like,
is a
killing each
reason.
other, beating each other up, shit like that. Breaking each other's jaws.
I mean,
right?
how are you gonna rob the
No,
tamale of a lady or the
John
fucking corner? I mean, the only thing worse than that is like the dude
Brave.
broke in, and I mean,
Barney
there
and
are worse things,
Brave
but that's
praise
pretty
John.
pathetic. I mean, hardworking
Is
Mexican woman selling her goddamn
is-
tamales, secret family recipe for 30 years on the block. And
Yeah,
you're gonna rob
white
her?
boy
That shit's crazy.
speaks,
And plus, like,
white
man, I
boy
want some
speak,
tamales sometimes.
and
You
there
can get
is
them like
not
three.
a
I don't know what
fucking
now.
high
3 for $5 or something. Whatever
motherfucker
it's charging.
has failed
Barnes, I
in
think-
the white
Tamale lady
meritocracy,
is
but
robbing, like,
John will accept him and
You
lead.
think that's
There's
worse?
going to
You
be a
guys heard
hood
the story about the
conservative
chick that robbed the
motherfucker
elderly, and they
who
met her on the
wants to
floor,
hop
they
in.
locked her up.
There's a reason.
Yeah.
hood
Yeah, they
conservative
called her
out the airport. That was
doesn't hop
funny.
in
I
because
did a
hood
video where a
conservative
guy robbed
does
the
not
lemonade
like.
stand. This is why black kids don't sell lemonade in the projects. 'Cause you know that shit getting got.
Here comes a dumb motherfucker.
That is kind of amazing. Take
Conservative
away a lot of
is
opportunities
dumber
if you
than
can't open up a lemonade stand.
I think the worst thing I ever heard, one of the worst things I ever heard, well, how can I put
Let's
this?
see what I
This is
can
kinda
do.
out there, but if we want to talk about the worst of the worst, is there was this incapacitated patient made the news, just a complete vegetable, right? Non-verbal, couldn't talk, couldn't move, total care, right? Just pooping on herself until she dies.
Voted for Biden, didn't she?
No. She can't eat, she can't move, she can't talk, she can't nothing. Come to find out, this woman was pregnant. And one of
That
the
happened in Chicago. That happened in
one of
Chicago.
some dude working there was having sex with the incapacitated woman. Man, that's crazy. That is,
bro. That's not even the worst. I promise you, that gets so much darker than you want to know. That whole little world is darker than you care to know, bro. They be selling them chicks, man. That shit is disgusting. What goes on in this world?
Yeah, that happened in Chicago. The nigga had dreads. I remember that one.
That's why you're supposed to take care of your parents in the future, man. Not put them in these homes, man.
Man, you listen. No, when you say that shit, you don't know what it's like. A total care patient is total fucking care, man. They're never leaving a bed. It's for you can't even do, even if you're a nurse.
Now,
what did people do before the government became everybody's daddy?
Come up.
Well, they used to have big families, but we don't have that now.
I know. But, I mean, you see the issue, though. It's like we kind of walked ourselves off a cliff where only government can catch us now.
No, but the other thing is, listen,
is the
people back then would just die. But nowadays they don't die. They're like, oh, let's put a tube in your stomach, and then we'll feed you that way. And then let's put you on a breathing machine. You know, we keep them alive for longer.
Goddamn man on this panel.
Like, they did.
Yeah, they.
Got put in that vegetable state,
maybe.
And she was kind of hot.
See, look, there you go. I told you, you don't want to know how dark this world really is, bro.
It's too much. I mean, it's pretty bad, dude.
She was pretty hot.
Stop, bro. I gotta cam down for that. Hold on. Okay, there we go.
No, dead ass. Yo, I saw a video yesterday. It was like a TikTok. This nigga had a baddie in a wheelchair, and he was cracking. He was talking shit like, she ain't never gonna walk away from me. See, I roll out your life, though, nigga. I was like, wow, this is incredible. I don't know if he winning or losing.
Hood conservative. There's been videos on X where there's like girls on Down syndrome looking like baddies, and
what is that?
Why?
No, some of that. The latest one is a filter. So chicks in the gym are putting Down syndrome filters on because one Down syndrome chick with big titties went viral, and so the gym thoughts are like, well, I can go viral too, and so they put on a Down syndrome filter, and that shit went crazy viral.
It's a
They made
filter.
a video about that. Yeah, it's a filter that you can put on your face to make you look like you.
Well, here's the deal.
And
I
so
put
now
into
everybody
the
in the
chat.
chat is like, I'm down if
I
you're down.
said, conservative.
That's
We are
like, I would never.
you.
That's so crazy.
I don't want
You
to
are
tempt
a
fate, man.
big
You know what I mean? You might get a generational
This
curse on
is
that
a
shit.
big
I wouldn't mess
influence.
that. I don't want to sit in a. I don't want to sit in a wheelchair ever unless I
not
have to.
I joked about this one time because
Yeah.
when you on the internet, you see a lot of things you don't expect to see. And I saw a
Listen to
badass
this
midget
motherfucker.
with big titties, and I had to really
Big
think about that
titties.
shit for a
I
while.
can't get.
Like, god damn, like, because she was pretty in the same. She had big titties, but she was a midget though, and I'm like, whoa.
I want
I don't know
to
if I could do it, but she's
motherfucking go
I mean,
and
you know,
birth
there's
these little
Tiny
boys.
Texie, there's Bridget
Oh.
the midget. You know, would you date a midget?
Would you date a midget? Is an adult question. Oh, this is little
You know,
boy.
it's
like
ism.
4 or 5.
Yeah, I think as long as everything's proportional.
Proportional, yeah, that's the problem.
I can tell by the nature of the commentary, everybody here has gone through the same thoughts in their head. I can tell because we like, they're not all midgets. Some of them are dwarves. Like niggas were thinking about the same shit.
This is
The
fucking-
dwarves are. Yeah, that's
everybody
like taking it a little
thinks this way. That's a
What's the difference? I thought a
Negro.
midget was the smallest one. Is it dwarf bigger than a midget or smaller? I
That
don't
You're
know.
not-
is a small
What's the
Negro.
ranking on that shit?
You're not supposed to use that word anymore, I think.
Yeah,
unless it's midget wrestling, they still use it. But
Dwarves usually have like normal people's heads with smaller bodies, and then the midgets are like proportional.
I've never heard this kind of
Lannister a
talk
midget or a dwarf?
from Negro
I
men.
think it's the
Again,
same word. I
Tyrone,
think it's the same word. He uses
motherfucker,
the
you
word dwarf. If you watch the show, he
these
used the word dwarf. But that's because
motherfucking
Renaissance people didn't have a word for
pussy
midget.
ass.
So dwarf is the older
Listen
term
to
for it.
this shit. They are listening
I
to
don't
this
know. I think I would consider
motherfucker who
Tyrion
hates
a
women.
midget.
and treating him
Not sure.
like he
gotta
is
be.
someone
He calls
important.
himself a dwarf,
Oh,
and it's true.
Virgo,
He said all
mother,
dwarves are bastards in their father's eyes.
Virgo,
I'm
please
just saying
take
it's
this
the
the right
same
way, because
exact
I'm gonna
word. I
call
think
you
it's
a
just like what
motherfucker.
the other guy said.
But I
The
mean,
other
like
word is just
you
bad
are
taste
here.
now. You're not supposed to say it. You know, it's like the N word
Listen
to
to
little
these
people.
silly
I ain't even trying to be
fucking
funny, but I
children,
thought it was measured on their head.
motherfucker. Listen to them.
Yeah.
That
There's
is
a
hilarious.
Like there
there's
is
an old study
something
that
that is worthy from this
small
conversation.
mustache people used
And
to use. It's called I think it's called phrenology. It's like the measurement
Fred,
of the head or something.
motherfucker
They
is
use those little curved
phrenology.
tones to measure the width of
Yes.
the cranium.
I think it's PPHRES.
The white man is talking
Yeah.
about
Tweet out to you.
phrenology to which
When you
one
have
is going to
children,
say
one of the
you're
things they
right?
do
I'm
is measure
guessing
the
it'll
head.
be HB.
You know, mid, what is it? Mid, I was getting midlife
Let's
robot.
take this
There it is.
seriously.
You say you poor, right?
Yep. Are you gonna give me some money?
Well, maybe.
You gonna fix that?
Question.
You gonna fix that?
Ask that question in a one-off.
Shit, I'll
bro.
send you my cash.
You gotta follow up with that.
Now I'm about to follow up. I got a little bet for you.
I mean, I don't really bet, but okay, let's go. Let's hear it.
Oh, I got a
Poor
little
people
bet
shouldn't
for
be
you.
gambling, John. What are you doing?
I
This ain't
think
even gamble.
this
Should be a
motherfucker
given.
will be out
I'm
by
about to
this
call
evening.
a black
I
attorney.
will make it a 2-day bet because I don't have the
You already
balls
talked to him.
put a
Well, I'm about to call him
motherfucker
again.
out.
He waiting to get paid. Do you think you got more money
See,
than these black
this
attorneys?
motherfucker
How about you do
is
it?
talking human suffering. This
Oh, no, I'm for it too.
motherfucker's gonna bet, and it is goddamn disgusting.
What does it say about a black man that has no money here in America? And he has a law degree.
This
Probably got in on some
motherfucker is
DEI
going
shit.
to push this
Probably,
bullshit.
I guess he passed the
What
bar.
does
Did he
it
pass the bar or
mean
not?
if
That's another question.
black
Yeah,
men
he deserves to be
fucking
poor.
abuse
Wait, no. Did he
black
pass the
men?
bar? Because you
It
can pass
means
school and not pass the
you
bar. You know he
are
passed the
a
bar for sure.
goddamn
And then he got
slave
disbarred.
owner and
Oh, he's
motherfucker.
disbarred for what?
So, well, he's not a
Oh,
lawyer
John,
anymore then. So,
you
yeah, the
are
name
not a
more
man.
starts to make more sense
You
now.
are.
No, he's more like a paralegal at this point.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a
He gets
bet.
coffee
What
for
does it
lawyers.
mean if you are a
He don't even do
lawyer?
that, bro.
Motherfucker, it's
Man.
disgusting.
You
How'd he
gotta
get
Like-
graduate
disbarred?
You gotta get a degree to do that? That's crazy.
Like, this is the thing. Look, I was talking to my wife about this, right? And one thing that doesn't make sense to me is
And better
you're a
than
lawyer,
yeah,
right? Or
better
whatever
than
you
that,
was, judge,
this
lawyer.
little
How is it that you don't have
Latino
no type of
fool
connection
who is a
or
house
friendship
husband
or
John is
social
listening to,
aspects
and
of
all
your
these
career
motherfuckers,
that you can
this
use
motherfucker
down when you're
drives a
Answer that question.
truck
like
and
I don't
probably
understand it.
failed at
I'll
that.
answer your question.
You know,
He is a 12th man
Black kids go to
level
college.
motherfucker,
They go to
and John
PWI,
is
as they call
taking
them.
him
They
seriously.
still go to a black student union. They join a black fraternity and sorority.
Student union.
They have black graduation.
Motherfucker,
I mean, they're not
good
building that work.
bitch, fucking
That's
Yeah,
most
see,
male,
that's where they messed
be
it up,
brave
bro.
level
Even at
white
Harvard,
man.
they have black
HB should drive his
graduation.
truck
I
so
think
he
wasn't it
doesn't
Harvard? They
wreck
had black
it.
graduation.
Y'all,
It was
crazy.
Harvard.
That's
yep,
crazy. The
this
y'all
might
pro
have
segregationists
been
now after all that
into
shit we
this
went through.
bullshit.
I'm not pro either. I'm saying what they're
No,
doing.
they,
I'm
y'all
pro.
people are
I
pro
am
segregationists. It's crazy.
I am pro effective group strategy, and you don't need legal segregation enforcement from the top down for people to actually pair off and do what works for themselves internally as a group. And so, like, you know, we can talk all we want about the Jews, but if you want to get out of jail, get you a Jewish lawyer. And the reason being isn't that
My
because
lawyer's
Jews
Jewish.
are they're not magically more adept with law, but more than likely his cousins on the other side, one of his uncles is the judge. Like they have the network. And so if you haven't been through the criminal system, you realize a lot of what happens outside the courtroom. Your guilt and your plea, all that stuff, it gets determined outside of the court between
Now,
people who know each
this
other, have a relationship
conservative
with one
dude
another. You're just
is
a guy who
driving a
life fucked
truck
up. They don't fucking care
randomly.
about you. They
He
care
will
about each other
have
and they're helping each
to
other.
You know what's
will
interesting
have
about that
to
is
get out of the
during the Young
truck and
Thug trial, the
deliver
lawyer
water.
for the Young Thug trial
To the
had
fuck
donated to the
he is
judge.
driving a truck
Donated
for,
right under the
and
limit, though.
expect
The
us
limit's 2,000. He
to
donated
respect
2,000.
his decision.
And you know, it's
This
like
is bullshit.
in that sense,
And
they're scratching each other's back, and he needed a big case, you know, to further his goals, and you know, they kind of work hand in hand. But with this black judge that this black guy works for, he couldn't keep up the shtick because he was so passionate about Kyle Rittenhouse that he had to tweet about it and end up losing
listen
his
to these
judgeship
motherfuckers.
because of it.
These motherfuckers
So on
are
one hand, you
talking
got the
about
judge
shit
taking the
that
bribe,
happened
well, not the bribe,
years
but
ago.
the contribution from
This is
whoever the lawyer was from Young Thug.
man
They're making the system work.
level
On this
bullshit.
hand,
And
you got the black judge
Speed on
responsible for my
T is
tenant's
full
rent
of shit too.
losing his fucking job.
I
Because,
got 5 on it.
What was he?
He's emotional.
Hold on, he was stealing.
The tenant, yeah, he probably was stealing. To get disbarred for 4 years, typically you're stealing.
You said probably, so really you don't know.
Well, that's typically, well, unless he raped a client.
This is
Wait, he got
that.
disbarred for something that happened outside of the courtroom activity. How did this work?
No, I don't know what he was disbarred.
Conservative,
Doesn't know.
like the
He's
little
just guessing.
minions.
Yeah, because a tenant relationship sounds
No,
crazy.
it's typically when a lawyer gets disbarred, it's because of commingling of funds. So,
Yeah, probably billing or false billing or whatever. But he probably maybe he was successful. Maybe he was living high off the hog.
I
He was living that life. He's like, look at me, I'm a lawyer. He gets the first couple lawyer paychecks. He's doing jobs. Probably gets a car,
water
house.
truck,
Probably doesn't even get a
do
house.
his
Probably just
job.
rents too expensive.
Why do his
and then shit comes
employers
crashing out?
let him
Well, you see,
get on in his
Well, shit,
truck?
maybe you should help the dude. Maybe he's sick, man. I mean,
Well, that was years ago. Now he's in DC.
Dude, if you're going to be blue collar,
Now he's
be
in
blue
DC trying
collar.
to get back on his feet.
Don't
It's easier to practice law.
Just
or try to
deliver
get back into the
what it
profession if you're a
is
black man in
your
DC,
truck
probably
is
Arizona.
designed
There's
to do.
somewhat of a network.
Chocolate City.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So, black
There
lawyers.
was a movie years ago.
Motherfucker, I have $5 on it,
It's
Tyrone.
funny when I watched it.
I
was
want to
young
have
when it came out,
$5
so it was
on
just
what
like, you know,
these
it was
fucking
a little bit
idiots
over
are
my head,
talking
I guess,
about.
at the time. And then rewatching it years later as an adult, I'm like, this is such a basic ass movie. It's about lawyers stealing time.
Why
That's
do
all it
we
really boiled
let
down to was lawyers stealing time.
motherfucking
And it was a big
white
like
beaters?
psychological thriller and all that, but it was really
Why?
basic shit. All they did was steal time. Simple as
Yeah,
that.
they got a lot of stealing time. So they build down to what, the 15-minute increments, I think. So, yeah, they steal a lot of time. Man, I think we should call the Negro back again. It's almost 1 o'clock. Shit, 18 minutes.
Wait, what do you? So what's John? Explain this to me because I think I'm too soft in my profession here. So maybe you can help me out here. Like, what's your? You just putting the pressure on? You putting the heat on, or what's the goal here?
John needs to go
Yesterday we did a
straight up a
fundraiser
dead
for
body.
FBA, and
for this guy,
yeah, and he said I'm gonna be. He said I'll be paid first thing in the morning.
Jesus God!
It's now 12:45 and no pay.
So what's is today the day you're gonna drop the hammer and pull up the eviction? Or what?
Yeah, he came up with
Let's
$180.
motherfucking wait to put this online. Let's put the hardest part of being a landlord on the channel.
What the fuck
White
are you
boy,
doing in the house?
fake
3 weeks into
man,
this nigga not paying.
fake black
You should have
Latino,
figured you some shit out
and
by now.
truck
What's the rent
driver.
cost?
I
think it's $350 a
am
week.
some weird dude.
And
A lot of goddamn money.
It's
bro.
going to
Fucking
make
room.
sense.
I mean, he
once
was
you
paying
do
by
it.
the day.
This is
That's some
the
day rate.
worst.
Oh damn, nigga living on the edge. No,
But John
So
is a
I
black
think
man.
it's $55 a day.
Motherfuckers.
God damn, what's a hotel cost out here?
I
Shit.
say that's the cheapest hotel ever. How do you fuck this up, bro? God
Yeah,
damn.
with DC, in DC hotels, like it's probably 200 minimum. You know, maybe
That's
5.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
$55 a day, bro.
The cheapest hotel is in DC. Let's see.
The only hotel you can get $55 a day, you gotta buy pussy along with it. That's the only way you getting that rate, bro.
Let's see, what are the cheapest hotels?
Tell him to move to Baltimore. Shit's cheaper out here, but I don't want his number.
He might find yours. hotel rooms in Washington.
Be more. That's crazy, bro.
So are you going to kick him out or what?
Yeah, I'm out today. Yeah,
you're kicking him out today.
Go.
Yeah.
He gotta go.
I can't keep taking these excuses every day, man. Like,
How late is he? How late is he?
Knew about
he's just behind.
How much?
Maybe $700.
Now.
Yeah, he gotta go.
Over what time? Over what time?
The thing is, like, the bigger thing, at least for me,
of the N-word.
If I gotta figure it out, shit, nigga, you better figure it out. So I'm gonna come to you like, yo, I think it's about 700, man. If you got 500 right now, I just wipe the books clean. We start. Cause I don't have time to keep tracking these micro payments. $50.
I hate that. I hate that so much. Crazy.
But I'm gonna hear a whole lot of
catch up. So if they can come with a chunk of money, maybe we'll wipe the
a
slate
word.
clean.
It's gonna be niggity.
You see how expensive the hotel rooms here, and this is without taxes,
trying
bro.
to justify something
You start
online
taxes, bro,
that should have
it's like
happened
30%
2
for
months
these motherfucking
ago.
hotels.
You got
It's
hostels
all
out there
for a
You know,
motherfucking content.
Yeah,
It's all for motherfucking content.
Oh my god!
as opposed to homeless. Yes.
Well, the thing is,
And
let's say, if you're familiar with
white
the hustles,
boys
of these inner cities, like you poor, you broke, you black, you depressed. Do you want to be in that wide open space seeing these people lively coming and going?
It
Probably
is
not.
my job
You want
to
some isolation because you probably
a
depressed.
show
Like,
about
think about it, nigga up in his room.
black. It
ain't doing
is
shit.
my
Ain't doing no job.
reality.
He tapped out. He basically tapped the fuck out. Borrowed from everybody, can't get it. The job he tried to work, nigga ain't paying him.
And
He tapped
John
the fuck out.
thinks this is
Yeah, John, I see
to be taken
I see a
seriously.
rope in his future, man. Honestly.
Now, this is depressing, man. I call into try to elevate the mood.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
rainy day. You just
Second
it's
best
the worst show ever, John.
Dan Barney.
Don't get all soft now. I thought we were supposed to be toughening up.
Yeah.
We got to learn to laugh at misery. We got hard times ahead as a country. Don't let this shit slow you down,
And
bro.
this little
You know what I say
fucking
to all of that?
wife beating light
It's that time
boy.
again.
Yeah.
Anybody want
that.
to? We probably could do this every day. 30 minutes. You support the channel by supporting the FBA. We have one now in dire straits here. If you want to adopt him, he's healthy.
Well, tell you what.
Can he work?
Put
He's
a
potty
one
trained,
in
two
this
arms,
chat.
2 legs, no foot with
If
disability.
I should
He's house
leave
trained.
this urban
Allegedly, he's
school
house
scope,
trained.
I'm getting that urge. This is beyond my pale.
Nah.
Yeah, can he work for you, John?
Think I have
Yeah.
He can help you with your legal stuff.
You can't give a nigga like that solution.
Yeah, I can't live a nigga like that.
Past the bar.
And this motherfucker is not the nigga like that.
And the thing is, we just had the guy calling in earlier who came to me like, yo, I don't have any money, but I can work until I get paid. Right? Like two totally opposite spectrums of how they approach life. And, one can't compete with the other. Like that Hispanic man is not about to sit up
This
here twiddling his
motherfucker
thumb,
does
worrying
not
about
work.
somebody paying him. He gonna go find him another job. Like he can't in this shit.
What's like a tiny studio rent for in DC? Like
I don't go
you're charging like 14 plus for
into
a
John Gall's show because it does no good. The motherfucker is a leatherhead.
Matter of fact, oh shit. You just
Yep,
made me
here we
remember
go.
something. We supposed to call
In
this
his
apartment.
little
Yeah.
could be.
So ghetto ass apartment.
I don't want.
And so
to
what I was thinking
fucking
about doing, guys, is you see this ghetto ass apartment right here?
Yeah, get ass no, brother.
Put in the camera.
That I don't.
Look at that motherfucker right there.
I mean, hold up.
Yeah, let's
It
tell.
looks like a good building. It's made out of bricks. It don't look too bad. What's the problem here?
You want to live here?
Oh, please.
I showed you where I live. This is
I
a
can
this is a
tell you
step
by
up.
the look.
They probably filmed The Wire over here.
Yeah, I
They
think
probably got a name like Meadowbrook Village or something like that. Shady
I
Grove
think this is
apartment.
the towers. The towers right here.
Look at
Was
this.
was this government housing at one point? Was it a tenement or whatever?
Look, you see the address, right? You see what the address is?
Mm-hmm.
1300 Congress Street, Southeast, right? Look at it.
I think it's closer to a Section 8 situation where, like,
The shooting on 1300 block of Congress Street, Southeast. So it's just one shooting in this apartment complex. So what I wanted to do was approach them and see if they would allow me to put a camera on the building and on the footage.
What? You got some crazy ass ideas. Like,
I am that nigga Jogger.
you would have to just do that on your own. Like,
I am that nigga John
No,
Galt.
hell no.
Is
I
it
want
good?
to run power to that motherfucker.
Hell no.
Power.
No, because if you involve if you get any participation from the apartment company, now there's gonna be liability issues. They're gonna try to get their hands on it. What you want to do is go guerrilla style. Yeah. Go guerrilla style. Find a way to hook it up on your own. Like you maybe can't even have dedicated power unless you actually rent an apartment. That's the only other way to go. Rent an apartment and just put a little tripod up in the window.
Yep.
Let me
get that solar power. Get that solar power, man.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know how that would work. Maybe.
I gotta get that bitch high up off the ground when the niggas can't shoot it. Let me see if I can call these people. The motherfucker rated 3-star.
What's it renting for? What's it renting for?
Let's see. Rents. Oh no, that's some of the nearby apartments. We looked at
$895. I mean, why don't you tell them to move there? It's cheaper than your overpriced room.
You gotta pay utilities though. You gotta pay them utilities.
They're paying $500 utilities.
But they will cut your shit off though, right? I ain't cutting the utilities off. Niggas see in this bitch. You know what I mean? But we ain't got life. You know, you gotta get all that shit cut on. You gotta get this shit in your name.
Right? Got bad credit. Got nothing
don't have
back
their
up.
own dedicated line. That's the only. You just can't cut it off. It's difficult.
Shit.
You be the cut off the lights in the whole hallway.
We got Genius up here.
Oh, bro, Genius. What's up, Genius? Damn, what the fuck is the name of this goddamn complex? I want to call these ghetto motherfuckers.
I'll be right back.
All right. I'm gonna call these ghetto motherfuckers. It's right up the street from me. Shit. I had their fucking number.
Yeah, John, I don't think this is gonna work out, man.
You know,
it's the pipe game. Ain't no one gonna look for a camera. You're crazy.
Every time John comes to pick up this camera, they're gonna be like, "Omar coming."
What's crazy, bro? For $55 a day, I wouldn't even want to live there. I would just pay the rent so I can have a place to fuck bitches and not take them home. Because that is incredible, bro.
I wouldn't even take them there.
I'm just saying that $55 a day, that's such a deal. How do you
Why are these motherfuckers
but that's for a room though.
have enough?
You know what I mean?
They're not working hard if they're talking.
take them there?
I thought you were talking about this complex over here in on the screen.
Oh, nah, you don't want to fuck nothing associated with
that's
that
what I'm
place.
saying.
That's danger zone, bro.
Bro, $50 a day is $1,500 a month. That's a lot of money.
Not a motherfucker who claims
that's a lot of
to
bread.
have a job is working. Hood servant, not
you
working.
deal with a lot of desperate people.
HB,
John,
not working.
I mean, do you deal with a lot of desperate people? Is that like
these motherfuckers are not working?
I
And
wouldn't call
look,
them necessarily
big
desperate.
forehead
Most of them
of
are
a
working.
train.
But one of the things I
is
explained by
here.
the black lady that works at Red Lobster and the Urban Crab Boil.
Right.
Motherfucker bringing up a show that was a couple of days ago. Want to rehash the bullshit
where they
like he does. Motherfucker can't come up with new bullshit.
So if they're working
I
restaurant,
have
they can't
to
do it from the house.
rehash
Ruth's
the
Chris,
old
they end up working at Red
dope
Lobster.
to make new
Or
dope.
the Urban Ghetto Crab Boil, where they're dealing with low class people who ain't got a lot of money to tip them. So there you go, right?
John Galt,
or they work
motherfucker,
they
you're
do a little
low
education, they
class.
go work for a black law firm because no white law firm is going to hire them because they're too damn incompetent.
Oh, okay.
And then the black lawyer isn't paying them.
Racism, huh?
Well, it's not racism.
It's not racism. What is it, then?
The network's all fucked up.
They could probably get some experience at Red Lobster, maybe parlay it up to Roost Chris. But if they got a bunch of like tattoos on their hands and shit,
I mean,
that's a no. I don't want someone. I don't want someone serving me bread with tattoos on their hand. Just call it like it is, or say what you want. I ain't down with that shit.
I don't even want that at Walmart. Like I saw a video recently, some girl with a whole bunch of face tattoos, like she just did 20 years. She just got hired at Walmart. And I'm like, I would never shop there. I could never. I don't want to see that when I'm going to buy, toiletries and underwear and shit. I don't want to look at you.
I feel like I'm going to catch hepatitis C or some shit just looking at it.
Or you being served while somebody's on the phone.
So you really, in a way, it's like you.
And she already know to get my dough. So the bitch walked to the whoopty wop. She walk in. She know she looking good. I mean, she looking fly. I mean, she looking real good, you feel me? Cause I'm that guy. Yeah, my name is Sky. If you didn't know, now you know, what I'm saying? Anyway.
Well, folks, I've had enough discussed for the day. I'm sure I will. I think I need to think about this sort of space. I think I've had my fair share of failure to be superior black. I'll leave it at that. So I'm going to sign off. Yeah, J-Dub, go to your natural place and go laugh your natural laugh. This is apparently black people have evolved to this John Galt level and not amusing.
Feel like I should go. 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 Feel like I should go.